Hello and welcome to the SAP Analytics Cloud Course by Tekslate. If you are still switching between Excel for planning, Power BI for reporting, and Python for predictions, you are working too hard. There is one tool that combines business intelligence, enterprise planning, and predictive analytics into a single engine. It's called SAP Analytics Cloud, and it's currently one of the high-paying skills in the data market. In this course, we will take you from the foundations of SAC to including types of services, SAC functions, types of data, creating models, machine learning features, predictive forecasting, and more. Now you might be thinking, do I need to be a coder? Absolutely not. SAC is a low-code, no-code platform. According to the Naukri and LinkedIn, there are many companies are hiring for SAC consultants, BI analysts, and planning specialists. On an average, SAC professionals earn between 7 to 24 lakh rupees per annum in India, depending on experience. And if you want to learn one-on-one SAC course, then check out our course where we will cover latest industry curriculum, hands-on projects, labs, mock interviews, and more. We have structured this as a complete zero to hero journey. So close your other tabs, grab your notebook, and hit that like and subscribe button so you don't miss the next SAP courses. So let's get started and master SAP Analytics Cloud.
So you can see multiple options. I'll try to explain all the options in the tenant. This is a tenant, this is the tool or UI which you will be using in real time also. We'll see all the options. I'll explain every option in this particular tool where you will understand how in real time scenarios, what is the use of today, what is meant by catalog, what is meant by favorites, shared with me. The same way files. So what are the files we can store, how to create a new folder, how to restrict that folder with other users also. We'll see that. So what are the different options in it? So model preference, everything we'll try to cover. So what are the apps here? So we'll try to create a story. We'll try to create analytical application. We use, so in the TOC, I have not explained the data. I have not put the data analyzer, and apart from that, I have not used all these things. Okay. So we'll try to create all the scenarios here, like create a model, create a data actions, create a data allocations, create a multiple predictive scenarios like time series, regression. So there are three types of there. We'll try to create. We'll try to create a multi-actions calendar. So whatever is below apps, we'll try to create in SAC. And what are the other things that will be completely confined to the networking department, like workspace man. Just like suppose if you are working in an organization, right? We'll be having multiple work. It's not that in a same tenant we'll have different projects. Suppose I am working in TCS. So TCS won't be working with only one project, right? It will have some 10, 15, 50 projects or 100 projects. So here in SAC, there is an option called we can create workspaces. Workspace is nothing but, so at that particular, suppose TCS is dealing with some client called IBM or Microsoft. So with respect to that company, I can create all the dashboards. I can accumulate, just like I can put all the dashboard with respect to that company and make it as a one workspace. The same way we can create multiple workspaces here. Then we'll see content network. So what is going to be samples, business content, third-party business contents. Then in the security, we'll see what is meant by users, teams. Currently, this is grayed out. When I give you the proper tenant, everything will be shown. Or else I'll let you know how to create the users, teams, and all the options. What are the roles you can assign to that particular user or teams, the different requests you can give. Then apart from the transport, suppose if you want to export this, suppose you have created some story or analytical application, if you want to export into third party, suppose you have created dashboard or created some model, and if you want to open in some other tenant, how will you do that? Suppose your administrator or your manager has restricted you to share this particular application with other users. In these scenarios, there is other option called transport, where you can export that particular file or import some files into that local. Like suppose if you are using in your laptop, you can export it into in your scenario and in your laptop. Then in that other tenant, you can again re-import that and do that. So what are the different options there? So what are the accounts and connections? So in SAC, in just like how we use in other BA tools also, we can create live connections as well as the import connection. We'll see what is the difference between that. We'll try to create live connections, acquire data, the different scenarios. We'll see what are the different connections we have, what we can do, all those things we will try to learn. In this particular module, we'll be learning the brief history of SAC, what is meant by SAP and SAC, what are the types of services which are given to SAC, and on which platform the SAC tries to run, and what are the core functions of SAC, and how the life cycle of data performs in SAC, and then we'll see what are the types of data we can implement into our SAC and how the data is being changed into SAC. Then we'll see what is meant by measure as well as what is meant by dimension, how these two things play a major role in building a dashboard, building a model, or any application we try to build in SAC. It is a brief history of SAP. The full form of SAP is systems applications as products in data processing. Okay, we know that SAP is a German-based company and it is being established in the year of 1972 by Wellreuther, Hofhector, Platter, and Techira. So SAP is ranked first in ERP, that is called Enterprise Resource Planning Market. So as of 2010, the SAP has more than 140,000 installations worldwide, over 25 industry-specific business solutions, and more than 75,000 customers in 120 countries. So more than 17 countries have nearly SAP labs. In India, we have 3 locations. First one is the Bangalore, and the second one is Pune, third one is Gurgaon. Then we'll see SAP. SAP is nothing but systems as well as all the applications we try to build and all the products of SAP in data processing. It is a German multinational software corporation that provides the enterprise software to manage the business operations as well as the customer relations. So whatever we try to implement. So in SAC, what is meant by SAC? SAC is a visualization tool. So in the visualization tools, what we will do, we'll try to visualize any data, like whatever data it is being stored in the database. So SAP is a product. SAC is a product. SAP is a company. In SAP, there are multiple products, just like SAP BW, SAP S4HANA. So there are different databases which we have in SAP. So we are trying to pull the data from the database and show that data in a SAC, like different manner. Like they will try to show it in a visual, different BA manner. Like if at all you want to use the planning scenarios, we'll use the planning features and show them in the SAC. Now, if I want some analytical features, I'll try to absorb all the analytical features in from the data and then show it in the visualization tool called SAC. So some of the examples of SAP systems are, so SAP CRM, that is called Customer Relationship Management, SAP ERP, that is called Enterprise Resource Planning, SAP SRM is Supplier Relationship Management, SAP PLM is Product Lifecycle Management, and SAP SCM is Supply Chain Management. So these are the different SAP. So in with respect to SAP as well as SAC, they call it as systems. Normally it is called as database and this thing, but in SAP they call it as every database as a system. Suppose if I say the data, I create a dashboard in SAC and say that where is my data source, or I can say that it is called from SAP CRM system, or it can be called from SAP ERP system or SAP SRM system. It is called like that. There are multiple systems. Some of the few examples where we use commonly in SAC by pulling the data is, these are the examples. Okay, now we'll see what are the types of SAP clients. So there are different types of clients like development client, test client, production client. Just like suppose if a dashboard is being created, first we'll try to develop. So that is called as a development client, where we try to develop the dashboard, like implementing the charts, adding the two new data sources, adding a measure, adding a dimension. All the customizations will be done in the development phase where we are developing a dashboard. Then that particular dashboard will be moved to the test client. So in test client, what we will do, we'll test everything. Suppose any filter is being created, any input filter is being created. Suppose is it working fine? We'll try to test every scenario. So if it is okay, then it will be moved to the production phase where the end users will try to use that particular dashboard where it goes live. The same way, the clients also same. Like suppose if we create a dashboard, it will be first in the development phase, then in the testing phase, then it will move to the last phase called production phase, where we'll give some hands-on experience to the particular client or the end user who has for whom we have developed the dashboard. A small description of it. A development client where you will be trying out a new configurations by writing new programs and etc.
This is the place where you do all the configurations before finalizing any scenario. Like suppose for a single data source, we can create multiple dashboards. Like suppose SAP BW, we are importing the data from BW and creating a dashboard. So we can create 4 types of dashboards, and one dashboard can be moved to the test, and the other 3 is still in the development phase, like case 1, case 2, case 3, case 4. Suppose the client doesn't like the first model, he can use the second model. Then the second model will be moved to the testing phase. When the client approves to that, then it will be moved to the production phase. Okay, suppose if still the client need a few further changes, then that particular dashboard will be again moved to the development phase, where some changes will be taken on. Then after the changes, again it will go to the testing phase, where they'll try to test all the new scenarios which are being added. Then again it will move to the production. This is the life cycle of that data. Whatever the data we import in SAC, it will move through 3 different phases: development, test, and production. Okay, then the same, the description of the same, the test client as well as the production client. Okay, now we'll see what is meant by SAC. SAC is a cloud-based analytics platform. So everyone know that SAC is a cloud tool. So we have different tools. Now that you have experience in Power BI, as well as there are multiple BI tools like Tableau, ClickSense, and all those. So what makes the difference between SAC and the other BI tools is, the first major difference is SAC is a cloud-based tool. So if you consider Tableau and Power BI, it is a desktop-based. So in Power BI, how do we do? So we download a desktop version of Power BI. Now Power BI also has a server concept, I guess. I mean, we can not all the features are there in server concept, but yes. Whereas in SAC, everything, suppose we can develop everything, all the features. There is no third party application or this thing. You need to embed that directly. We can the software or the tool which we are going to develop, it will be on the URL based. So if you have a proper URL as well as the credentials for that particular tool, we can definitely log in and develop any dashboard or implement some data source and then try to work on that. So some of the major features of SAC are BI. BI is nothing but the business intelligence, where the analytical applications or analytical planning, all those things will try to do. Suppose there is another scenario called planning. So if at all you need some planning scenarios like budgeting, forecasting, rolling forecast. So there are different planning scenarios. Suppose if you want to create those scenarios, we'll use the planning feature. Then predictive analytics. What is meant by predictive analytics? The AI feature of SAC. Suppose if you want to use those type of features in your dashboard, we'll use this particular scenario. So with SAC, organizations can integrate and analyze data for multiple data sources and can create interactive dashboards and build predictive models to drive better decision making. So whenever in any organization, we'll try to integrate. So we'll first pull the data into SAC, then we'll try to analyze the data. Analyzing is we'll observe the data. Suppose if we have any errors, duplicated rows, create some transformations, all those we'll try to do for a single data source. Suppose if you have multiple data source, for first one data we'll do, then we'll re-import the second data source, and then we'll try to blend the two data sources, just like how we do in the databases. We'll first import first one, second one, just like Tableau we do join operations, right? The same way we do the same here. We can create interactive dashboard in the sense, it's not that we are just viewing in the 2D way. So we'll try to make our dashboard innovative, like, so the end user, whoever using the dashboard, he can interact with the dashboard by clicking on the data sets, or I may be clicking at that particular data point, some filter has to be open, like moving charts, all those this thing we can make in SAC and build some predictive models. So if at all you need some predictive scenarios, there are multiple scenarios where we can build in SAC, like regression, classification, Boolean. So all predictive scenarios we can try to build and then make a proper decision making. Suppose that as a developer or as an end user, so what is the main purpose of creating a dashboard? It's not that it's a fancy thing or dashboard is so there is a purpose of creating a dashboard for a developer as well as the dashboard who is using that. So as a client or the end user, what he wants from the dashboard, he should make some proper decisions. Suppose if you are showing in a particular chart in a dashboard called sales by city. So post dashboard creation, the end user should understand, okay, this is my lowest sales in that particular city and this is the highest sales in that particular city. So what he can do by seeing that, okay, in this particular city or region or state, my sales is very low. So I can give more profit, or I can say more discounts in that particular products in that particular region or city, so that I can improve my sales. So this is why we are creating dashboard. So the end user can make decisions by the dashboard by the developer creates. Okay, so the SAC offers a user-friendly interface for the data analysis. So whatever interface we try to create in SAC, like model, maybe it can be a dashboard, it can be multiple scenarios. So first thing what we'll do is we'll analyze. What we'll analyze? The data. Then post that we'll try to create a dashboard which makes it as accessible for all the users of all the skills. Suppose model creation, we need a data scientist. So one who creates the model in SAC, definitely he needs a proper data scientist who know all the options or how to create those model and everything. But to use the dashboard which is being created by the developer, he don't needs anything, because as a business man perspective, he definitely knows, okay, these are the years which I need and these are the different scenarios. Or suppose if you have some inventory scenarios or inventory dashboard or the sales value, so according to the business terms, he knows what I should look into that particular dashboard. So he will directly look into that. Additionally, it supports collaborations and sharing of your insights. And in SEC, there is additional feature of sharing and collaborating whatever you have developed. So suppose if you create a dashboard model or any application you try to create in SEC, there is an option to share that particular content what you have created. Just like you can, if suppose if you are in an organization, you can share it with a single user, or you can share it with the whole team. Okay, all those things can be done. Apart from that, suppose if you in some scenarios we need to share our content with the third party out of our organization, then what we'll do, there is a feature called collaboration, where we'll try to collaborate or invite the other users out of our organization into our SAC tenant, where he can look into our dashboards or look into the content which you have created in SAC, and he will try to give some inputs, like, okay, this can be changed here, or made some changes, or the charts can be moved from left to right, or some data points we need to put a additional filter, so the background can be changed, the font can be reduced. So all those inputs, whatever the inputs, that particular user can give to the developer, so accordingly you can make some changes. So SAC mainly supports the collaboration features as well as the sharing features. So sharing in the sense inside the organization, or I can say inside the tenant. So whoever are in particular SAC, if you have that proper username, we can share accordingly. The same way collaboration is for the people who is outside of that particular tenant. It can be an SAC user or any outside of SAC user. We can bring them into SAC, just like suppose this is a go-to meeting, right? So the meeting is conducted by Mind Magic. So Mind Magic is inviting you and me into this particular session. The same way SAC will try to bring other users here and then make that content visible to that particular user, where he can give some inputs further. Then SAC also integrates with other SAP solutions. Suppose SAC, so SAC is a product of SAP, right? So it can implement or it can import the data from all the SAP databases, as well as it can import data from non-SAP database also. Definitely, SAP is not only the database where all the clients will store the data. Apart from that, we have some Oracle, Microsoft Azure, we have Google Drive, Google Sheets. There are different data sources apart from SAP, where client do have the store. I mean, they store the data in the third party databases. So there is a provision in SAC where you can import the data from third party databases from SAC, and then still we can create the dashboard. There is no limitation that only SAP data sources we can pull that in SAC and then create the dashboard. We can import the third party databases also, just like S4 HANA and SAP SuccessFactors, SAP Ariba. So for every database we have its own functions for it. allowing the business to gain insights. So what is meant by insight? Here also we have used insight, right? Sharing of insight. So we can share a model as well as the story, but there is additional feature in SAC that we can share a insight. So insight, the general meaning of insight is just information. Suppose we won't share. Suppose if you are the values of that particular dashboard or that particular data is very confidential, we won't share everything. Just we'll share a small insight of that particular data. So insight is nothing but a just information of what we are sharing. Suppose if you are the first session which we had, so I just shared the gist information of the whole training. So what I am going to train in my training, so I just share that particular insight. Like in module 1 I am going to train these particular topics. In module 2 I am going to train these particular topics. The same way there is a gist information of anything. Like I can share a gist information of a model. All those things can be shared. Then we'll see different types of services. Now everyone know that what are the types of services. First one is PAS, second one is IAS, third one is SAS. Platform as a service, infrastructure as a service, software as a service. So now easy, anyone can guess that. Suppose if at all any application or any software, how it will come as a platform as a service. Suppose any company, like any company called EA, suppose it provides a platform to develop something, that particular company who provides that platform, that company comes under a PAS, that is called platform as a service. So any example for that? Like what I can say, yeah, we can have Adobe Photoshop. So Adobe Photoshop is a platform some company is trying to give the user or whoever uses with a premium amount. So it gives some that particular platform where the users can develop. Like he can edit the image, he can edit the video, all those things can be done. So some company like Adobe Photoshop is a platform as a service where it is trying to provide some software or this thing to develop something. Suppose what is meant by IaaS, suppose any company gives you infrastructure, that particular company is called as a infrastructure as a service. So what do you mean by infrastructure? It can be a database, it can be storage, all those things. Suppose Google Drive is providing some database where we can store some data in, like Google Drive, Google Sheets, all those things will be saved in the Google Drive. So then Google Drive is a IaaS. That is because it is providing a infrastructure where users are trying to use. Because as a individual person, I can't afford to create a data center, or I can't create a database in my house where I am staying. So definitely I'll pay some premium amount or some this thing. I'll try to use already pre-built infrastructure where that particular company is giving some storage where I can store my some files, all those things. So those companies comes under the infrastructure as a service. Then the third one is software as a service. So what is meant by software as a service? Where some companies gives software to that particular user where he can create or what all those things, just like PAS. So platform is where we give a platform and do it. Here we'll try to give a software and then you can do it. Okay, software is a different, platform is a different. So for every service we have some disadvantages as well as advantages. We'll try to quickly see those differences. So this is a small description of PaaS, that is called platform as a service. Okay. Platform as a service provides a platform for developers to build or run or the manage applications. So without a hassle of managing the underlying infrastructure such as servers, storage, as well as networking. So some of the examples for it are Heroku, Google App Engine, and AWS Elastic Beanstalk. So we'll see what are the advantages of it. So first advantage of using the platform as a service is development efficiency. Second one is the cost savings. Third one is a scalability, and fourth one is it is a easy maintenance. So for every service we have this classification. So according to that we'll try to do it. So what is meant by development efficiency? So platform PaaS provides developers with pre-configured environment. So whenever some platform is given to that end user, he no need to configure anything, or he need to, so with respect to what he develops, he can change the setting, but he no need to configure that particular tool or whatever the company is giving. So everything will be maintained by the company who is giving that particular platform. Then cost savings. So to create a platform by our own and to maintain it, it will be very difficult. So to do that, platform as a service eliminates the needs of the business to invest in expensive hardware and infrastructure, reducing the capital cost. So to have that particular this thing, suppose if you are an entrepreneur, so we can't have own data center, or we can't have our own platform. So in those scenarios, we'll just take some platform for a partial period, and then we'll use that particular platform, and then we'll try to use it, because we can't create our own platform and we can't maintain. So to reduce the capital cost and infrastructure cost, we'll use this platform as a service. Then with respect to the scalability, it makes us easy to quickly scale infrastructure up or down based on the demand. Suppose today I'm using some platform or some tool, maybe tomorrow it will be changed. I'll definitely remove that and use the additional tool or the other tool which is famous in the market. So for editing images or videos, Adobe Photoshop is not only the tool, right? There are different tools where you can use. So according to our requirement, we'll just change. Suppose if you own that particular tool, we should definitely use the same tool. Even though if it has flaws or limitations, still we need to use the same thing. But the best thing is we'll pay some premium and then switch to the other tool where our scenarios will work out with the other tool. Then we'll take that. Then easy to maintain. So the maintenance and upgrades are completely managed by the provider who provides the platform. Suppose if we have some updates or there is some bugs in that, you can just tell them that, okay, when I try to use that particular option, I am getting this error. So the provider will completely manage or maintain or upgrade, or maybe new features are coming. So all those things will be done by the provider who provides that the platform. Okay, so definitely there are some disadvantages also. So platform as a service is completely dependence on internet. So it completely relies on a stable as well as the fast internet connections, which may not always be available. Okay, suppose in some remote location we'll definitely have a problem internet, so that will be a issue when we use platform as a service. Then with the limited control, users may have limited control over the underlying infrastructure, which makes it difficult to customize or configure to the specific needs. Okay. Then with respect to the security. So what do you mean by security? Security is nothing but with respect to the data theft or data cloning, all those things. The responsibility for securing the platform falls on the user. So he will give the platform. If you create something and save in that particular drive or this thing, so whatever the content which you create, that particular files security will be completely based on the user who are using that particular platform, because he can share with anything. Suppose I'm using a platform, with that platform I get a credentials. Suppose if I share that particular credential to other user and he deletes it permanently, the content which you have created, so that particular content will be completely dependent on the user, because you have shared the information, definitely he can do anything. Those are the different disadvantages of platform as a service. Then we'll go with IaaS, that is infrastructure as a service. So IaaS provides infrastructure resources such as virtualized computing, the storage and networking over the internet. So it allows the business to rent some computing resources on demand rather than building and maintaining their own data centers. Data center is nothing but the database, like Amazon Web Services or AWS, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud Platform, that is called GCP. So these are different databases. Just a few examples of it. So where some company is giving some infrastructure to the user, that particular company is called as a IaaS. So some of the advantages of IaaS are cost savings, the scalability, the flexibility, as well as the easy maintenance. So with respect to cost savings, IaaS eliminates the needs for business to invest in expensive hardware and infrastructure, reducing the capital cost. So definitely infrastructure, we can't maintain it. As a entrepreneur or the new businessman, we can't maintain it. So the best way is to rent something for some period of time by paying some premium amount. So we can take this infrastructure just like how we rent a car. So if at all, if we can't afford to have a car like four-wheeler, what we'll do, we'll rent a car for that particular days. So 2 or 3 or 4 days, whatever it is. So we'll just rent a car, use that particular car and give that. So we are not paying some 15 or 20 lakhs for that car. What we are doing, we are just paying some amount like 20 or 30,000, taking that for that on that specific dates which we need. We are using it and giving. So suppose Ola is giving car for the rental base. So Ola is a IAS because it is giving that particular infrastructure. Infrastructure is nothing but a car. So it is giving car for us where we can use it and give it back to that particular company again by paying some premium amount. The same way for scalability. So IAS makes it easy to quickly scale infrastructure up or down based on that particular demand. Okay. Then with flexibility, it also allows the business to only pay for the resources they use, providing more flexible and cost effective IT solution. Suppose if you are getting some infrastructure, suppose we need to pay for what we use. We no need to pay extra. Suppose if you are using some features of car, suppose we can't take the example as a car. Suppose any data center. Suppose if you are I can say any data center like Google Drive or Google Options. Suppose in Google, we have all the different types of services in Google, like Google Drive, Google Meet, Google Sheet. So these are the different products. Suppose in some scenario or in some software, there are some features where some will be grayed out. Suppose if we want that, if we can pay it and use it. If we don't want, we won't pay for that particular feature and we won't use that also. So we will use, we will pay some feature or we'll use that particular feature only when we need it. So that is the main advantage of IAS. Then it is easy to maintain. The maintenance and upgrades are being managed by IAS provider only, freeing up the IT staff to focus on another task. So suppose a infrastructure we try to take from some company. Suppose I am having an office. So as an entrepreneur, definitely the furniture or the database or the computers, everything I will try to rent because I can't afford to um, lose more capital on the initial investment. When I'm okay with my profits, then I'll try to buy everything. But as a this thing, so for this to maintain everything, all the provider will try to give. Suppose there is a failure in some system, or maybe there is a OS. Suppose if I take a system for rent, so there can be some OS updates, or I need some software. So that particular tech guy of that particular company will come and maintain everything. So where we can we no need to hire some IT staff, where we can reduce our expenses and focus on another task. Like suppose if we have a project, we can focus on that particular project rather than spending time on maintenance or all those things. Okay. Then the disadvantages of IAS are the security concerns, it dependence on internet, as well as a limited control. The same things which we have in the first type of service. Okay. So the responsibility for securing the infrastructure falls on the user. Suppose if he gets that infrastructure and if he damages that infrastructure, it will be completely it will be held responsible by the user only. The vendor who is giving that particular infrastructure won't hold responsible for it. If he destroys that or if he makes some damage to that, definitely he should only pay for that particular thing. So it should make important to have adequate security measures in place. Like we need to give, suppose if we are taking systems for rent, so we need to put that in a safe place where users don't break it or this thing. Suppose if you have a supercomputer, definitely in an organization, maybe a small company, so there will be some database where suppose if we are maintaining some consultancy, so all the database of whoever comes to that consultancy, definitely it will be stored in some place in the same company. So that place has to be secure. It's not that anyone can enter the, we can restrict some user, all those things can be done. Then the dependence on internet, the IAS service is completely reliable, or it can completely relies on a stable and fast internet connection, which may not allow or which is not always available. Suppose infrastructure, suppose we are saying with respect to the hardware, it's okay. When I say with respect to any software like database, suppose the connection is broken due to some rodents or this thing, the wires are cut all those things. So it will be very difficult to store the data or update the data. So to update the data also in the database, we need a proper internet connection as well as the proper systems to do that. So it is completely dependent on the internet. Then we have the limited control. Users may have limited control over the infrastructure, making it difficult to customize or configure to the specific needs. Suppose we have a budget of 10,000, and in the particular budget we have a few customizations, like we can't afford like Windows 11 or Windows 12 or Mac or laptops and all those. So according to our budget, we'll try to. It is very difficult for us, for any entrepreneur or any businessman, to customize his own concerns. So according to our own budget, we'll try to configure the specific needs. Then the last one is the SaaS, that is software as a service. So software as a service is a software delivery model where software is hosted by a third party provider and made available to the customers over the internet. This allows the customers to access the software without having to install and run it on their own computers or any server. Server is nothing but the supercomputer or the computer where we try to run that particular database. So for examples, we have the Salesforce, the Google G Suite, the Dropbox, as well as we have SAC also as a software as a service. So some of the advantages is the same thing: accessibility, the cost savings, easy maintenance, as well as always up to date. So for accessibility, the software as a service applications can be accessed from anywhere with an internet connection, making it easier for the remote teams to collaborate. Okay, so whatever the applications we or the SAS providers, it can be accessed from anywhere. Suppose SAC tool, if I give the URL and credentials, you can open it in the mobile, you can open it in the tab, you can open it in the iOS device like Apple laptop, Apple iPhone. I can open it anywhere if I have the proper internet connection and the proper credentials for that particular tool. It will make easier for the remote teams to collaborate. Suppose the client or the end user is in the flight and he has a Wi-Fi connection and he wants to view the dashboard what you have created. You can just open the URL with the proper internet connection. He can view the dashboard. It's as simple. Okay, so then cost savings. What is meant by cost saving? So software as a service eliminates the need for the business to invest in expensive software licenses and hardware, reducing capital cost. Suppose if you want to have a SAC data center, it will definitely cost us crores. So we can't, as an entrepreneur or any company, he can't afford it, and he don't want to put all those capital in the data center. Rather than he want to put those capital in the projects, or maybe creating a new teams, taking multiple projects simultaneously and executing it. So all those things you'll try to do that. So when you want to create our own data center, it will definitely cost more. So it tries to eliminate the need for business for that particular hardware by reducing the capital cost. So the easy maintenance is, so the maintenance and upgrades will be maintained by the provider. Suppose the SAC which we are going to use in our training, it is a cloud tool. Suppose if there is an update or if there is any maintenance issue, everything will be maintained by the SAP or the SAC concerned person. We no need to manually update. Suppose if you take the Power BI and Tableau, this is a desktop tool. If at all, if there is any update, we should definitely download that and uninstall the old version or replace the old version to the new version. We should definitely do that because that is a desktop software. The same way, while SAC, all the maintenance and upgrades will be done by the provider. So we can directly update. I mean, as soon as we refresh the browser, the new features will be updated. So all those things will be maintained by that particular concerned person. Then what are the disadvantages of SAC? Definitely it is completely dependent on internet. Suppose if we don't have a proper internet connection, definitely the tool which we are using by using software as a service, it is definitely a failure. If we have a proper internet connection only, the tool. Suppose if we are having SAC and we are trying to build a dashboard, and if we are using this mobile internet or mobile hotspot, definitely it won't work. We need to have a proper internet connection. So we can open that in a mobile internet also. The dashboard can be viewed. Suppose if you have a database, so in real time scenario, the database will be like 1 million rows or 10 million rows in scenario. If you have 10 or 15 rows or maybe 10,000 rows, it is very easy. But in real time scenario, if we construct a sales dashboard, every day, every hour, every week, every quarter, every month, every year, the sales values or the sales rows will be continuously changing. So the amount of data stored in that particular database will be increased gradually. So we can't use this normal internet connection like 40 kbps or 100 kbps. It will be very difficult. We need to have fast internet connection to pull the data from the database and view the data in the dashboard. We need to have good internet connection for it. So then with respect to the security concerns, all the things will be securing. With respect to the software, the vendor will give, or whoever the software is giving, they will try to. But with respect to the data, post implementing from database to SAC, only user is responsible. That is a limitation here. Then post limited customization. So whatever the application with respect to SaaS may not offer the level of customizations and control that particular business require. Suppose, see, there are limitations. Yes, SAC tool, suppose we take example in SAC tool, there are few limitations where we can't do it. Suppose SAC is designed to create some visualization or create a model. Suppose if we need some different aspect or in a different angle, if we try to build, if we want to build, we can't build that. So SAC has some predefined steps. So in these scenarios only we can build a model. In these scenarios only we can create a story, create a dashboard. Suppose if we have some odd angle and we need something different, like a normal user doesn't want, we can't build all those scenarios, because SAC is a continuously developing tool. So for every update, they are trying to release a new feature or new update or new bug fix. All those things they are trying to do. Okay, there's a small difference between IaaS, SaaS, and platform as a service. According to the feature, I listed it here. Like with respect to definition, these are the definitions for it. The services provide for IaaS, services provided for software as a service, and for the platform as a service. Responsibility for operating systems, it will be completely dependent on the user. For software, for a SaaS is the provider, for the PaaS also the provider. The responsibility for the middleware. So what is meant by middleware? Suppose if you have to import some third party applications into that, for IaaS it will be complete by user. Suppose for SaaS it is for the provider, and for the PaaS it will be also for the provider. So in SAC, whenever we try to import some third party applications, third party application in the sense like APIs, HTTP APIs, or it can be the Java scripting, or it can be uh, the different data for importing from third party databases. So all those things will be maintained by the provider. Once the data comes into SAC, then the user is responsible. Until the data is being fetched in SAC, the whole security level, the security patches will be maintained by the provider only. There is no, again, suppose if you buy a laptop, right? Suppose if we are buying a laptop, we should pay additional premium amount to have a security like antivirus. Like we need to pay of extra premium for 1 year for that particular antivirus, like desktop version, cloud version, all those things we try to buy them. The same way in SAC we no need to give anything, like we need to pay any extra amount for the security. So whenever we take a tenant or buy a tenant with respect to SAC BI tool, all the features with respect to SAC will be there in that particular scenario. We no need to pay again extra tenant, I mean extra premium for security. Again, we no need to extra premium to import some that particular database and create a model. Again, to create give some to create a dashboard, again we no need to pay premium. Yes, there are different licenses in SAC, like PA license, like planning license, the predictive analytic license. There are different license according to requirement. We'll take it. Suppose the client requires only the BI way of creating the dashboard, we'll take BI license. So we'll see in the coming slides. So what are the different types of licenses, or how SAC tries to give, and we'll try to have a small comparison between SAC and other BI tools also, like how SAC is better with Power BI, how SAC is better by Tableau, how is it is better by some other BI tools. We'll have 3 or 4 examples accordingly. Okay. Then with respect to where was I? Yeah, middleware completed. The responsibility for that application. So for IAS, it is completely responsible by the user. For software, for SaaS is completely by the provider, as well as the PaaS is for by the user. The scalability for it is IAS is high. Software as a service also high. Platform as a service, all the things are high. So cost. So the cost of maintenance for IAS, SaaS, and PaaS are, so for IAS is low upfront cost, but pay per use. So we need to pay very less premium for it, but according to the requirement. Like if we take a premium for monthly, yearly, daily, so according to our requirement, we'll try to do it. So what is a SaaS? SaaS is nothing but a subscription based. So what is meant by subscription? So according to the feature in that particular software, we'll try to use it. But whereas a infrastructure, we'll take it as a package. So Adobe Photoshop is a complete package. So we'll take completely and then use it. Whereas software, what we take, we'll pay according to the feature. Like if you want to use only the BI, we'll take BI. If you want to use planning, we'll take planning. Or if you want you take BI as well as planning, we'll take the both the subscriptions accordingly. And it is also a lower upfront cost. The same way, platform as a service also, it is completely subscription based and lower upfront cost. Okay, the maintenance for all these types of services, for IAS is user responsible, for software as a service is provider responsible, for platform as a service also it's provider responsible. So only in the infrastructure, because that particular company is giving that infrastructure to you, you need to maintain that by without breaking it or whatever it is. So it will be completely maintained by the user only. Suppose customizations. Suppose if you have imported some furniture from some vendor company, if you want to customize, it will be very high, because customizations, if you want to do on the already taken infrastructure, it will be very high. But whereas software, suppose we have taken BI license, we can just pay a small premium amount and take the planning license also. We can just add on different licenses, like for a single user, for a concurrent license. Concurrent is nothing, we can have multiple users in for the same tenant, we can have all those things. So this is also completely whatever it is, like customization, we can do it for moderate. So moderate in the sense a little less than the, little less than the infrastructure, IAS, greater than software as a service for platform this. So the security provided by different types of services are, for IAS is, it is completely user responsible, and for software as a service is provider responsible for the software security. But with respect to the data, user is completely responsible for software as a service. Whereas the platform as a service also, it is completely user response. Suppose if we have any defects in the software, or maybe any glitches, any bugs, so all those things will be covered by the provider only. But with respect to the data, whatever data in the sense, whatever the content we try to create, that particular content, the security for that content will be completely responsible by the user only. Then with respect to the accessibility, for IAS, we need a requires fast and internet connection for everything. So whatever we need, so we need every fast and internet connection. Okay, so this is a small diagrammatical way. So we'll try to predict according to the provider as well as according to the vendor. So where we are taking that. So when we take the on-premise systems, so everything will be managed by you, because you are the head. You can create your own applications. You can data, runtime, middleware, OS, virtualizations, servers, storage, and networking. Everything is created because you are the owner of that particular thing. Everything will be maintained by you. The upgradation, the updates, the maintenance, everything will be done by you. But when I take services from IAS or PS or SCS, we can some of the application, like application, data, runtime, middleware, as well as OS, it will be managed by you. But whereas virtualizations, the servers, the storage, as well as the networking, it will be maintained by the vendor for IAS. Whereas platform as a service, only two things, the applications which we create as well as the data, so it will be managed by you. Rest everything will be maintained by the vendor only. Suppose if we take software as a service, everything will be maintained by the vendor. Okay, so post implementation of that, all this particular thing in our where the device where we are trying to build, post that the user will be responsible. Until then, everything will be maintained by the vendor. Okay, suppose if we don't want to put efforts or put capital in any of these things, we can directly pay some premium to that particular vendor and use software as a service. Then SAP BTP. So SAP BTP is a great thing where suppose SAP, so all the SAP products, whatever the products of SAP, suppose if you are using, consider example Microsoft Office. So Microsoft Office where Excel, PowerPoint, PDF, everything are there. So with respect to MS Office, it is a software where it is running. It can run on iOS, it can run on Windows. So Windows is a platform, right? The same way, all the SAP products will try to run on some platform, common SAP platform. That platform is called as a SAP BTP, or I can say business technology platform. Okay, it is a cloud-based platform that provides the businesses with a comprehensive set of integrated tools and services for developing as well as deploying as well as managing the custom applications. So custom application in the sense, suppose if you want to have some custom applications with respect to any chart customizations. So here in SAC we can use the CSS also, cascading styling sheet, all the comments, if you are well versed with that, or SAC gives some pre-index with that particular help, you can use them and then try to use those all CSS features in our dashboard. Okay, so SAP BTP enables the businesses to build, run, as well as manage their applications in a flexible and scalable way, supporting their digital transformation initiative. So according to our requirement, we'll try to build some applications or build any dashboard. Then we'll try to run that particular application or dashboard. Then we can manage that. Manage in the sense, we'll perform some tweaks like adding some filters, adding some dimensions, adding some measures. All those things can be done. So whatever applications we try to create, it is completely flexible. So for that, again, you don't need to recreate or rebuild everything. So we can just add, we can go switch directly to the editor view or from the developer mode. So with a one click, it will be the dashboard which you create, it will be moved to the developer phase where you can develop everything. With one click, it will be moved to the production phase where the dashboard, how the end user will see your dashboard, how you have created. So we will see all those options, how to switch between the different tabs when we go practically, when I try to explain those scenarios. Okay, so SAP BTP offers a flexible and scalable infrastructure that can be adapted to a specific needs of that particular organizations. So it provides some business with tools and services they need to quickly bring some new solutions to that market. Suppose, so now you are told a small difference between the Power BI as well as SAC. So Power BI has this feature called adding a new charts according to our requirement. Like suppose if you want to add some bubble chart or this thing, we can import that from the internet, we can put it and then use that particular charts in that dashboard while we create with by using Power BI. So SAC doesn't have a feature. So maybe SAC will try to bring, because if they copy the same feature, right, they will say that SAC is trying to clone Power BI. So SAC has its own individual features. So according to it has its own advantage. The same way, Power BI is an independent BI tool where according to it's trying to develop its own features. Suppose Microsoft Office. So SAC can integrate with MS Office. Suppose if we create some applications, right, like a model, a story, so we can view all those things in MS Office also. We can see the model, we can create, we can create a story, all those things we can do it in MS Office, MS Excel, all those things. I'll try to show that particular feature when we go move forward. So how to integrate SAC Analytics, SAP Analytics Cloud in MS Office, where we can view all the models, all the stories which we have created in MS Office only. We no need to open SAC tenant or that particular tool by logging into credentials. In Excel only, we can view all the contents which we have created. So that is additional feature of SAC. Okay. Then it supports the digital transformation initiatives and remain competitive. So according to today's requirement, SAC is trying to move, like add new features. So earlier, suppose consider planning scenarios. So in SAC, we have this additional feature that, so with respect to suppose, so today's date, what is today's date? So today see 23/10/2020. Suppose I am developing a dashboard for some client called A. So client has maintained the database of that sales value till today's, like 23/10/2023. Suppose if I want to predict for the plus 1 year, calendar 1 year, called 23/10/2024, I can see those values in SAC, but I can't see in Power BI. So here also we can do by all the forecasting options. Apart from that, we have some customizations. Like we can create an analytical application where according to the user, suppose as an end user, this is consider this as a dashboard and I'm showing some values here. Like if my sales percentage is, my value for today is 100. If I, in the coming calendar year, at that particular date, if I have increased my sales by 10%, what will be my value? That can be done only in SAC. That cannot be done in Power BI. Suppose I need a profit person, I can create multiple cases here, like plan A for that original value, or I can say actual value is 100. Suppose if I have get a profit percentage, if I want a profit percentage of 10%, how much quantities or how many products should I sell? What should be my exact value? I can show that in SAC. The same way, if I want 15%, I'll create a different scenario called case 2. Then in case 2, what I will do is, if I want a profit percentage of 12%, how many quantities I need to sell? I can show that in a different case. And in the same way, I can create n number of cases. So client can say that, okay, the developer, he will say that, okay, now my actual sales value is 100 to that particular calendar date. Suppose I need additional profit percentage of 10%. How many products should I sell? I need exact figure so that accordingly I will plan. And according, I mean, with that, I need which region is selling low, which region is selling more. So accordingly, I'll put discount percentage to where the sales is more. I mean, the sales is very less. So I can increase the sales in that particular region or in that particular city. I'll increase the sale. So automatically my profit percentage will increase. And where my sales is completely continuously increasing, in that particular scenarios, I'll try to, instead of 10%, I'll give 8 or 7. And the additional 3% I'll give the discount percent where I don't have sales. I mean, where the sales is very low in that particular city. So I'll try to do that. So those type of scenarios can be done in SAC by using the planning scenarios, all those things. When we move forward, we'll try to create all those things. Like in analytical application, we can do in planning features, all those things. They will try to see all those real-time scenarios where I can help you to understand how to create those scenarios. SAP BTP with respect to the SAP Cloud Platform as well as SAP Cloud Foundry environment, SAP HANA. So there are different, suppose SAP BTP it is a cloud platform, definitely is a cloud tool. So it is a cloud platform where we can import some application, develop some applications, all those things can be done. And SAP BTP also comes under a software as a service. So with respect to the SAP Cloud Foundry environment, a cloud native development platform that enables the organization in the sense any company to develop and deploy the code-based application using a variety of programming languages and frameworks. So programming language, what we use in SAC, first one is JavaScript. So if you are well aware with JavaScript, we will use JavaScript in SAC where we'll try to use the scripting language to develop the dashboards, and we can customize that particular charts, or I can say widgets. We'll try to customize it. Suppose if you have a space constraint, suppose the client says that this is my resolution, like 1024 into 1024. So here I need to show the client that client says very specific requirement. I no need to scroll up and down or left and right. The same space, I want to see all the values of my database. Suppose if you have some 1 million rows and if you have some 15 dimensions or 12 measures, so how can I show everything in a single view? It is very difficult because if the client opens that particular dashboard in the mobile or in the tab, So how it will be self-sufficient? It is very difficult. So in those scenarios, in that particular scenario, what we can do is we can use the scripting support. So with that, we can hide some widgets. So according to our requirement, we can show some charts, and in some requirements, we'll some hide those charts. So we can configure that by using the scripting language. So whenever the user wants, suppose user wants to see only the all the damage, like with respect to city, he wants to see only the sales. I'll try to create a button. When the button is clicked, all the charts in that particular dashboard will be showing only with respect to the measure called sales, like sales by region, sales by country, sales by city, sales by everything. And I'll try to create a second button with a different measure, maybe with the profit. So when I click on the profit, all the charts in that particular dashboard or in that particular view will be with respect to the profit, like profit by country, profit by sales, all those things we can do. But whereas in other Power BI also, what we can do is we need to create multiple charts, right? In Power BI, definitely we need to create multiple charts where we can't create any measure input control, where we can directly use those features to switch between the different charts. Suppose if the user has 40 charts, definitely all the 40 charts can't be viewed in a single view. Definitely we need to scroll down or scroll up. Am I right? I mean, in Power BI, I think that is the same scenario. Whereas in Tableau, we can add, not like SAC. In SAC, it is more customizable. So more customizations with respect to the chart, with respect to the features. Yes, compared to the Power BI, compared to Tableau, compared to SAC, definitely Tableau goes with the upper hand with respect to the features of how we can represent the data. But with respect to the customization, with respect to the chart, so how we can view the data, SAC has an upper hand. We can have more options of viewing the chart. So with respect to the options of having different charts, definitely Power BI has the upper hand. Like if you want to have the donut chart, pie chart, area chart, line chart, we have more. I think 35 to 40 charts options we have in Power BI, if I'm not right. More than 30 or 40 options are there in Power BI. But yeah, but whereas in SAC, we do have like 20 to 24 charts we have. So according to the, it is being categorized according. Suppose if you want to compare all those things, but what are the data which we are going to use? Everything we will try to cover. I mean, we can view in that and customize those charts. So we are not using multiple charts there, but using the same charts, we'll try to customize that particular widget or whatever charts we have created. There are n number of options. I mean, we can use a input control, we can use a story filter, we can use a page filter, we can create a separate dimensions for it, and I can show all the dimensions. So all those things can be done in SAC. We'll try to learn all those features when we go into the story scenario. Okay. Then with respect to SAP HANA, it is a memory database platform that provides real-time processing capabilities for multiple applications while we try to create in SAC. Okay. Then with respect to API. So what is meant by API? So API is nothing but application programmable interface. So we can import all the APIs, multiple APIs, like HTTP API. We can just have that particular URL and import that whole API. API is nothing but where we store some application in that any third party. So we can directly import that into SAC, and then still we can create story. All those things can be done in SAC. So with respect to integration, a set of tools and services we can integrate by applications as well as data and system. System is nothing but the databases. Data is nothing but a specific data, like with respect to any database like SAP BW, S4 HANA, SAP Qualtrics, SAP Dow Jones. So all those things we'll try to import with respect to specific data. And integrating application in the sense, suppose some scenario or a company called Microsoft. Microsoft is a big company. So Microsoft is a vast company. It has the data of some millions, or I can say billions, or it will be more than that. So what that particular company does is it stores partial data in SAC. Consider this is an example. It's not storing because Microsoft has its own database. Consider that particular company is storing some data in SAC, some data in Qualtrics, some data in Ariba, some data in some different databases. So SAC is a great platform where we can import partial data from database A, and we can re-import from partial data from data B, from data C. There is no limit. We can have n number of data sources, and all data sources can be imported in a single dashboard, or another level I will say, in a single chart also. So in a dashboard we can have multiple charts. In a single dashboard we can import multiple data sources. That is common in Power BI also. That is common in Tableau also in different. But with respect to the chart, in a single chart also I can import multiple data sources. Like in a single chart, suppose one data label can show the data from first data source, and the second label can be imported from the second data by blending. Just like in the Tableau we have this option called joins, like performing inner joins, outer join, intersecting join, or union. All those things we do in Tableau. In Power BI I don't think so we have that particular scenario. In SAC also we have, but in SAC we have only 3 joins. In Tableau we have 4 joins. With respect to Power BI, you can throw a light on that. So do we have joins in Power BI?
Yeah, I mean relationships we have, like we
Yeah,
will
yeah,
import the data and
integrated.
we'll do
Yes,
the data modeling
yeah,
relationships.
yes, we do that. So I think Power BI also get have that concept. So with respect to data, I mean in a dashboard we can do that. I am telling with respect to the chart. A single chart, can it have multiple data sources? I'm not completely aware of Power
I don't
BI.
think so.
Okay, yeah. But in SAC we can do that. So we can implement multiple data sources. We can create a joins with respect to the chart. And one chart can have one data source, and the second chart can have different data source. That is completely dependent on the user or the end user, what he wants to show in that chart. Still the dashboard will load, and still it can be moved to the live scenarios. All those things can be done. Then SAP BTS, that is called Business Technology Services, the professional services that help organizations with their digital transformations initiatives. Then with respect to SAP BPS, that is called Business Process Services, a cloud platform for automating business process. So in SAC we have a separate feature that we can automate something, like we can schedule the process. Suppose I am creating a dashboard. So today I have developed. So not every day I'll come to the SAC and then update the data, right? So there is an SAC, I mean option in SAC called scheduling. So where we can schedule at that particular period, like we can schedule it hourly, we can schedule it daily, weekly, monthly, and yearly. So according, suppose as a sales, if you are creating a sales dashboard, every day the dashboard values will be updated, because today my sales can be 1000, tomorrow it can be 1010, or definitely the value will change. So in those scenarios, not every day a developer can sit and re-upload the data source and all those things. So SAC has a option called scheduling, where you can schedule that at that particular time or whenever we want. So the database will automatically update, the model will update, as well as the dashboard can be updated, and the values, updated values, will be shown at that particular period of time. So in that also SAC doesn't have any limitation. We can create n number of scheduling jobs. Suppose the first job fails, we can create a second job. If the second job fails, I can create a third import job, like 9 a.m. So suppose the data in the database, I update the values at 8 a.m. Suppose due to some issue, that updater guy, he didn't update that. Maybe at 9 o'clock, some other guy comes and update. So we can create a second import job at 9 a.m. where the values will be updated, and the updated values will be shown in the dashboard. So there is no manual intervention required to create those scenarios. Okay, that is the additional feature in SAC. Okay, then with respect to SAC Cloud Core functions, so some of the core functions of SAC are data visualization, data discovery, data storytelling, predictive analytics, and 7 features we have. So with respect to data visualization, what we can do is SAC provides a range of interactive visualizations, including the charts, the tables, the maps, as well as the dashboards, to help the users to gain So what is the main purpose of visualizations? Definitely, we need to gain some insights. What is meant by insight? Insight is just information of what we are showing in the dashboard. What data we suppose if we are showing the sales value. So with respect to the sales value, suppose I am showing sales by region. So in that chart, suppose if I am using the bar chart, I'll move this as a top 5 or show that particular measure value, or for sales that I'll show that ascending order or descending order. So how which is the highest sales for respect to a city, it has to be at the highest, like top 5 I can show that. So according to that, lowest 5, so which has the bottom 5, like which is the lowest sales, accordingly I can make some changes. So the great feature in SAC is called data visualization. So with respect to charts I can do it. With respect to table chart, tables is nothing but a table chart. Chart is nothing but a normal chart like bar chart, pie chart, donut chart, area chart, line chart. Whereas tables is a different scenario called table chart. So table chart is nothing but a just like how we see in Excel, row and column, we can create that. The same way with respect to the maps also, just like how we do in Tableau, Power BI, and SAC, there is an option in SAC that we can create or we can show the same sales value with respect to geo dimension level also. We can show that, and the dashboard we create to help the users to get the insights of that particular data. Then data discovery. So whenever we try to create a story, right, there is a pre-step for creation of story called data model. The same way, model I can say with respect to SAC, it's called as a blueprint. Just like whenever we try to construct a building, so before constructing building, we have some plans for it, like a blueprint of that particular. The same way, whenever we create a dashboard, we should have proper structural approach, like what has to be a dimension, what has to be a measure. Suppose if you need some calculated column, all those things can be done. So for that, we need to discover what data we have. So accordingly, we can plan and then use those particular patterns. Suppose SAC, if we try to create a model and dashboard, SAC tries to discover that patterns. Suppose with what you are doing, I mean, so as a developer, you are creating a dashboard, or I can say as a user, you are using a dashboard. Okay, whenever the user is trying to dashboard, suppose if he is using more, just like in the Google, whenever we search something, or in YouTube, we have some what I call suggestions, like you have I mean recently searched these things, like suppose videos of some favorite guy or this thing. If you are searching that, that will be just like listed in a search history, or it will give some suggestion. In the same way, in SAC also, we get some few suggestions. Suppose if we search that commonly, like sales by region, sales by that particular city, if you search that, SAC gives a suggestion that okay, here your recent searches in that particular tenant or in that particular dashboard is this. If you want that, you can directly click on that. That particular insight will be open for you. So all those things it will try to do that. So the algorithm is there, like ML called machine learning, and there are two other algorithms called NLQ, that is natural language query, and the third algorithm which we use in SAC is NLG, that is natural language generation. So we won't meddle with the algorithms, or we won't create any flowcharts for it. Everything will be maintained by the product company called SAC. We'll just using at the back end, these algorithms it will try to use and discover that patterns, and accordingly we'll try to use those things. Then with respect to the data storytelling, so SAC provides a powerful storytelling capability that helps users to easily share insights with others in a visual or in an interactive format. So what is meant by visual? Visual is nothing but a graphical manner. Suppose a data can be viewed in Excel sheet also. The sales value, all the values can be done. But if you want to view that in a graphical manner, we can use the BI tool called SAC. And apart from that, if you want some in a descriptive manner, suppose in a interactive, suppose if you are creating in a Tableau, we have an option called reporting. So apart from the dashboard, we create a report in the sense we have a gist information, like okay, these things are the higher or performing, these are the KPIs where it is creating an impact on the sales value. So these are the measures which are creating an impact on discount measure on the budget. Suppose if you have 4 or 5 measures like profit, sales, budget, so according to the scenario, it will try to show in a
descriptive manner, just like it will show some few sentences like which is the highest, which is the lowest according to the previous period. Suppose if you have the today's date, so till yesterday's date, what was my average value of the sales and how much it has been increased from the average. Suppose if you have the sales till today is 100 and yesterday it was still 95. So every day it is increasing by 5. So my average value is 5. It will be like moving average. So tomorrow it can be my 105. It's not sure that tomorrow it has to be increased by 5. It will try to predict and say that okay, it can be till plus 5, or maybe if you give some more offers, it can be 6 or it can be 10 also. So according to the requirement, we'll do that. The same way, the predictive analytics. So predictive analytics is nothing but the AI way. So all those predictive analytic capabilities like regression scenario, Boolean scenario, all those three types of scenarios, we'll try to use that. Even that particular scenarios use the machine learning algorithms. So whereas in Tableau and Power BI, we create a dashboard manually, right? So if at all we want to create a dashboard, we'll create a chart, add some in the columns. In Power BI also, I think we add, suppose if we need to show that chart with respect to sales and region, we'll just pull the sales and put it in the rows. And if you want to show by region, we'll that pull that particular dimension into the columns, and accordingly the chart will be displayed. Even in SAC also we do the same thing, but with a different UI. But in SAC we have an additional feature called automatic way. There is a manual way of creating a dashboard. Within a click of a button, the dashboard will be created for you. You no need to create any chart. You no need to create any title. With one click, the dashboard will be created for you. The whole dashboard. So we can give some set as a target, like according to the sales, the dashboard will be created for you. So those features are not there in Power BI or Tableau or any other BI tool. So that is a gives an additional benefit for us. So where we can use SAC all the features. Okay. So time is 8:30, right? We have another half now. Then with collaboration. So collaboration, what is meant by collaboration? So in the earlier few slides, I told share and collaboration. If you remember what is meant by collaboration and what is meant by share, you can let me know, or I'll take a break for 2 minutes. I'll have some water. In the meanwhile, if you know, you can let me know.
Yeah.
Share is nothing but insider information, or I can say if you want to share something in the same tenant or in the same organization, we'll have the feature called share. Suppose if you want to share the same content outside of that particular tenant or outside the organization, we'll use the feature called collaboration. Suppose in Power BI, we had an option called transport, I guess. So in SAC also we have the transport in Power BI, where we can export that particular dashboard with respect to URL. We can share that particular dashboard what we have created to whatever user we need. Here also we have this particular feature, but they are just differentiated. If you want in the same organization, we'll share it. If you want outside of the organization, we'll use the collaboration features. The name are different, but the functionalities are the same. The same way, integration. What is meant by integration? Combining. So if you want to combine some two different data sources, all those things can be done. Suppose the same company, suppose the company called A company, it is from past 50 or 60 years. So 50 or 60 years, definitely SAP database or nothing is there. So SAC has started from the year of 2015 only. So SAC has been from past 15 years. Okay, exactly. But whereas the other BI tools or any databases, definitely it is from past 20 or 30 or 40 years. So Oracle is the oldest database. So if a company is maintaining its data from the Oracle database and it wants to migrate from Oracle to SAP databases, so SAC gives a provision that you can migrate all your data content from third party to SAP database, and from SAP you can import data from, I mean, in the dashboard, and where we can create different visualizations. All those things can be done. It can be done by SAP as well as non-SAP systems, and it can be done on on-premise systems as well as the cloud-based systems. So what is meant by on-premise systems?
On-premise system is nothing but where on that particular system we are trying to import. Suppose File Explorer. What is meant by File Explorer? Or sorry, not File Explorer, it is a file server. So suppose I am importing the data like CSV, Excel, PDF, PPT, whatever it is. If I am trying to import those type of data in my own system, suppose I am logging into my SAC tenant in my own laptop, and my database is my own laptop, then that particular situation is called as a file server. So my own data, I mean my own, this is acts as a database. Suppose the same data is in the cloud, but it is in the on-premise. Like if I am in an organization, I have my own data center, I am importing it from the data center. Then that particular situation is called as a on-premise. Then what is meant by cloud-based? Cloud-based nothing but suppose I am in a company and my data is somewhere like in the Google Drive or this thing, or I can say some SAP BW, or it can be in SAP different database or Oracle database or Microsoft Azure. So I'm trying to import those data which is already in the cloud. I'm trying to import that data. Then that particular data is called as a cloud-based data sources. Data can be the same, but the way of importing is different in SAC, and it is called different. Suppose it is imported from the cloud, or I can say not from your system or not from in your premises, it is called as a cloud-based. When it is imported from your own system, then the database or then that particular connection is called as a file server, or I can say import connection, whatever it is. So we'll deal with all the different connections in the coming modules. But whereas if I say on premise, it is not from your own device, but from the device in your own organization or in your premises. So then that connection is called as a on premise system. So we'll see all those different types of connections in the coming modules. Just a gist information. So with respect to the mobility, so SAC is a completely mobile enabled. So whenever you want that particular model or story, if you want to view that particular story in the mobile, so there is an option in SAC where you can go and enable that particular chart or particular dashboard mobile enabled. We can click. So when I enable that particular option, so we can view that particular dashboard or this thing in the mobile also. So providing the users with access to insights and data from anywhere or from any device. Okay. Then with respect to the security, the solution provides a high level of security with features such as encryption, authentication, and access control to protect sensitive data. Suppose security. So until the data is flown in SAC, the data security will be given by the database provider. Whatever the database it is, that particular database will try to provide. But when the data is being successfully flown into the SAC system, what who will provide that? Either the user. Suppose the user is accessing some data from the database, definitely he can alter, change all the values in that particular dashboard or from the database. So in those scenarios, the security will be given by the user only. So user in the sense he can't provide antivirus or he can't create any antivirus, right? So he will definitely take the help of that provider called SAC, where he can restrict that particular user, or he can hide that particular dashboard from some other users. All those things can be done. How to restrict it, how to create security levels different. Suppose if you are creating a connection or creating a live connection or importing data from some cloud, so we can give username and password, or you can give some SSO security protocol or SAML. So SSO is nothing but single sign-on. I think you are well aware of SSO and SAML. The SAML is nothing but it is a security protocol like security assertion markup language. That is a security protocol. It is maintained by SAP. So according to that, it will we can give that. So I'll try to show all those security protocols, how those security works, and with respect to the data, with respect to the data center, and with respect to SAC, how those scenarios I'll show it in a flow chart as well as in the practical patterns. Okay. Then normally as a developer, suppose if you are pursuing your career as a developer in SAC, so these are the things which we do regularly. Like first we'll try to have a data access. Data access in the sense, we'll pull the data into SAC. Then post that, we'll try to create a model. Then that process is called as a data modeling. Then we'll see data visualizations or nothing but BI, or we'll try to create a dashboard or adding multiple data sources or multiple charts in our dashboard. Then we'll see prediction analysis or AI feature. Suppose if we want to have AI features, in the sense we have three features. First one is smart insight, second one is search to insight, third one is smart discovery. All we want to use all those scenarios in our dashboard, we'll try to use those scenarios. We'll learn that when we go into that particular models. Then if at all we want some planning scenarios, we'll do that. So in SAC, we will do only these 5 as a developer. We'll access the data, we'll create the model, we'll create the dashboard. If at all we want to use any predictive scenarios, we'll use that. If at all if you want to use any planning scenarios, we'll use this. These are the only 5 things which we do in SAC as a normal user. This is how the data is being flown. Suppose first we'll access the data, then the data will be flown, or I can say model will be created. Then we can visualize. What will visualize? The data. The same way we'll try to use predictive scenarios or predictive analytics. What we'll do, same the data. The same way for planning also, the data. So data can be flown with this, all the 5 things. So these are the things as a developer we'll try to create in SAC. Small definitions of it. Data access, what we do in the data model, what we do in the data visualizations, what we do in the predictive analysis, what we do in the planning scenarios. A small description of it. So we'll see. Suppose first we'll try to access the data, then we'll do model. When we go in deeper in respective modules, we'll deal in detail what is all those data. Okay. Then we'll see what are the types of data. So types of data can be like metadata, master data, as well as transactional data. So what is meant by metadata? Okay, the data of that particular this thing. Like if for every column, suppose in a database, we have 2 different columns for any database or any column. First one is ID, second one is description, right? So the data, I mean ID can be anything. Suppose in database, it will be like SNBB, something underscore, all those complicated things, it will be there. But in description, we can give that like country, state, city, all those things we can give. So according to the user, it will be like city, but according to the system, it will be some complicated ID, all those things. The address of that particular data, suppose if I call country column, that particular ID is called the address of that particular column in the database. So that is called metadata. Then what is my master data? Master data is nothing but the actual data. So the original data in the database, that is called the ID column. That is called the master data. Then what is meant by the transactional data? Transaction data is nothing but, suppose if you create some calculations, all those things, that comes under transaction. So the data won't get affected. The master data won't get any affected by the transaction data. If we are creating our own transactions, as a end user, I am creating some transaction, that is called a transactional data. Suppose consider I am having a bank account. So in my bank account, any bank, so I am having 1000 rupees. So 1000 rupees is the master data. Metadata is the bank which I am using, that is called SBI or any bank which I am using. And what is meant by transactional data? The amount which I have deposited. Suppose if I have credited 500 rupees first time, second time 500 rupees, those are the transaction data. The updation of data, what we do in that master data or in the metadata, is called as a transactional data. It's a small description of it. Metadata, the examples for it, the master data as well as the transaction data. So it's a small information of it, but the main thesis of that particular this thing is the same. So I don't want to go much detail because we won't deal with all those things, because as a front end, so SAC developer is a front end guy. He won't deal with any connections. All the things will be done by the tech guy. As a developer, all the content will be ready-madely given to you. We will try to create a connection, and then we'll try to develop the model, dashboard, whatever it is. That is what we do as a developer. So just for information, I am just letting you know, these are the data which we can do in the database. The same way, whenever we try to create, with respect to what BI tool we use, definitely we need a measure as well as a dimension. So what is meant by measure? Any data where we can perform some calculations on it, that particular data is called as a measure. Suppose if you have some sales can be aggregated, sales can be subtracted, sale can be divided or multiplied. So that particular data or that particular column is called as a measure column. Suppose if we can't calculate something, suppose region, can we calculate region? Add region, we can't add region. So we can't add any country, we can't add any city. So if we can't perform any calculation on that particular data or on that particular column, then that column is called as a dimension. So I think measure and dimension is there in Power BI also. Yes, we do have those scenarios. So for example, for a measures are profit, quantity, budget, sales, all those wherever we have. Suppose in some scenarios, date. Suppose date we have, like in date also we have numerical numbers, right? Can it be mentioned as a measure or a dimension?
Dimension.
Dimension, yes, because date should be mentioned as a dimension. In the same way, order ID, like order ID is also a number. Still, it has to be mentioned as a dimension because order is a unique value. So all those things can be mentioned in the dimension. So whenever we try to create a model, we'll see what are the different data types and what has to be mentioned as a measure, what has to be mentioned as a dimension, all those things. A brief example for a measure as well as a dimension. So the same example for it. So in measure, a measure is a numerical value that represents the data where you want to analyze. It can be used to calculate a summary of data such as sum, average, count, maximum, minimum, all those. So apart from the arithmetic operators, we can use some logarithmic operators also, like if, else, greater than or equal to, less than or equal to, equal to. All those operators we can use in SAC. So all those things comes under a measure. So measures are typically used to aggregate and analyze the data in a report or a dashboard. A dimension, on the other hand, is a non-numeric data element that categorizes data and allows you to break down measures by a certain attribute. For example, sales revenue, quantity sold could be measures. The same way for a dimension. So dimensions provide a way to organize data into meaningful categories and can be used to group, filter as well as a slide data. Why do we use dimensions in our dashboard? Where we can group something. So according to the sales value, we can group some few dimensions like city, country, region, maybe postal code, all can be grouped. The same way we can filter. So according to the region, so which region I need, like central, east, south, west. Suppose if I need to city, like in India, we can have like Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, Karnataka, Delhi, West Bengal. According to that, we can filter whatever region or slice. Slice in the sense, slice is different, filter is different. Filter is where we are filtering the data, but we are taking the whole dimension. Slicing in the sense we are removing some data, we are deleting some data and then showing the data in our dimension. So in SAC, you can create custom measures as well as the custom dimensions based on the data you want to analyze. We'll try to create custom measure input control as well as a custom dimension input control. All those things we'll try to create and then we'll see the dashboard. Some of the examples for dimensions are time, geography, product, customer, like city, region, all those things comes under the example. You can also use the existing measures and dimensions in your data model to create chart, tables, and other ways. Suppose you have created a model or a dashboard and client says suddenly, I mean in the database, I need to have some additional column. So how will you do that? I mean, with respect to as a developer, we should go to the model or concerned model which you have created. You need to update that particular model, like creating a new column or creating a measure or creating, suppose if you have a new dimension, we can create a new dimension. Suppose if you have a new measure, client says that, okay, we have sales, uh, profit and this thing. If he wants to create a new column called budget, or if he wants to create a new column called moving average of sales, the maximum of sales by counting average of every row. So if you want to create those type of scenarios, yes, we can do that. We can go to the model and do all the changes as a developer. Okay. So by combining the measures as well as dimensions, you can create powerful data visualization that provides insights of your data. You can do all those. So I told a blind definition that with respect to dimensions, I can't create any calculations. But suppose consider, I'm not going in deep, just giving a small example. Suppose if you want to predict, suppose today's date is 10th October, consider, and if you want to predict for the 10th October 2024. So in those scenarios, what we need to predict the value? Definitely we need the sales value, because we are predicting the sales figure at that particular calendar date. So apart from that, what we need, definitely at that particular date, so we need the date dimension also, right? So we need the dimension called date dimension and measure called whatever we like sales and whatever. So we, in some scenarios, in planning scenarios, in specific, we need the help of dimensions called date dimension as well as measures called any measure called sales. So in some scenarios, we'll try to create a new dimension where we'll use the measures as well as dimensions. So we call it as account dimension. I think in Power BI also we have this particular scenario. Account dimension will try to create and use that scenarios to predict. Mainly in forecasting, we'll use the account dimension. In Tableau also it is there. In SAC also we do have that particular scenario. Okay, we'll try to create a new account dimension. We'll see how to create that. What are the options in that when we go in model creation. Before going into the deep or the first module or discussing module, let me explain the tenant details. So whenever you find today in the evening, you can surf around and get the details. So this is the UI screen whenever you try to log in SAC tenant. So just like logo, a small logo, or you can say home screen. So in the home screen, there are 4 different pages. The first one is today, second one is catalog, third one is favorites, fourth one is shared with me. So today, in the sense, today if you have done any models, so the tiles, everything we can, it will be shown here. So these tiles can be rearranged like however you want. If you want to create a new tile, new tiles can be created according to the chart, analytical application, numerical chart. All those things you can create according to your wish. Then suppose if you have created any new dashboard, or if you are creating any new workspace or this thing, so you can save that particular dashboard in the catalog. So what is meant by catalog? Catalog is nothing but, suppose if you are giving any thumbnail for that particular dashboard or this thing, you can show it here. Just like if you have 10 dashboards created in this particular tenant, every dashboard you can give a small thumbnail. So according to the thumbnail, you can just click on that, the dashboard will be open. Just like how we see the magazine, right? The index page or this thing. So while seeing that magazine, okay, we identify that, okay, this is the dashboard. So according to that, we can create our own. Then favorite is nothing but suppose if you create some file and make it as favorite to easy to access. So whenever it is being favorited from the rest of the files, so you can access those files here in the favorites. Then shared with me is nothing but, suppose any file has been shared. Suppose there are 2 or 3 different tenants and that particular tenant has shared some file with this particular tenant. So this particular tenant name is this one, SAC trainer SAC. So this is the trainer name. Suppose some file has been shared to this particular user. So that particular document or whatever he has shared, it will be seen here. There is a small description of it. Then if at all you want to change some profile settings, home screen settings. So if you don't want this logo or don't want this blue color, you can change all those customized settings here. With respect to the profile, so we have few settings, the first name and the last name of the, what is the email ID which is being used, then the language, the data access language. Suppose if you want to change all those languages, there is edit button here and you can edit everything. The date formatting, time formatting, all the basic functions are here. Okay. Then post that home screen settings. Home screen setting in the sense, so this is in today we have seen, right? Suppose if you want some other like catalog, first default tab which you need. So here we have 4 tabs here. So whatever you want, you can make that for as a default. Then apart from that, you can change the background also, like whatever you need. There are some few customizations. you can select accordingly. Suppose logo you want, suppose according to your custom logo, if you want, you can upload some image, and then if you don't want some logo, any logo, so you can put none and then save it. Then there are some predefined options, home screen tiles, calendar highlights, search to insight, get started, welcome message, recent stories. So these are different things. So we have only few options enabled because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are the things which you can show, see in the home screen. Suppose if you want all the files here, you can click on just enable, toggle, enable that, so that it will be visible on the home tiles. Okay. Then if you want to sign out, there is an option called sign out. Then beside that you have a help symbol. So help is nothing but, suppose if you have any queries, any problem in this particular tenant, there will be some helping document for you. There you can go and go through everything. Just if you want to have a quick start, so you can go to there, just like a small help document will open, and you can read everything here. Okay. The same way, you have suppose help with this particular, if you have any queries like the dashboard you have created which is being not opened, or it is not being published, you can check all those here. Then if you want related any videos, there are very few videos, but you can check that. Suppose if you need any videos with respect to logging in tenant, some error issue with the respect to the login, so all those things will be here. So like other tools like BI tools, every tool or every feature or any software, for every feature, there is a one community where they maintain or release all the updates with respect to that information. Like in this particular update, or I can say software update, we have introduced new features. Suppose if you want to know all those things, so you can click on this link, it will show you everything. Suppose if you want to join any community like SAC community, where in real time, so every day they pose a challenging question in SAC, like can this be possible? Whereas in planning, whereas in this thing, they try to pose every day a single question. So according to that, people answer them. So you can even you can answer it, but you can't question anything. But you can answer or read the question and answer who has posted that. All those different communities of SAC will be there. Okay, so you can do those things. Then submit ideas. Suppose if you have any ideas where that will be like, okay, here I need a separate tab. So in the trial tenant we have only 4 tabs. We can make, the only customization we can do is either we can make this as a default, this as a default, or this as a default, but there is no option of creating a new pages. So you can let the administrator of this particular tenant tell that, okay, there can be another page called something like analytical application or story. Suppose if you create that, so we can directly access from here rather than going my files. So you can submit some ideas like that. Okay, all those giving ideas you can submit to the administrator of this particular tenant. Then if you want to explore some add-ons, so add-ons for whatever the application center where you import the files. So for just like a database, so SAP has its own app center where you try to create instances, all those things, and we'll try to import the data in SAC. So if at all you want to give some add-ons, you can try this. So this is a knowledge base, just like a dictionary of that particular tenant. If you want to access with respect to alphabetical letters, you can access this from here. So this is the help document. And beside that we have a feedback. Suppose if you want to give some feedback to this particular tenant, you can give a feedback by clicking on this. Beside that you have this collaboration. So collaboration, so whatever you try to create, right, there are 2 ways of sending that particular document to the users. The first one is the share, second one is the collaboration. So what is the use of share? Share is nothing but inside the organization, if you want to share any file you have created in this tenant, you'll use the option called share. And there is other feature called collaboration. So what is the use of collaboration? So if at all you want to send any created file like model, story, or dashboard, the analytical application, whatever you create in this particular tenant, if you want to share outside of this tenant or outside of your organization, we'll use this feature called collaboration. So where we can invite different users into our tenant, they can come and see the dashboard or tool or whatever you have created. You can share them, and they can only view. So whereas in the share option, when we share some content, right, we have some options in SAC where the user, whoever is sharing, can give some custom rights like full rights where you can alter, delete, and all those things. But whereas in collaboration, whenever you share some document, there is only one feature where that particular whoever we have shared, he can only view that particular model story what you have created. So that is the advantage of collaboration. He can give some input. So what is the main purpose of collaboration is, so suppose if you have any queries or if you want to take some feedbacks before that particular dashboard goes live, or if you submit before the client, you want to take some inputs from some experienced person of that particular dashboard, you can share them to them, and they can view your dashboard on the live, and they can say that okay, this can be changed, or that particular font can be removed, or you can add some new filters. All those small inputs you can take from them, so accordingly you can do it. So that is the use of collaboration. Then the notification is nothing but whatever you have created, like model, analytical application, all those things will be shown in here. So with the how many days it has been done, so all those things you can see here. So you can filter accordingly. Suppose if you want to see alerts, collaborations, what you have done, the task, the processes which you have created, if you have any system in this images in this, suppose every 15 days, maybe for 1 or 2 hours, this part every tenant or trial tenant or the normal tenant will go for maintenance, or maybe for 15 or 20 minutes. So according to that, you get some system is that your tenant is under maintenance, so you can't use this particular tenant for stipulated period of time. Then progress, suppose if you are uploading any file into this particular tenant, so definitely if it is a small file it will be done. Suppose if it is a large file like 100 MB, 200 MB, it will take couple of seconds. So it will show you the progress bar over there, like 50% done, 20% done, 80% done, success. So if it is completely done, it will show as success. Downloads, suppose the content which you have uploaded and you want to download that particular dashboard, you can view these downloads and check that. Suppose if you are downloading your dashboard as PPT, download your dashboard as CSV, Excel, so all those things you can do. And this is the connection. You can see a symbol here called a problem with that particular connection. Suppose if you have any issue with that connection, suppose if you have built a live connection with S4 HANA or SAP BW, that connection has been broken. So for what reason it has been broken, it will try to show. Then with respect to the model creation will be like this, like it has been created, it is in the process, it is being created successfully, all those things. Then analytical application is a simple another feature, like just like model, it will show like this. Okay, you can see here. So the data from exercise 4.1, sales has been imported successfully. Model has been created successfully, imported successfully in the sense it has been imported from file server or any database, it has been imported. Then it says that it is being created successfully, in the sense the model has been done completely. Then you can see a model creation is in progress, so it is still created but not done. So all those things you can see here. So you can delete that, or if at all you know some notifications where you want to search, you can directly search, or if you want to delete everything, you can delete all those things. Okay, then we have this feature called search to insight. So we will learn more about this in our fifth module called augmented analytics. For just for information, or you can go to the today also, you can see here a small search box in the sense we won't search the files like this, I mean whatever you have created, but this is a additional AI feature of SAC, where you can ask SAC just like how we do in Siri, Alexa, all those things. Just like we can ask, suppose if you have created any files like model, region by sales, city by budget, so all those things you can ask. According to that, the results will be given. Suppose if you consider this is feature is called as a search to insight. When I click on that, right, you can see you can search, so all those things. So whatever you try to search, it will be displayed here. That is called search to insight. We'll go in detail when we discuss in the fifth module. So there are different augmented features like search to insights, like augmented analytics, smart discovery. There are different features of that. We'll try to discuss when we go move forward in our this thing. And this home screen, so apart from this, we have this navigation menu, navigation bar. When you try to expand, we see all the files here. Like this is the home screen, you can click on the logo or you can click on the home. So both works as the same function. Then with respect to the files, so in files we have this, just like in my computer, how do we have the same way we have that. So what are the files in this particular tenant? These are the different files here called input. There are some system files called input forms, public, and samples. So you can see this is being grayed out. You can't delete that system file, just like how we have in C in Windows. The same way for every tenant we have some system files here. Apart from that, these are the files which the user has been created in this particular tenant. You can select that and you can delete it. The same way you can edit the name or all those things. If you want to create a new folder can be created. Suppose if you want to move this folder into different folder, there is an option of move to and do that. And if you want to copy that, and if you want to share this particular file, all those things can be done. Want to delete, if you want to give some ownership files, so all those things can be seen here. These are the different filter options. So according to the description, type, owner, created, so or you can select on this. So you can type, suppose these are the folders, this is the analytical application, this is the story. If you want to click on the type, so accordingly it will be filtered. Who is the owner of it, the creation date, changed by, or changed on. So all those things you can select. Then apart from this, you can create some files in this tenant. So some of them are stories, analytical application, or you can directly click on this plus icon here. By going into the my files, you can see here, you can create a story, you can create analytical application, you can create a composite, you can create a model, data set, point of interest, data action, multi action, content link, and predictive scenario. So these are the things which we can create in this particular tenant. Story is nothing but a simple dashboard, and analytical application is an advanced feature of story where you can use some scripting languages called javascripts into that and use all those things. So composites is nothing but a custom widget. Suppose if you want to create some custom widget with already ready-made font, all those things, you can use that. Then model is nothing but a blueprint of that particular story where you can build a model by importing some file, like suppose it can be a csv, it can be .xl file or whatever it is. So you can import all those files into the model. It can be any file. Suppose the same csv file can be in SAP BW, the same the file can be in some different database called third party like Oracle datasets, SAP Dow Jones, or it can be in from Google Drive, it can be from Google Sheets, so anything. So we'll just import it and then we'll try to create a model or story or whatever it is. Then there is other step called data set. Then so there's a small difference between data model and data set. So we can create a dashboard by using a data model as well as the data set. So we'll see when we go move forward. This is small information of all those things. Then point of interest, or I can say POI. So what is meant by POI? So normally whenever we go to our vacation, right? Suppose if you go to some Goa, so there are some important places where we definitely visit. So you can put those point of interest places where whenever we go to Goa, we'll definitely visit those places. So we'll complete that particular trip. The same way, whenever we try to create a model, there are some POI places where you should definitely create all those things to get a structured model to to achieve that particular model or dashboard. You should create some POI where you should definitely create. Suppose in a model, we definitely need a account dimension. In a model, we should definitely create at least one dimension, at least one measure to create a dashboard. Either two or three charts if you want to create, you should definitely have certain things where you can put all those things. Or suppose if you want to share that particular file where the end user must see that, or that is the more important thing, you can put all those things in the POI concept. Then with respect to the data action and multi-data action, so there is a automatic way of SAC. Suppose you are a developer, maybe you have created a dashboard for some company called TCS, consider. So you have created it, suppose you have created a sales dashboard. So what is the main deal of sales dashboard? For every day, because the sales value will get updated every day, every hour, but the dashboard will be updated every day. It can be every day, it can be every week, it can be every month, or it can be every year. So we can create some scheduling options for the data actions. Like one single data action, if you want to change, you will create this particular data action and creating some scheduling task or copying some the old versions to the new version. Suppose if you have some data files, the old data will, the sales value will be 100, but the new data will be like 110 because the sales value has been updated. So you can create some copy or paste options, I mean actions, where that new version data will be replaced with the old version data. All those data actions can be done. If you want to perform only single action, we'll try to use this data action. If you want to create multiple actions like 3 or 4 actions at a time simultaneously, we'll try to use multi actions. So all those things we can do. Then content link. So what is meant by content link? Content link is nothing but two different data sources. Suppose you as a company, a company has some data in SAP BW and some data in Oracle data sources. So for that, as a client, you should definitely need both the data sources. Only then the dashboard will be created successfully. What we can do is we can create a content link where you can link the database from SAP BW as well as create a link to Oracle data source, and we can create some common dimensions, all those things. Then we can combine those two data sources and create a model and create a story. All those things can be done. In the same way, predictive scenario. So there are different predictive scenarios we can create here. So this is also AI way of creating these things. So we can predict. So this is mainly used in the planning scenarios, where according to your requirement, if you want to predict with the Boolean functions or with respect to some linear regression or time series, so all those things we can predict accordingly. So we'll deal with all the things when we move forward, when we discuss the story, when we go with the model, when we go with the data analyzer or analytical application. So when we move forward accordingly, we'll do that. Okay. Then so these are the things. We can create a story, we can create analytical application, we can see the data analyzer. So data analyzer is one thing where you can analyze the data with respect to the model you have created. So suppose if you have not created the dashboard or the report, whatever you have done. So if you first you want to analyze the data. So what are the columns are there? So what are the different data? What are the things which I can do in the dashboard? So if you want to analyze in perspective of those things, you can use this particular feature called data analyzer and then analyze that particular data. The same way for data sets also, you'll try to create and then look into the data and then create the dashboard. So there is a small difference between data sets as well as data model. So we'll try to discuss when we go into the particular sections. So apart from the data actions I have told, allocations. So allocations is also a separate scenario where if you want to allocate some data, suppose if you are creating some employment dashboard and that particular company has got some profit percentage of 10%, maybe some 1 crore, and that particular CEO tells the dashboard guy that this particular 1 crore has to be divided among to all of that particular company's employees, like bonus or dividend. So he can divide that particular, right? So a manager or CEO will get the more percent. Suppose 1 crore in the sense, he'll get 10 lakhs as the 10% share. Then with respect to the manager, he will get some 5%. Or the other guy, I mean the TL can get 2 or 3%, and rest of the team members will get 1%, or that compound employee or watchman or this thing, they'll get some 0.5%, whatever it is. So according to that, we can allocate those things. So allocating that particular data, how to allocate it? So structured way or percentage way or individual distribution, all those things we'll try to deal with this. Then with respect to the predictive scenarios I told, so there are multiple scenarios here, like classification, regression, time series forecast. So all these three ways are AI way to predict the original model and compare it with the predictive model. So what is meant by original model? Original model is nothing but the model which you have created for the till existing date. Suppose if you are creating a sales dashboard and created it with till today's date, suppose 25/10/2023 you have created and shown that. And what is the use of this predictive scenarios? You are predicting the future. Suppose if you want to know or maybe approx sales value for the coming year, like 25/10/2024, you list these three types of scenarios. use according to the requirement, we'll try to use. Suppose if you want to do according to the time, suppose if you have some timestamp columns in your data set, we'll use the time series, like at that particular date, at that particular month, or at that particular day's time. So according to that, we'll use this particular scenario. And when we'll use this regression, regression is nothing but if you want to predict some numerical value, it doesn't concern about the time. If you just want to predict that particular measure, so this particular measure is for the whole data set. This is for any one measure. Like if you have 4 different measures like sales, budget, uh, maybe profit, all those different columns. If you want to predict only measure for some calendar date, you will use the regression concept. Then you have, when you hover on that, you will get some description of that. You can read on it, or we'll definitely create some predictive scenarios and compare it. Okay. Then classification. So what is meant by classification? So classification is mainly used for the Boolean functions, or I can say if you want to have some true or false, yes or no, those type of scenarios. And if you want to compare this, so in our data set we do have a scenario like so we have a scenario called superstore. So maybe in US data we have so in that particular scenario, what is the thing is, whenever we order some product, right, some products can be returned, or some products can be, I mean, they won't return, or they will keep it with themselves. So if definitely we'll have a column. So according to that column, yes or no, like that particular order ID has been returned, or that particular customer has been returned that particular ID as he has not returned. So according to that, we can classify. So those type of informations we'll try to create in the predictive scenarios. Okay. Then so whenever we see here apps, and it is being categorized, and these are the different things. So these are the things which we try to create in this particular tenant, or in any normal tenant also, or in the active tenant also, we'll create the story, analytical application, data analysis. These are the things which we create. So apart from this, we have these options here, like workspace management, content network, security, transport, account, connections, as well as a system. So these are the different files with this respect to this networking guy. Suppose if you want to pursue as a developer, or I can say front end, you'll deal with all these things. Suppose if you want to work as a backend and want to pursue that career, so we'll work with all these things. So first one is workspace management. So what is meant by workspace management? Workspace management is nothing but we'll try to create workspaces. So suppose you are working in TCS, and you have multiple dashboards, and definitely we'll have multiple clients also. Suppose if we have 100 clients, and we need to create 100 workspaces, we can create. So every client can have multiple dashboards, definitely. Suppose a client can have 10 dashboards. So to categorize all those companies, so we can create workspace. Like I can say that TCS workspace I have created, and for TCS, whatever the dashboards we create from this particular net, it will be clubbed, or I can say it will be categorized into one workspace. The same way the B company, so according to the B company, whatever the dashboards we have created, so it will be categorized into the second workspace. The same way we can create all the workspaces. So you can give a name, give a description, and create it. Suppose I give a company, and I say that TCS dashboards. Okay, don't mind the capital on this thing. So you can see these are the different dashboards. So suppose you have created some workspace, and in this we have some teams here. So in that particular dashboard, suppose if you are only the developer, you can have it. Suppose there are multiple guys working here, you can assign them. As a developer, I can do that. Suppose if you want to add some user, or assign the whole team into this particular dashboard, you can assign them. So you can see, you can select the teams. So there are no team, because this is a trial tenant. I'll try to show whenever I find, I mean, the prime tenant, I'll try to get the details. So in those tenant, you can see that you can search, like suppose if you have some user, you can directly search from there, and that particular tenant team will be visible here. You can select that team, and that particular team will be highlighted. And whatever that I mean content you create in that workspace, everyone can access that, the files which you create in this particular workspace, everything. And there is other thing called, if you create 3 or 4 workspaces, these particular dashboards cannot be seen by the, I mean, you have seen it, this is a single user. Suppose if you allocate to only single users, like 4 individual users, there will be like this thing. Or if you allocate to multiple teams, it can be highlighted like this. Like if you have allocated to 2 teams, and in every team they have 6 members, so altogether 12 members will be can access these files. So you can restrict them by only view, read, write, all those things. The same way you can create multiple workspaces here. You can change the layout called like this. Like if you want to have this particular layout, or if you want the this thing, and if you want to have more than 50 or 20, if you want to search among that workspaces, you can search accordingly and then do it. The same way, roles in the sense, if you want to assign some roles to that particular user. Suppose you are one user and I am a user. You are a developer, I am a tester. Okay, as a developer you should be accessible to all the files with read, write, and execute, because you need to alter something like that. So you can give some key roles to the developer and key roles to the tester, or maybe suppose a new guy joins to that organization, or a fresher joins that. We can't give all the admin rights to that particular new guy, right? We can give only the view rights, where he can only view. Maybe we after post he gets some experience or get some guidelines, then we'll try to give some a few files where he has created, or maybe after 1 or 2 years we'll definitely give him full rights where he can view all the files which be created. Okay, according to that we can give assign roles to every user as well as the teams. So what is the advantage of assigning a role to that particular user is you can give that particular user read, write, and execute. Then what about the team? So when I give some rights to that particular team called A, all the team members in that particular team will get the rights. Again, you no need to add one by one users. Suppose in that team we have some 20 or 30 members. So when I allocate that particular folder to that particular team, every user in that particular team can access that. I no need to individually add. Suppose if you want to share only to one user, we'll use share with a single user. If you want to share with the team, all the members can be access that particular folder. So request is nothing but you can raise the request. Suppose you as a developer, and by mistake that particular admin has not given the access right. Suppose if you want to delete the model, alter the model post the production, so when that dashboard is moved to the production and it is already live, and clients give some suggestions to that particular vendor saying that kindly consult to the developer and make some changes in that particular chart, or add a new chart, add a new dimension, whatever it is, any changes should be done. So definitely as a developer I need to raise a request to that particular admin, where you can see a role plus a chat box here. So I can raise to that admin that admin, I need this particular request so that I can alter. When the approval, all those steps has been done, that particular role, it will be assigned to you, where you can alter and do all those things. Suppose with respect to any data changes, suppose if you want to change, suppose some reports has been created and you want to change the data, so dashboard will be created in SAC. Definitely some data point like sales value 100 is today's date, but the client says no, my value should be 110 as per today's date. Now you need to cross verify that. Suppose if you want to change that particular data from 100 to 110, we need to have some data changes rights, where you can, maybe the model would have not refreshed, or maybe the values are not being updated in the dashboard. We can go and check according to that, then we can move forward. And the last here is the activities. So activities is nothing but, suppose in this particular trend, what are the different activities are undergoing, like someone is viewing, who is online in this particular tenant. So all this like how we see in the organization, right? Who has logged in, who has not logged in, who has absent, who is being on leave. So all those things can be seen here, just like a attendance kind of sheet. So this is the activities. So who is currently logged in, who is accessing that particular folder, who is viewing that particular folder, everything will be seen there. Who is working, who is not working, or the stable, I mean that particular screen or user is stagnant for more than 10 or 15 minutes, we can put a notification to them, your screen is kindly on, then either do something, or we can easily identify them. So all those activities will be seen here, the basic things. Then content network. So content network is nothing but, suppose So this is a trial tenant. We have different samples. In the real-time organization, we won't have any samples. Suppose if you want to have some samples being imported to your tenant, you can import some samples. Suppose if you want to view some dashboards which is already created by SAC, you can import all those things into your tenant. Suppose anything. Me get some, yeah, SAC best run bikes demo. You can select on that, and so if whatever files you see here, it is already created by SAP. It is not the files which we create. It is already being done. So you can see the overview of it. Don't override the objects or data. Impacted countries. So small description by them. So these are the different import options here. Override the data only. All those options you can see here. Okay. So these are the different models. So this particular dashboard which he has created, he or she, whoever is being created, he has clubbed all these models here and created the dashboard. The same way, these are the different dimensions which he has used to create that particular dashboard. See a number of things. Oh my God. Okay, so whatever it is, so when you want to see all those things, or when you don't want some dimensions, you can uncheck that. So that particular data won't be imported. In the same way, you can see all the things with the description as well as ID. All the SAP BW or any data where it is being saved, you can see this particular ID for that particular column. Okay, when you are okay with all the settings, you can just click on import. Okay, you can see in the notification a import job for SAP best run bikes mobile demo has been queued. You can see the progress bar also. Like 0%, 10, 15, 20. So according to your speed, internet speed and system speed, that will try to import. And the server speed. The server has to be also good. Even if the source system is, the client system is good, then source system is not good, it will take time. And this has more models, right? I think it's almost like the dashboard can be till 600 or 700 MB. It will take little time. So let it progress. So once it is being done, it will be notified that the job which you have created is being successfully imported. So in the meanwhile, let it import. We'll deal with other things. Okay. In the same way, you can use for business content. Suppose if you want to import some files, so with respect to the business content, you can do it. The same way for third party business, whatever it is, the dashboard which is created, you can import them and see how they have created all those things for idea. You can click on anything and just click on import. That will be imported for you. Okay, so that is a content network. So in the real organization, there won't be content network. In the real, the prime tenant, we won't get an option called content network. So we'll have workspace management, security, transport, all those things, but content network won't be available. This is for only for the trial tenant, where you can view the files, learn something from them, and then do it. Then with respect to security, we have just deal with that. And with respect to transport is nothing but, suppose there are, I told, 3 different systems, right? Like production, testing, and development, testing, and production. So whenever we develop something, it will be in a development phase, and whenever we test that particular developed content, it will be in the testing phase. And when it is everything are okay, and when you want to publish the dashboard or whatever it is to go live, then we'll move it to the production phase. Once it is being moved to the production phase, that means the dashboard, it is being finalized, as well as it is going to live. Live in the sense it will publish in the web. You can do all those options. Suppose how to transport from one system to other system, like production to client, test to development, all those things. This is the option. So we can transport. I can just export it or import it. Suppose if you want to change the system, so I'll try to export this particular. It will be saved in your local system, or maybe the supercomputer, wherever the database is being stored. It will try to save that, and from the other system you can import it and then do the testing. So once it is being done, again they will try to export it and put it in the DB, and then in the production base, we'll try to import that and make it as a live. Okay, so this live scenarios, we'll try to do it in the story level or in the analytic application. We'll see how that goes into live, how to share that particular content, and how to export all those files. When we go into the deeper sections, we'll deal with stories, analytical application, planning scenarios, all those we'll try to learn. So that is called transport. Then account. So what is meant by account? So whatever the account which we are using currently, it will be shown here. Like this is a PI. So suppose if you have some Windows, so Windows we have 7, 8, 11, so all those multiple versions. In the same way, for SAC also we have multiple licenses like PI license, the planning license, the smart predictive license. So all those things. So there can be a single user license as well as the concurrent license. So I'll try to give a PDF. What are the different licenses are available for SAC, and what are the types of licenses in the main licenses. All those I'll try to provide. So in this particular scenario, we are using the BI license. So what is meant by BI license? What is the main purpose of BI license is to create, like create a story, create analytical application, use some few planning scenarios, all those things can be done. So you can see, you can complete BI functionality, like all the features of BI. What are the features of BI? Story, analytical application, data analysis, data set. So these are the different the features of BI. Then apart from that, we can use the smart assist features powered by predictive analysis, all those. So the minimum of 5 users. So we can create 5 users in this particular time. We have seen here, right? Users. So we can create 5 users. We can't create any team here, though we can create 5 users. So I'm not admin of this tenant, so I can't create 5 users. So you can contact that particular admin who has created this particular tenant and raise a request that I need 5 users for this particular tenant, where you can do that. So if you want, you can see, contact our sales team for more of these things. So basic data source connections. So with this particular thing, we can connect Excel, CSV, and Google Sheet. Apart from this, suppose if we want to have some on-premise data source connections, SAP HANA, SQL, OData services, and there are multiple connections here. I'll try to show what are the connections which we can create in this particular tenant. And apart from this, we have team collaboration features with more than one user. And 24/7, these are the normal thing SAP. Suppose if you want to extend this particular license, extend in the sense, apart from BA license, if you want to have some planning license or predictive analytics feature license, all those things, you need to buy this particular tenant. So whatever the tenant is we have created is for free of cost. Suppose if you want to have some prime features in this particular tenant, we can buy this and use all those features in this tenant. Okay. Now we'll see what are the connections. So connections in the sense, so whenever we try to create some model or dashboard, definitely we'll import the files, right? Suppose your data is in the Google Drive, we'll try to import from the Google Drive. Suppose your data is in the SAP BW, we'll try to import from BW. So all those things we'll try to create first connection. There are multiple types of connections. We'll go in descriptive after this particular showing this. I'll try to see what are the types of connections, what is the main purpose of different types of connections. We'll see that. Okay, we have 3 tabs here. The connections, where we can create new connections. Apart from this, we have the scheduled task. So these are the different connections which is created in this particular tenant, where we can refresh according to that particular requirement. Then subscriptions overview. So what are the different subscriptions we have apart from the normal thing if you have created, that will be viewed here. For now there is no subscription allowed. So we'll go back to the connection screen. You can see a plus icon here. So we are trying to add a connection. So these are the different connections which we can add here. Okay, 3 types of connections. So this is the type of filters where we can filter them. We'll leave the filters. We'll see what are the 3 things. So connect to a live data, acquired data, and connect to public API. Okay, what is meant by live data? Live data is nothing but a live connection. Suppose if you want to create a live connection, we'll use the first option here. So there are different things called SAP BW, SAP DataSphere, and HANA. So these 3 things we can connect for free of cost. Suppose if you want to use this thing, called SAP BPC, that is called Business Planning and Consolidation Cloud, or SAP S4 HANA or Suite for HANA. If you want to use this particular database and do it, the model creation as well as the story, we should need to upgrade this particular tenant. The same way SAP Universe or Webel document. So we can connect with SAP BW, SAP Datasphere as well as SAP HANA for the live connect in this particular tenant. And only these are the 6 connections we can create live in SAC. Apart from that, we can't create any live connections. And if at all you want to have some other third party this thing, we'll have this acquired data. So in acquired data, we have around 33 connections like SAP Business by Design Analytics, SAP Cloud for Customer, SAP Cloud for Customer Analytics, SAP Concur, SAP Fieldglass, SAP HANA, SAP Integrated Business Planning, SAP S4 HANA, SAP Success Factors. So these are the this is a third party called Google BigQuery, Google Drive, OData Services, Qualtrics. So apart from this, we have SAP BPC, SAP BW, SAP ERP, SAP Universe, Amazon S3, Box version 2, Close.io, ConnectWise, CRM Rest Beta, Dropbox, Ignite, Insight, Microsoft Dynamics CRM, Microsoft OneDrive, OneDrive for Business, NetSuite CRM 2018, Release 1, SFTP Element, SharePoint, SQL databases. So these are the different connections we can get. So some are grayed out and some you can see in the white. So these are the connections which we can do in our tenant, and these things we can't do it. So once we have that particular credits, upgrade that particular tenant, we'll have all these connections here. Then the third type of connections is connect to public API. This is a new feature in SAC where you can create. So what is meant by API? Application Programmable Interface. So we can use those HTTP API and directly connect with the database and then use all those things. So these are the different filters here. So according to the database we select here, and then we'll try to filter and then click on create connections. Suppose for consider I'm trying to create a connection with SAP BW, live connection or anything. Suppose I'll go with BW. So we can give name whatever in it. So this is a live connection which we are creating. So whatever name we want, we can give. Description is according to our requirement we give. So for every database, there can be a host ID as well as HTTP port. So the client will reveal that. So accordingly, we'll write the host here, the HTTP port number, the client URL. So what URL you want to import that. So for every this thing, we'll have this. So we'll copy and paste that particular client's URL here. Then default language. So what is meant by default language? Suppose if you are creating a data model of this thing, the language, if you want to import accordingly, so you can select that particular language here, whatever language you need. Suppose if you want English, you can select English or any language which you need. Then authentication method. So for every database in that particular data, there are different authentications. Just like if they have some username and password, we'll write the username and password and then create that particular connection. Suppose apart from username, they have this SAML SSO, or I can say single sign-on. So this is a security protocol maintained by SAP. So if at all you want to use that protocol and then use it, you can use that also. So SAML SSO they call it as. SAML is nothing but security assertion markup language. So this is additional protocol given by SAP. If you want to use that, if the client uses that, they can use it. And the third one is none. None is nothing but if they don't have any authentication, you can directly write the host and port number and directly click on OK. So the connection will be created and you can create the model. Okay, those are the different things you can do in the connections. Okay, then post we have this last option called system. Any questions in the connections? Definitely we'll go theoretical and then we'll try to create a model and all those things. You'll understand when I show it in the PPT level. Yeah. Okay, in this particular training, we'll try to use the file server. So what is meant by file server? File server is nothing but the files which we can import from our own system, our own laptop or our own system, whatever we are trying, we'll use that as a database. That particular scenario is called as a file server, called CSV, Excel, and all those things. Apart from that, we have this option of Google Drive also. So we can use our own Google account where we can create a connection
where the data, we can import from our Google Drive, and we can create a dashboard, create a model, all those things we'll try to do. So when I get some other tenant, I'll try to get a new tenant where I'll try to show how to create a live connections by using either with SAP BW or SAP S4 HANA. So these two live connections, I'll try to show that. Okay. So with respect to system, you have all these functions. Suppose if you want to have an overview, so overview of that particular tenant, we'll try to see of that application. How much time does it take to load? All those things. You can see the license here: planning professional, planning standard, BA license, BA professional, analytics hub, digital boardroom license. So currently one session, this is our session which we are trying to show. Never logged on, authorization, there is one guy, that is also me only. So only we are using the BI license assigned. So we have not assigned the planning, we have not assigned the planning standard. No, we have not assigned the analytics hub. Digital boardroom is licensed, but I have not used that. Okay, so you can see the how many messages and warnings. So inactive sessions, the models, one model I have used, versions, 5 versions I have used. This is the consuming memory. So 3092K, that is called 300K, or I can say 3 MB out of the total this thing I am using. So active version size by rows, model, version, nothing is there. So all those things. Apart from that, authorization, you have multiple tabs here. So we can see all those things. What are the authorizations? Who has authorized that? Then with respect to the security, dependencies, usage, content, all those things. Okay. So defined users, created one, all those things you can see. So the license measures one, all those. What is the email ID which I uses? What is the license type? Then with respect to the security, even I have given you the credentials. You can also come and see all those features also. Okay. Connection. So what is the connection type which I've used? What are the file folders? Shared models which I've used: analyticals 2, planning 13, analytical applications shared 7, storage shared 13, delete write times granted 72 times I can do that, shared write times granted 14. So with respect to the connections folder, analytical model we have, we have two things. So I think this is done. Still importing. Okay, let it import. Then with respect to the planning model, and with respect to application, you can see here object ID, full object ID, object name, object description, object type, resource. So whenever we try to model, right, we'll use only the object name. But whenever this superstore model is being called from the database, definitely the ID will be like this, like some CR9, all those things. So system will try to save that because due to the encryption or maybe for security level. But as an end user in that particular model, he'll see only the superstore model. But whenever you search in that particular model called superstore model, you can't find it. So we'll try to map from object ID to object name. Whenever this is being called, this ID will be called. All those things we'll try to deal with that. Then you can see the dependencies. So I am viewing this only with that particular application. I'm not viewing for the whole dashboard. Okay. So with that, only that particular application, I'm trying to use that. So what are the dependency IDs? You can create a filter by dependency name or dependency ID. So name I have created, usage, story, total access to story 6 times, application deployed 5 times, story pages in that particular is 7, story interaction, number of interactions we have done for that particular analytical application are 45. Only one user has been logged. Define user 2. I mean, one user has been accessed that, 2 users have been viewed. Models, total accessed models are 10. Altogether in this particular scenario is 45. The connections, one I have used, but there are 5 connections. So folder 7, altogether 41. So according to the adoption, different features here, story usage. So SAC planning story 4, current story 4, SAC planning story. So this is mainly for you can say for networking guy who is managing this particular tenant. So which is using high, which is using slow. So according to this, you can make all those actions. I think one of the best feature I can say housekeeping only, I guess. There is another feature in SAC called admin cockpit. So just like whenever you have you seen the flight's cockpit, just like where the pilot sits. So all the functions you can see, like all but different buttons, all those things. The same way in SAC also, we do have a feature called SAC cockpit, where we have multiple buttons, where only admin can access that, where admin can directly delete the user, create the user, all the things will be shown there. How many users are currently logged in, all those things. I think we can't see here. I think in housekeeping, no. We have different updates here. I think not in the updates. In the trial tenant, we can't see, I guess. In the PPT, I'll try to create and show that admin cockpit. Okay, so there are different options. When you find free time, right, you can go to this overview here, system, at that particular application, you can do it. Suppose if you want to monitor something, we'll try to monitor and then see. So how much RAM consumption is doing. I mean, with respect to that tenant, we'll try to use it. And with respect to the administration. So admin, suppose if you want to change the settings like that, default setting. Suppose when I have load, this is particular blue and these are the different tiles here. When you want to change all those things, we can go here and change in the administration. And synonym definitions. So what is meant by synonym? Synonym is nothing but the similar meaning of that particular thing. Suppose you can create your own definitions. Okay. Just like a dictionary, how we see that, the same way you can create your own synonyms. Whenever that is being called, it will be done. Suppose model. So you can give a synonym called modeler, or I can say my own name I can give Rahul. So whenever Rahul is being called, model will be open. There are different general synonyms. You can create your own synonym, give a name for that particular synonym and create it. Suppose if you want to import some files, where in that particular file you have this column called terms, synonyms, you can import that from your own file. Okay, now I'll delete it. Then performance. Suppose if you want to have some performance of that particular application, you can do. Suppose I want to do it for analysis too. So you can see how much time does it take. How much time does it take to start that particular? You can see 7 seconds. It took for the page 1 for that particular dashboard to load 7 seconds. The total top 5 widgets. So how much time does it take? These are different widgets. I have created application on initialization, story lane hidden. So it has taken 3.49 seconds. This has taken 2.50 seconds. This has 2.40, so according to that, it will show that. Okay, so layer split. So I have created some layer types. So maximum backup time is 1.21 seconds. Maximum network time is 0.79. So all those things you can search and then look into that. Widget level drill down. So here I have created an order date for it. So according to that, when I filter accordingly,
that particular button, it takes around point less than a second, like half a second, 0.338 seconds, 0.48 seconds. So this takes us 1.92 seconds. What is that? Hidden source is the dimension in that particular table. Let's see what is that. So you can see table, all those things. Oh, in the chart I have created. Okay, no problem. We can create our own analytical application that then we'll try to run that according to our scenario. Okay. So in milliseconds, there is other feature called in milliseconds. If you want to show, it will be shown like that. 3494 milliseconds it takes to run this, or maybe mail back some time. Suppose if you want to with seconds, check that according. Okay. Then with, so whatever you want to do, analyze that particular tool or measure that tool, so you can do all those things. Okay. I click something. Yes. Then with respect to this particular tenant, the system name, the system UID, as well as the versions. So for every version, we have this client as well as the server. So this is the client, latest client version of this tenant. This is the server version of this particular tenant. So the commits, this is the build ID, or I can say some ID for that particular this thing for client, as well as for the server, this is the build ID. The same way, the build dates is the thing, the time which has been this thing, and Wednesday, October 11th, 2023 for the server. So this is a library version which we are using in our tenant. So there's the different options in our. In this particular module, we'll see the connections in SAC or SAP Analytics Cloud. So what are the live connections? What is meant by import connections? Then we'll see what is meant by SAP BTP Cloud Connector and Cloud Agent. What are the use of those things? And how to choose a connection type. So connection type in this, in which scenario I need to choose live connections or any other connections we can create in SAC. So how to choose that particular right way. Then what are the different supported connections in SAC. Then according to our user expertise, we'll see some scenarios where we'll see. And the connection screen, which I already seen the tenant just now, which I showed, that I'll try to explain that in the PPT level. So this is the agenda which you are going to learn in this particular module. So in SAC, we all know that SAP Analytics Cloud or SAC is a public software as a service, or I can say software as a service that enables access to on-premise as well as cloud data sources. So what is meant by on-premise? So on-premise is nothing but the data, whatever the data which you are trying to store is in your premises. Suppose if you are working in an organization and you have the data center in your own organization, that is called as a on-premise. So some entrepreneur companies may not have those data centers in their own organization. What they will use is they will try to use some third party. Like suppose if I am a company, I don't have any data center in my company, I'll use some SAP BW or SAP's data space and then use them the data to be imported into my tenant or SAC or any BI tool. So that particular data source is called as a cloud data source. And what is the third type? That is called file server. So your own system or your own laptop, if it acts as a database, then it is called as a file server. We'll not deal with the file server. We are dealing only with the connections what we can create. So if it is in your own system or in your own premises, that is called as a import connection. Suppose it is in the cloud, then that particular is called as a live connections. You can see live connections or online connection. So the second type is data acquisition or batch connectivity or import connection. Three words are the same. When it is called as a data acquisition, it is called as an import connection, or a batch connectivity, it is also called as a import connection, and import connection is also the same. So two types of connections we can create in SAC. First one is the live, second one is the import. Okay, what is meant by live connections? We'll see that. Okay, we can see live as well as import. By using SAC, we can connect multiple databases. We can connect and import that connections in the SAC. So first we'll learn what is meant by live connections. So what is the main purpose of creating live connections and what is meant by live connections? So whenever we create a live connections from SAC tenant to any database which supports live connections is the data won't be replicated. Okay, so whenever we create a connection and then do create a dashboard and all those things, whatever the data is in the database, it will be directly shown in the dashboard or in the model, whatever we try to create. So there won't be any data storage in SAC. Suppose any data, so the database data is definitely a master data. So if you try to update the master data, as soon as we save the changes in the database, the dashboard will automatically update. So that is the scenario of live connections. There won't be any data stored in SAC. Only the data will be storing in the database. So whatever the data is there in a database, we will try to show it in the SAC. Nothing. There won't be any data which can be stored in SAC. The vice versa of import is every data. Suppose if you have 10 GB or it can be 10 TB or it can be 100 TB, all the data it will be stored in SAC. If your database has 10 TB of data, all the 10 TB has to be stored in SAC to create a import connection. That is the difference between the live connection as well as the import connections. Okay. So data is stored exclusively in the customer's on-premise data space. Suppose if you have his own database, it will be stored there. Or if it is in the cloud, still it will be a live connections. Okay. Security in the on-premise system controls the data access. Suppose the on-premise, so on-premise system is nothing but where the data is being stored in that particular premises, the security will be maintained by that particular company. Suppose if it is a TCS, it will be maintained by TCS. Suppose if you are having your data in SAP only and then importing the data from the cloud, then who will maintain the security patches? I mean, who will give some privileges with the data security? If it is on the cloud,
Administrator.
no. If it is in the cloud, SAP only will give. Suppose you have your own data center, or I can say if you have own database, or if you are buying some SAP database in your own premises. Suppose I am staying in Bangalore, so I have established a company called A, and I have my own database in my own premises, but I am using SAP's database. So SAP BW I have in my premises only. Even though that is a live connection, the data will be stored in the cloud only. That connection is called as a live connection, which is being stored by this thing. And who will provide that security for that particular data? Me. A company will give that, because I am not using the cloud storage. I am using on-premise data source, but still creating a live connection. The data security will be provided by the A company or me. Suppose I am an entrepreneur. This is the second case. I am an entrepreneur. I don't have enough capital. So what I will do is I'll take SAP database only called the same BW, but the database will be somewhere like, so we have three data centers in three SAP data centers in India. What are the three locations? Pune, Gurgaon and Bangalore. Okay, these are the three different SAP data centers in India. Only we have three. So suppose I'm using the data center called Bangalore. I am in Bangalore only, but I'm still using somewhere like Gurgaon. Suppose I want to use the data center of Gurgaon, I can use that. So the data security will be maintained by SAC, not by me. If it is in my premises, it will be maintained by the user who is buying that particular data. Suppose I don't have so much capital to maintain that particular data. I don't have trust on that particular protocols which is maintained by SAC. So what the user does is, if he has enough money to buy that particular data center, he will take that and put the data center into in his own premises and use the live connection, and the security will be provided by him only. Like third party additional securities will be given by the user or the A company. Whereas in the cloud connections, all the data security will be given by the vendor. Who is the vendor now? SAP only. He will maintain, he will make sure that my data is safe, everything. I just create a live connection, import my data and show it in my dashboard. That's it. and the security protocols everything will be maintained by SAP only. So in the coming screens, we'll see what customer can do it, or customer will maintain, as well as who will do that. So this is the live connections. So in the live connection, a simple blind definition, what is meant by live is the data won't be stored in the SAC. Whereas in the import connection, what is the thing? All the data will be stored in SAC. That is the difference between a live connection as well as the import connection. So in a live connection, we have a small subtype, or I can see a second subtype called tunnel live connections. So first one is the live connections, or I can say direct live connection. Second one is tunnel live connection. We will bypass that particular security protocol and will not pass through. I mean, the data won't be flown through that particular security firewall or this thing. Then that connection is called as a tunnel live connection, but still it is a live connection. Just we won't flow through that particular security patches. Then that particular connection is called as a tunnel live connections. So we'll see in the coming slides. Okay, so with live connections, you can create models from the data sources in on-premise as well as the cloud systems, and we can build stories based on those models and perform some analysis like online analysis without storing any of your data in the cloud. Not in the cloud, not in the SAC, only in the database. If you want any changes, you should directly do it in the database. Whereas in the import connection, we can do some changes in SAC only. We don't need to go to the database and change the data. We can change it in SAC only, or SAC also. Whereas in the import connection, this feature allows SAC to be used in scenarios where data cannot be stored into the cloud for security and privacy reasons. Suppose we can see that, suppose if the data is being flown from the cloud or maybe by Wi-Fi or this thing, definitely it can be hacked. So whatever the data it is being flown from the cloud, it can be hacked by any person. Suppose if he is a good hacker, even if he have some additional encryption and all the different security protocols, still it can be hacked. But when the data is not at all stored in the cloud, then the best way is it can never be hacked, because the data is not at all stored, right? We are just showing the data whatever it is in the database. Then there is no way, I mean, no chance of hacking the data. So hacking the data in the sense, the confidential data. Suppose if the client has some insider information in that database, if it is flown through the cloud, the chance of hacking that information or getting the insider information will be more. So what the challenging companies does is they try to extract the sales information of that company, original sales information. In the advertisement, they show that, okay, I have sold some 10,000 sales, or my profit percent is like 20-30%. But in real time, their profits can be much higher, or it can be much lower also. Suppose if they want to show, I mean, very low, even though if they high because of that IT and all those things, so they'll try to show it is very low. So if you get that particular proper insider information, the challenging companies can change its own ideas or ideologies accordingly. So the insider information, it should be very careful. I mean, the data for that particular security, it should be very high. So if they don't trust that protocols of SAP, they can use the live connections. If they have their own security, they can maintain that in the import system and do those scenarios. Okay, this feature allows SAC to be used in the scenarios where data cannot be stored into the cloud for security or privacy reasons, or your data already exists on different cloud system. It can be SAP system as well as non-SAP system. So SAC tells that if the client uses the SAP databases, it is called as a SAP systems. When it is doesn't use the SAP systems or SAP databases, it is called as a non-SAP systems. That's it. SAC tries to differentiate that SAP system as well as non-SAP system. So in live connections, the data will never be replicated and stored in the SAC system. The live models can be created from a cloud database or any SAC system. So in live connections, we see that we can say direct connection, or I can say direct live connection or live connection. So according to the scenario, we'll try to use that. And the other type of live connections is tunnel live connections or tunnel connections. So what is the difference between live connection and tunnel live connection is, so this particular live connection will flow through the security, or I can say that particular patch where the data is being secured. Whereas in the tunnel live connection, what it does is it doesn't flow through that particular protocol. It bypasses that security and directly shown in that. So what is the use of this tunnel live connection? So data will be replicated in SAC. Okay. Whereas in the tunnel live connection, data won't be replicated at all. But in the tunnel live connection, data will be replicated for a small period of time. So when the data is being replicated under the process, it will be shown in the SAC. Once it is being done, it won't, again, the whatever the data is in the cloud, it will be automatically deleted. That is the difference between the direct live connection as well as the tunnel live connections. Then what is advantage? Why we should create a tunnel live connections? So whenever you want to show that particular data outside of your organization, so we had this feature called collaboration, right? Just like if you want to show the content which you have created inside that particular tenant, then we will use the option called share. Suppose if you want to share that particular content which you have created in that particular tenant or in a SAC outside of that organization, maybe to third party person, so we'll use the feature called collaboration. The same way tunnel live connection is with respect to the same connection. If you don't want to replicate the data and use that from the database, whatever the data is there to SAC, we'll use the direct live connections. Whereas why we'll use the tunnel live connections? If you want to show some data, not the whole data, if you want to show a few data to the other guy, because direct live connection will never support. It won't show to any other user. If you want to show them, you can show it in the dashboard only. The data, whatever it is with respect to the model or this thing, you can't show it to any other user. That is a formula which is created by SAC. If you want to show some partial data, not all, a few data in that model which you have created, so we will use the tunnel live connection. That is the difference between direct live and tunnel live. So at the back end, so this is the flow chart which the direct live connection flows. Suppose this is the SAC, and from the dashboard I'm trying to view this. So this is the internet scenario, this is the intranet scenario. So what is meant by internet? Where we are viewing the data. So what is the intranet? Intranet is nothing but from the where we are fetching the data. That is called a intranet. It can be SAP BW, it can be SAP S4 HANA, it can be SAP BI, all those, any database. Example I have just shown few here. Then course headers. So what is meant by course headers? Is a protocol, a security protocol which is provided by SAC only. So course is nothing but cross origin resource sharing. So we won't go in depth or we won't work on all those things. So everything with the click of a button, a connection will be created. At the back end, this data will be, suppose the data is flown through this particular firewall, where the data will be flown through this particular security protocol called course headers. So it is called as cross origin resource sharing. The data will be flown through this firewall for live connections. So whereas tunnel live connection, what will happen is it will flown through SAC bypassing this firewall. It will go like this and directly connect to the databases. So whatever security with this will be provided by the vendor or who is providing that particular data, it will be done. But whereas when you create a live connections, this data security will be given by SAP only. You don't need to have some third party this thing. What SAP follows is cross headers. That is called cross origin resource sharing. This is a security protocol which is being maintained by SAP. Okay. So tunnel live connection, we'll just don't have this particular scenario. It will be flown through directly from the database to SAC. There will be a separate protocol. Those according to that will have those scenarios. Okay. Now we'll see what is meant by import connections. So what is meant by import connections? What I have told. In live connections, the data will never be replicated, and in this import connections, data will be replicated. Okay. So now, what are the advantages of live connections? So until unless the data is, whatever the data is there in live connection, it will be shown in database. Then what is the disadvantage of import connection? If the client has 10 TB, all the 10 TB has to be loaded in SAC. So the loading time for that particular model will take time. So that is a disadvantage of import connection. Then what is the advantage of import connection for now till date? Suppose if you want to use planning scenarios, what is meant by planning? Suppose if you want to predict some values for the coming calendar date, we have to use only the import connections. For now, till date, SAC, if at all you want to have some planning scenarios, we can't use either the live connection or the tunnel live connections. We need to use only the import connections. We can't use the planning scenarios in the direct live connection as well as the tunnel live connections. If you want to have the planning scenarios, we'll be using only the import connections only. Then with respect to the security, in SAC controls the data access, because we are creating the connection in SAC, all the security will be maintained by SAC only, not by SAP, only by SAC, because we are duplicating, the data is being duplicated, or it can, or I can say it is imported into SAC. So the security will be maintained by SAC only. Okay, this is on-premise data. We are creating an import connections to SAC. Okay, so here in import connections, the data is being imported, copied or duplicated to SAC, and whatever the changes made in the data in the source system does not affect the imported data. So what is the other advantage of import connections? In the direct live connection, what it happens is whenever we update the database, that is a master data. When we update the master data, as it is being shown in the dashboard. When what is the advantage of import connection? Then suppose if we create import connection, all the master data will be copied into SAC. Then in SAC, that data is called as a duplicated data or the copied data. The master data will be like that only. Suppose anything goes wrong, wrong in the sense, if you have changed data which you should not change, actually there is not entertained, even though by mistake it is being done, we can re-import that particular data from the database. If you have deleted some column by mistake, maybe you have created some error or changed the data from one to another, see, created some calculated measure or column, something changes which you have done which you can't revert, and you have published that into live. So what you can do is, the other option is, because master data is already being there in the database, you can re-import that particular data into SAC again. So to create import connections, we need two connectors. So because import connection, it is being completely imported into your SAC, we need a SAP BTP connectivity cloud connector as well as SAC cloud agent. So these are the two features which we need to create an import connection. We won't maintain and all those things. Everything will be done by, with the click, it will be done for us. At the back end, we need these two connectors to be set up or maintained. First one is SAP BTP cloud connector as well as SAP cloud agent. So we need these two features to be create a import connection. So such as SAP business warehouse, or I can say BW, or SAP BPC, that is called business planning and consolidation cloud, or SAP UNX, that is called business objects business intelligent platform universe. Then SAP ERP, enterprise resource planning, or SQL database, SAP success factors, workforce analytics, OData, or this maintained by Oracle database sources, SAP Concur, SAP Fieldglass, Google Drive, Google BigQuery, or a file server. So we can import we can create import connections from all these databases. There are multiple examples, few examples which we use in common are these things. Okay, so we have already seen this particular scenario, live data or acquired data. Acquired data is also called as a import data. So they change, I mean the names, they continuously SAC tries to change. There's a drawback of SAC also, I can say. So earlier it was a live connection, now they say that connect to live data. Earlier it was a batch connection, then it is being changed to import connection, then again it is being changed to acquired data. So all the meaning are the same, but they change the name, that's it. So we can select accordingly whatever we need, then we can filter accordingly and then create with SAC. So for import connections, we need these two called SAP BTP connectivity cloud connector as well as SAC cloud agent, SAP Analytics Cloud agent. So for on-premise data, we need all those things. For the cloud systems, what we will use, we'll directly import from SAC and then this thing. We don't need of these two features. Whenever we have only on-premise data, we'll use these two features. When this import connection is from the cloud, just like you can see in the acquired data, if you scroll down, we have this Google Drive also. So whenever we have this Google Drive or any filter with the cloud, so we don't need these two type of connectors. We can directly import it from SAC. Okay. So this is the thing. I mean SAP BTP Cloud. These are the two different features. SAP, these are different databases of SAP as well as the third party. So from the database, the data will be flown through these two connectors, and from these two connectors, it will be flown through SAC. Okay. So this whole firewall and the data security will be maintained by SAC only. But when the databases, I mean in the live connection, what it does is directly from the database to SAC. So who will maintain that? Whoever, I mean the database, the data where it is being fetched, it will be, they will maintain the data security. Suppose it is maintained, the data is being fetched from SAP BPC, SAP will maintain that data security. Suppose the data is being fetched from Oracle data, the data security will be maintained by Oracle only. Suppose it is from SQL datasets, SQL will maintain that particular security. Suppose file server is our own system, so we need to maintain our own security the same way. Whatever the vendor, this is called a vendor, whatever database we have for live connections, only those vendors will maintain. Whereas in the import connections, the wherever we are importing the data, they will maintain that particular data security, not the database vendor. When we create a import connection by using on-premise called SAP BTP Cloud Connector as well as Cloud Agent. So whereas when we do it for a import connections, this is for on-premise data. When we create a cloud connection, only these two things won't be there. Rest everything, the data will be flown through this firewall and directly fetched from SAC. Okay, so there are some features of SAP BTP Cloud Connector as well as Cloud Agent. So the firewall of the on-premise network does not have to open an inbound port to establish connectivity from SAC to an on-premise system. In the case of permitted outbound connections, no modifications are required. So for this cloud connector, it allows the identity of the cloud users to be propagated to whatever system in a proper secured way, because the security will be maintained by SAC only. So the SAP Cloud Connector is very easy to install as well as configure. So we won't do that, but it is very easy to configure. Select the settings, all those things will be shown in the drop down only. It comes with a low total cost of ownership and fits well to cloud scenarios. So the SAC provides standard support for these particular connectors, because the connectors will be given by SAP. So these connectors will be given. So whatever you need to maintain with respect to this, not with respect to the data. With respect to the data, SAC will try to maintain. But with respect to these connectors called SAP BTP Cloud Connector as well as Cloud Agent, it will be maintained by SAP only. It can be OData also. The data security will be maintained by the vendor, or I can say Oracle. But these two things, it will be maintained by SAP. It can be in SAP database or with the third party database. Still, only these two things will be maintained by SAP. The data security with respect to the data, whatever the data is there, whatever the data is being flown through this firewall, everything will be maintained by vendor. Then these are the different things. Import data connections from SAC called BPC, I think, Business Planning Consolidation Cloud, version for Microsoft platform, that is called BPCMS. Import data connections from SAP Business Warehouse, that is called BW. From SAP Universes, SAP ERP, SQL database, and from a file server. So we can use all those type of connections here. So how to choose a connection type on which scenario? Suppose if you have some scenario called functional needs. So what is meant by functional needs? So according to the function, suppose it completely depends on the client, says that I need those type of functions in my dashboard. So according to that, suppose client says that, okay, I need a live connection, but I need some data to be imported in SAC where I need to have a duplicated data, because I don't want to
change my master data, it has to be like that only. Can we do in a live connection? Definitely not, because in when we create a live connections with respect to model or with respect to SAC, we can't do any changes. In SAC, we can only view the data in a live connection. Whatever it is in the database, they'll just view. So according to our functional need, suppose there can be another need. So what is my another need? Called the data has to be replicated, but the master data has to be not changed. Then what connection we need to choose? The import connection, because the master data will be like that only, and the data which is being imported in SAC, we can do whatever changes we need. Suppose if we don't like the changes, delete that whole data and re-import the data from the particular database. Then master data will be like that only. So according to the functional needs, what we need, we'll try to import the data. Then according to the data privacy constraints, suppose my issue is not with the data duplication. If I have some 100 TB and I don't want to use some planning scenarios and all those things, then with the respect to data privacy, in the sense data security, I don't want to disclose any information, or I don't want to take any chance of data breach, or I can say my data has not to be hacked by any chance. Even though if I have some high tight security of data security, still I don't want to use the privacy constraints given by SAP or any third party. So then I'll use the live connections only in those scenarios. According to that, no, I don't mind the data, even if it is being hacked, I don't mind. It is only the sales data. Then definitely I can use the import connections. So that is called the, according to the data privacy constraints, we can choose the which type of connections I need. Then with respect to the data volume, suppose if the client minds with the data volume, suppose if at all we import some 100 TB of data in SAC, it will be very difficult. It can be more than 100, because as a sales scenario, every day the data will be updated. Every day a new row will be adding like 100,000 to 3,000 every day. So maybe in a year or 10 years or 15 years, definitely the data will be doubled. Suppose if we have some constraints with that, so we'll definitely take the live connections. If we don't have any data volume constraints, we'll use the import connections. So according to our requirement, we'll change the connection type which we can use in SAC or any outside of SAC also. So this is a small description of direct live connections. It performs analysis without data replication. Confidential data stays in the customer landscape only. It respects the data security implemented in the source system. It leverages existing investments built in the source system. Whereas if you want to have some complex data modeling, it can be performed and centrally maintained by the IT guy who is being doing in the database. Then it has a low latency near real time, because we are not doing any calculations or we are not doing importing any connections. If your database is good and well maintained, so it will be the live connection will be created in couple of seconds. We can create and then show it in our model or dashboard. So the security protocol will be maintained by end-to-end SSO via SAML. So SSO is nothing but single sign-on. SAML is a protocol called security assertion markup language. So SSO is nothing but, so just like how we have this Gmail, right? I mean Google account. So Google account we are creating only once, like with a proper Gmail ID as well as the password. So with that particular ID, we are not trying to log in again with for Google Meet, maybe for Google Calendar. There are different Google Sheets, all those things. So whenever we log in with the Google ID for once, we can use Gmail, we can use Google Maps, we can use all the features of Google in a same ID. That is called single sign-on. So if at all once you log in, we can use all the features of that particular feature. The same way, for if you use the single sign-on feature, if at all we try to log in the tenant, we can use all the features of SAP databases. We can import from data from different databases. All those things can be done by using SSO. There's an advanced feature in SSC. Okay, so whereas in the tunnel live connections, it is ideal if your organizations wants to expose some of your data to users outside of your corporate network without giving them VPN rights. So what is meant by VPN rights? Virtual private network. So they don't want that particular secure protocol maintained by the SAP. They want to show some information, a partial information, to the other users who want to see that particular data. by using up some complexing networking components. There are different ways. There are two ways here. First one is by either by VPN, or second one is the reverse proxy. So these are the two different types of ways which we can create the tunnel live connections. So here in this tunnel live connections, the data is temporarily moved to SAC. So the tunnel connections are little slower than the live connections, but faster than the import connections. Okay. Here course configuration is not required in the on-premise environment because we are not flowing that data into our security patch given by SAC, because we don't need those configurations of course. Tunnel connections are not supported by live connections to SAP universes. So tunnel, whenever we try to create a live connections, so whenever we try to connect to SAP universe, it is being not supported currently. Okay. Then with the import connections, it leverages full SAC cloud capabilities such as planning as well as the smart prediction. When we will try to create an import connection, suppose if you want to have some SAC cloud capabilities like BI, all the features of BI such as planning. Suppose if you want to have the planning scenarios as well as the smart prediction scenarios, we should definitely use the import connections only. Maybe in the future date or the coming dates, maybe in the live connection also we have those scenarios, but for now till date we can't use the planning scenarios as well as the smart prediction scenarios in a live connection as well as the tunnel live connection. We can't use them. So when we can use the import connection is best for data preparation and data blending scenario. So in a live connections, we can combine the data, but with respect to the after creation of dashboard only we can do that. But with respect to the import connections, we can create the blending scenarios. What is meant by blending scenarios? We can club two different data sources in a single time and then create a model. Suppose I told, right, one scenario, some data will be stored in first database and second some partial data will be stored in second database. We can club both the two data sources and create a dashboard. So in those scenarios, the import connection is much better because we can create in live connection also. The data blending scenarios can be done in live connection, but it can be done only on the dashboard. Now, what is the disadvantage? Now I am telling that in import connection we can do, in live connection also doing. So what is the major difference is whenever I create a blending scenarios in the model itself is it will be loaded and then the dashboard will be shown. But whereas when I create in the story, the loading time of that particular dashboard will take more time, because post loading the dashboard, then it will try to club the data and then execute and show it. It won't take half a minute or 1 minute or hours. It will take a delay, a partial delay than the when we try to create in a live connection, or I can say in the dashboard. It can be a live connection as well as it can be a import connection. We can do both in the model as well as in the story also. The main advantage of doing in the model is if you do it in the model only, the data loading time for that particular dashboard will be slow. But whereas when we blend the different data sources in the story, it will take more time. The chart where we are trying to blending, it will take little more time than what we have done in the model. And scheduled data replications. So whenever so in an import connection, definitely the data is being replicated. So the replicated data can be updated according to the scheduled operation. So in a live connection, what is the advantage? So whenever the data is being updated, it will be automatically shown. But whereas in the import connections, earlier, I mean maybe 4 or 5 years ago, we had this option that every time when we create an import connection, a person has to go in, log in into SAC and then update the data. Then maybe 3 years ago, SAC has introduced a feature called scheduled replication, or I can say scheduling that particular data. So what the main feature of this is, so we can schedule the data replication at that particular time, at that particular thing, the data will be fetching from the database automatically and the data will be updated also automatically. So there won't be any manual intervention. So we can create multiple scheduling jobs or import jobs according to our requirement, like hourly, daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, and yearly. The different options there. So according to that, we can replicate our data. A small difference between tunnel live and import, same thing which I have done it. So tunnel live connection is a live data connections. Import connection is not a live connections. Direct live connections is a is also a direct live connection. So here, with respect to the data moves transiently, meaning for a very short time, but no data is being stored. So it will be replicated, but very few period of time. So once the connection is being created, the data will be deleted. But whereas here in the import connection, yes, the data will be completely imported into SAC. Whereas in the live connection, there won't be any chance. I mean, no matter what, the data won't be replicated here. To create a live connections, we need SAP Cloud Connector. Whereas to create a import connections, we need this or SAP Cloud Connector or a cloud agent. Whereas here in the direct live connection, or I can say live connection, course configuration is required. Okay, so you can see here. So this is the import data connections. These are all the import data connections. These are all the live data connections which we can create. There are multiple options here. So with respect to the, import connections, we'll try to use this BTP Cloud Connector as well as the cloud agents. So this is the on-premise data sources like OData, SAP BPC, IBP, all those. So there are different databases here also. And apart from this, we have this file server. In file server, we can use .csv, .txt, .xlsx files. We can use as a file server and then import it into SAC. So when as the live data connections, so we'll try to use the different connections like SAP HANA, SAP BW HANA, S4 HANA, SAP Universe. We'll try to create that and then use it. Suppose if you are using some tunnel live connections, what we'll have? We'll have this cloud connector and then use it and then pass through this firewall and with respect to SAC. Suppose it is a consider we are using the import connections, whereas third party. This is all with respect to SAP database. Suppose we have here SQL databases here, O databases here, and apart from this third party database, which is not SAP, that is called as a third party or non-SAP system. So for that, we need this extra feature called SAP integration suite or open connectors capabilities, where we'll use this particular feature and connect it with the directly with SAC. So these are the different scenarios which we use it. So here I have written, in the diagrammatical way. Here I am trying to show it in the descriptive way. So some of the data sources which supports live connections are SAP HANA, SAP S or SAP S4 HANA, SAP BW, SAP BW or BW for HANA, SAP BPC Embedded, SAP Universes, Web Intelligence Documents, SAP Data Warehouse Cloud, or if at all you want to have a third party, it can be done by APOS Live Data Gateway. It can be done through that. Then with respect to import connections, there are different things. So you can see the Salesforce, Dow Jones, SAP Fieldglass, Google Drive, Google BigQuery System, SAP SuccessFactors Workflow Analytics, Qualtrics, OData services, SQL databases. These are the non-SAP databases where you can import all those things. So according to the user's expertise, what is meant by user expertise? So I have categorized accordingly. So what they will do that? Suppose the user called SAP Analytics Cloud System Owner, what he will do is he will deal with SAP Analytics Cloud settings such as SAML 2.0 settings, creating the users, creating the role management, and with respect to the connection settings, he will try to do that. So what is a data source export does? So he does with connectivity, layer and security such as SAP HANA, SAP BW or whatever system of with respect to SAP data source export will try to deal with all those things. So what will network expert do? He'll deal with the proxy settings, the firewall settings, the DNS server and so on. What will the security expert do? SAML 2.0, that is your organization identity provide, that's IDP as well as SSL certificates and so on. Then what does IS architect do? That is information security architect or system architect. So he will do with the general architecture topics. He will deal with all those concepts like creating a flow chart. Who has to do? Who has to not intervene in that particular scenarios? He will try to do with that. Then with respect to application expert, so there are different users. As a developer, we are a application expert. So what as a developer, what we will do? Create a SAP and non-SAP database sources, create a model. Depending on your data sources, like creating connectivity, having security, creation of model, creation of analytical application. So all those things we'll try to. So here in these types of users, we are a application expert where we'll try to deal with all those data sources, creating the model, creating analytical application, creating dashboard, creating a planning model. All those we'll try to deal. Then you can see the connection screens here. This we have already seen. Expand this navigation menu. Below you can see the connections. You can see the live data as well as acquired data. So live data is nothing but a live connection. Acquired data is nothing but a import connections. So you can select the data source. If you know already the data source, you can click on that, and accordingly you can filter something whatever you need and then create a connection. So we need the HTTP port number, all those things we'll try to create and then do it.
Then in this particular module, we'll see what is meant by a model, then what are the features, what are the options present in the model, then how to select the right model for your data. So there are different types of model we can create. So according what type, like blank model or this thing. So there are multiple options of that. So what are the different options and which option to select for which data. So there's a different options. We'll see that. Then we'll see what is meant by data set, and then we'll have a difference between data set as well as the data model. Then we'll see what are the features of SAC models, or I can say data models. Then what are the sizing limitations for that particular model to be created in SAC. Okay, so a model is a representation of a business data of an organization or a business segment. You can use a model as a basis for your story. I told model, whenever you try to create a data model or a normal model, it is just like a blueprint for that particular story or the dashboard. So whenever we try to create a model and then create a dashboard or report, that is called as a structural approach. Like there won't be any errors. We are removing all the duplicated rows or creating some transformation or creating some calculations. We do everything in the modular level only. Okay, though we can do in the story level, but the step before the proper dashboard of creating a good dashboard is called creating a data model, and then we can create a dashboard. Yeah, there might be a question that without creating a data model, can we create a dashboard? Yes, we can create. There is no restriction that we should only create the data model and then create a dashboard. We can create a dashboard by using the data set also. That is the difference between data model and data set. But then what is the disadvantage? If at all we create a data model, suppose till today's date the sales data is there, then we can update the data source, like update, append. So all those multiple options are there, so we can update the existing data source and replace it with the new data. But whereas when we use the data set for our dashboard, so there is no options for it. We should definitely delete that particular data set and then create a new data set and create a new dashboard. That is the only way we can create it. So how can we use according to our situation? Suppose if the client wants to update his database continuously, like every day, he should use only the data model option. But whereas when the client doesn't want to update anything, he just wants to see the historical data, like calendar date -1, -2, -3, whatever it is. So before the existing date, if he wants to see, and if he doesn't want to move further, he can use the data set and then create the dashboard. So that is the difference, major difference between data model and data set. Okay, so in SAC, models can either have acquired data or live data. Acquired is nothing but a import data. Live is nothing but a live connection. So in the last module which we discussed earlier, so we saw this connections types. What are the types of connections? The direct live connections, in the tunnel live connections, and the third one is import connections. So what is the main purpose of live connections? Data will never be replicated, whereas in the tunnel live connections, data will be replicated for the partial period of time. Once the connection is established, the data will be removed from the SAC. But whereas import connections, no matter what the size, all the data will be replicated in SAC. Only then we can create a model or a story. So those are the three types of connections we can create in SAC: live, tunnel live, and import. So acquired is nothing but import connections. It can be, sometimes it is called as acquired connection, sometimes it is called as a batch connections, sometimes it is called as a import connections. The name changes according to scenario. Earlier, I mean, in the first SAC update, it was called as a batched data. then they replace that name into import data. Now they are calling it as a acquired data. So backend scenarios are the same, but they are changing the name. That's it. So earlier it was called as a direct live. Now it is called as a live connection. So whenever we call it direct live, still it is called a live connections. So earlier there was only one live connections. Now they have introduced a new live connection called tunnel live connections. So they have kept that particular name as direct live connections as well as tunnel live connections. That's it. That is the difference. So in live connections, there are two types. First one is direct live as well as tunnel live. Whereas in acquired, their import, there is only one called as import connections. So in acquired data, data is imported or copied or duplicated and stored in SAC because that is the import connection. The data will be definitely stored in SAC. If it is 10 TB, all the 10 TB will be stored in SAC. If it is 100 TB, all the 100 TB has to be stored in SAC. That is the thumb rule of import connections. Whatever the changes made on the data in the source system doesn't affect the imported data. Suppose there is any changes. Suppose I have created a dashboard and made it live and it is published and my client is already using the dashboard which I have created. Okay, consider that. So I have changed the imported data, but I have the master data is the same. Suppose if I mess with some model or this thing, I can delete that particular data and re-import from the master data. Consider the vice versa situation. My master data is Mendel and import data is completely fine. Then how will you do? If my imported data is I mean if I delete some column or do some issues where I can't revert it back, definitely I can delete the data source and re-import from the master data will be stored in the database. So I'll try to import it, but consider now the master data is being affected or maybe deleted or something it happened, it is being deleted, but your import data still stays on the customer's landscape. You can view the data still, no issues with that. Then what we can do is we can export that particular imported data to another system and then re-import it to the database, or we can replace the master data over there. So both ways we can do. So that is the advantage of import data. But whereas in live connections, what happens is suppose master data is being affected, gone, dashboard will be crashed or it will say that no data is being fetched or some issues with that particular connection. So that is a disadvantage of live connection and advantage of import connection. Now, what is the disadvantage of import connection? So in live connection, data won't be replicated. Suppose if the client has huge amounts of data, like tons of data, like 100 TB, so the problem is you need to import all the 100 TB into the SAC system. Only then you can create a model and then create a dashboard. So that was the biggest disadvantage of import connection. Then maybe in the future updates, SAC has released a new feature where whenever you create a model, right? So 10 to 20% of the sampled data will be imported into SAC, not all the data. Suppose the client has 100 TB of the data. So SAC will only import 20 TB data into SAC. He will perform all the changes and that 20 TB data, whatever 10 or 15 or 20% according to the volume of the data, SAC automatically tries to import that. It won't import all the 100 TB. It will import only 15 to 20% of the data, whole data. So that is called as sampled data. So whatever the data is being imported into SAC, the changes made in that particular sample data will be applied to all the rest of the data. Like if in 100 TB, SAC takes only the 20 TB, we make some changes like deleting some column or adding some column or changing the name of it or creating some calculator column. So there are multiple options we can create in the model. We do everything. So the things which we do that will be only applied to the sampled data like 20 TB data. Then post that when we create the model, the things which we do in the sample data will be applied to the rest of the data like 100 TB data. There are some thumb rules for it. It will try to import according to the unique values. So we'll see when we go into the practical sessions. Okay. So just understand how backend process does, then we can see in SAC how it goes. Okay. Then with the live connection, data is completely stored in the source system. It isn't copied to SAC. So any changes in the source data are available immediately if no structural changes are brought to the table or to the SQL view, whatever the database we bring. So it doesn't affect with respect to the dashboard or story. Whatever the changes we do in the database, it will be reflected ASAP on the dashboard. Okay, so what is there in the model? A model is a representation of large amounts of business data that uses common business terminology. For example, data in the sense, what do we have as a data for a business? As a business perspective, what do we have? Like quantity, prices, sales, units sold, order ID. So these are the different columns which we have as a data in the database. So for example, if you run a retail clothing business, what your data might include: quantities of each clothing type sold, prices of the clothing items, item descriptions, item number, the order dates, the customer names, customer address, customer numbers, customer locations, his email ID, his phone number, his pin code number. So all those things, alternate number. So these are the different columns which we have in our data. So not every customer, suppose I am a Flipkart customer, you are also a Flipkart customer, or maybe any Amazon, any this thing. So you give some details to the Flipkart, like this is my email ID, this is my number, this is my address. If at all something is there, I need my products to be delivered to that address, and a call has to come to this particular number. So if this number is not available, I have an alternative number, you can load on that. So when in the database, you give details to the Flipkart, but Flipkart, how it saves, it just saves just a rows and columns. Like customer A, Rahul. So his number, his email ID, his address, alternative number, his pin code, his detailed address with the door number and everything. He'll have some. So maybe other customer. Suppose you don't give the alternate number. That alternate number will be as a blank value, because whenever your name is being called, or the product has to be delivered, so definitely you have not given the alternate number, it will be blank, but your original number is there. So whatever it is, it will try to take the data and show it in your product. Suppose this product has to be delivered to the Miss Chetana to this particular address, so that number has to be printed. Okay, according to that it will be built. Suppose consider this is our model which we try to import. So customer number, neighborhood, order date, quantity, unit price, sales, produce. So we have different columns here, as well as according to that row is there. Suppose consider we customer number, customer name we don't have, right? Okay, customer number consider 44, and he doesn't enter this. These are some are mandatory columns. Suppose this is not mandatory and this is empty cell. So SAC gives a suggestion that okay, so whenever there is an empty cell, you can replace it with something like hash, empty, or null. So according to that we can do. So those are different transformations which we can do in a model. So suppose quantity. Suppose here we have added 4, and maybe in the same date. Suppose in the order date called 2017, 6th month of 1st, or 1st January 2017, he has ordered 1. Maybe the same guy on the same date, he would have ordered different product, right? So multiple products can be ordered at the same time or on the same date. So here what it will do is 2017 601 the other quantity. So what they will do, they'll try to club. Suppose both the products are in the same warehouse, they'll try to club both the products and send at a time. How will they check that? So for that they need definitely a dashboard. Okay, this product for this customer, suppose I am staying in Bangalore, so this product is near the Flipkart. Where he first will search where are the warehouses near Bangalore. Okay, then he'll see, okay, in that particular warehouse do we have that product, what all the products is ordered by that customer. If he has, so he'll dispatch from that nearby warehouse. If he doesn't have, then what he will do is what is the products in that particular warehouse, he'll dispatch that. Suppose that product is in some Delhi or this thing, he'll dispatch from there. Okay, so Flipkart tries to organize, okay, in this warehouse I will definitely have these products like clothing or this thing. So he'll try to organize, okay, if clothing is there, you should definitely or dispatch from that particular warehouse. If it's some like home furniture, it has to be dispatched from this warehouse. So he will categorize accordingly and then send the product to that particular customer. Okay, then we we should know, we should create, or suppose in this particular scenario, we have some measures as well as some dimensions. So we have already seen the definitions of what is meant by measure and what is meant by dimension. Suppose if we can perform some calculations on that particular column, then that column is called as a measure. And suppose if we can't perform any calculations on that particular column, that column is called as a dimension. Okay, suppose we take quantity. So quantity, we can add these two values, right? 1 plus 4 or 1 minus 4, 1 into 4, 1 divided by 4, all those things can be done. So this column is called as a measure. The same way, unit price, sales. Here product ID can also be added because this is a numerical number. 360 and 254, we can add it. But why we can't keep this as a measure? Because product ID is a unique number, because we want that as a dimension, so we'll keep that as a dimension. The same way for order date. So order date can also be calculated by having a date difference and all those things, but still order date should be a unique value that will be kept as a dimension.
Dimension.
Yeah, dimension. The same way customer number, suppose his phone number is some 10-digit number, we can still add, we can add, subtract, all those things, but that is a unique number. We don't want to add or subtract his customer's mobile number, so definitely we will put it as a dimension. The same way, we'll take material as a dimension, product class as a dimension, product line as a dimension. We'll see what all we can keep as a dimension, what all we can keep it as a measure. So this is a small definition of measure and dimensions. So measures can hold numeric values and typically represent the quantities, okay, that provide the meaning to your data. For example, sales revenue, the salary, or the number of employees. The dimensions, on the other hand, it represents the categories that provide the perspective on your data. So for example, product category, date, and location. So these come under the dimensions. So whenever I say models, so we can create two types of models. What are the two types of models we can create? Analytical models as well as the planning models. So what is meant by analytical models? So the models where we can create a dashboard. Yes, we can create a dashboard, but we can't use the planning scenarios or the planning features. Then that particular model is called as a analytical models. What is meant by then planning models? So whenever we can use the planning features, that models is called as a planning models. That is only the difference. So in planning models, we can use all the analytical model features also. We'll just enable that particular feature. Then that model can have, we can use all the planning scenarios in that particular model. The simple definition for it. So analytical models are fully featured models that contain your business data. They are more flexible type of model. So we can create, so there is no restriction for it. So we can create n number of transformations in that, like create, concatenate, split, use. There are different transformations we can do. So all those things can be done. So it is completely flexible. You can create geo enrichment, you can create a hierarchy, you can create a calculated columns, n number of calculated columns you can do. Suppose in this scenario we have this quantity, unit price, sales, right? So we can create a calculated column called quantity by unit price, or quantity by sales, or sales by quantity, quantity minus sales. So all those things can be created in the modular, like creating a calculated column or giving some formula for it. So accordingly, a new column will be created in the data set. You typically use an analytical model if you want to analyze your data, looking for the trends and anomalies. Suppose in those situations, we'll try to select the analytical models, and the client doesn't want to predict for the planning, or he doesn't want to use the planning scenarios. We'll use the analytical models. So unlike the planning models, analytical models are not pre-configured with categories for budget, forecast, rolling forecast, planning. So these are the different scenarios while we create in the planning model. All those features cannot be used in the analytical models. You should be very careful while selecting the model. Once you create the analytical model, you can't enable the features of planning scenarios. So to enable again, you need to delete that whole model and recreate the model. Only that is possible. So whenever we try to create a model, you should confirm with the client that 2 to 3 times that is it okay that I don't enable the planning scenarios. If they are okay with it, then we can directly go with the analytical models. If they say that no, I need the planning scenarios or the in the future, then you should definitely enable the planning scenario, and where we can use the budget values, where we can use the forecast values, where we can use the rolling forecast. Chetna, just a second. Sorry. In those scenarios, we'll try to use that particular data. Okay, so whenever we try to use this planning model, right, we have some this thing, right, we should definitely have. Suppose here in this scenario we have multiple columns like measures and dimensions, right? But whenever we have to take or enable that particular planning scenario, we should have one column at least with the respect to the date dimension. Suppose in this scenario we have this order date, right? The same way, whenever we need to enable the planning scenario, we should definitely have at least one date dimensions to create the planning scenario. So what is the main purpose of using the planning scenario? Definitely we are predicting some value like quantity value, sales, unit price, or profit, budget, whatever it is. We are trying to predict for the future date. So for that we definitely need the date dimension here. So we definitely need the date dimension. If it is not required, and you can remove it from the model during the design stage. If you don't want that, so you can disable that particular feature and then normally create the analytical models. Okay, then what is meant by planning model? Planning models are prepared and pre-configured to help you perform business planning tasks such as forecasting, to support and streamline the planning process. Just understand the definition. When we go into the planning scenarios, we'll see what is meant by forecast, what is meant by budget, what is meant by planning, what is meant by rolling forecast. There are multiple versions we can create in planning scenarios. We'll learn when we move forward. So when working with this particular type of model in a story, planning users can use a variety of features to update the values in the model and create a new values. Okay, so in this particular planning scenarios, we have some automated options like creating a data actions and all those things that can be only done in the on the planning models, not on the analytical models. Whenever we create a planning models, we can use all those features only in the planning models. So out of the box, the planning models come with multiple categories for budgets, plans, and forecasts. So the default time periods that you can quickly adjust and suit according to your data. Suppose if your columns have some 5 or 6 measures, so we can use all those multiple plans to be created and use them in the planning scenarios. Suppose if we have only one measure, we can create only 4 versions for planning, budget, forecast, and rolling forecast. These are the different 4 versions we can create in the planning model. Suppose if you have 4 columns, 4 into 4, 16 columns we can create like that. So I mean 16 versions we can create, the maximum of 16 versions. So according to the requirement, so budget is a different, planning is a different, forecast is a different scenario, rolling forecast is also a different scenario. So according to our situation, we'll try to use them. Security features that make it possible for you to restrict access to specific values in a data grids to named individuals can be done. Security features in the sense you can restrict that particular data with respect to what value you import or what planning model you import. You can restrict everything. So I'll show you the model preference, how you to restrict with other users, or how to make the dimension to be hidden completely, whereas any users can come or delete it, right, whenever they have your own credentials. So you can restrict it, or you can completely hide those dimensions, and all those things can be done. We'll see when we go into practicals in detail. Okay, then with respect to the data sets, now we have seen all the data models. Then with respect to data set, in addition to the models in SAC, we have this particular scenario called data sets. The main features of data sets are as follows. Like a data set is a simple collection of data which is usually presented in a table. Table is nothing but just like a rows and columns. You can use a data set as the basis of story or as a data source for your smart predictions. Suppose if you want to predict something value at that particular calendar date, if you want to use by AI way, you can use the data sets. Suppose if you want to create a manual way, you can't do it. And moreover, if you want to use a planning scenarios for that particular, like what I told, the planning, budget, rolling forecast and forecast, we can't use the data set scenarios. We should only use the data models, and the planning feature has to be enabled. Only then we can use the planning scenarios. For data sets, for now, we can use the smart prediction features. Maybe in future, for data sets, they can enable the planning scenarios, and maybe data sets will be completely removed and it will be replaced with the data models only. Or they are trying to implement it. So earlier in the data sets, we didn't have this transformation menu and all those things. In the last 2 years update, quarter update, they have released, the different transformation menu. What we can do in the data model, they have put all the functions, like 80 to 90% of the functions in the data sets. So according to our scenario, according to our use case, we'll try to use the data sets or the data models. But what is the thumb rule of data set? Still, data set cannot automatically update the data. Suppose if you want to use the only historical data and show it in the dashboard, we'll use the data sets. If you want to use the historical data and continuously update your data in the future, then we'll use the data model. That is a difference between data set and a data model. Okay, so data sets are the first choice when you want to create a story or visualization quickly and do not want to get into the structural definition. Suppose this particular data set, the client tries to prefer or the developer tries to prefer. Suppose the client or your manager, you are in an organization, your manager says that, okay, Rahul, try to create a dashboard within half an hour so that I can present it to the client. So this can be my dashboard, or in this way I can represent my dashboard. Then what is the best scenario? You can't create the data model and remove all the errors and then create a dashboard. It will consume more time, manual labor. It will take more time. So whereas in the dataset, you no need to create a model, you no need to remove errors, everything. Directly we can import it into the SAC and create a dashboard. Okay, that is as simple as it. And one more thing, so in any other BI tool, suppose if you take Power BI or Tableau, ClickSense, whatever tool we take, in that particular tool, there is no automated way of creating a dashboard. So if you want to create a dashboard, definitely you need to create a dashboard and put all the charts, change the fonts and everything. But in SAC, apart from the manual way of creation of dashboard, there is a automation way. Like you can put something as a target and make entities on that. A dashboard will be ready-madely created for you within a couple of minutes. It will take 2 to 3 minutes. The dashboard will be created for you. Okay, that particular feature is called as a smart discovery in SAC. So we can use those smart discovery to create the dashboard and show it to the client. Okay, this can in this way I can create your dashboard. So I can edit and re-edit everything. All those things I can do that in the future. So we'll use that smart discovery also in our training to create our dashboard ready-madely. We'll see how the dashboard is being created by SAC. Post creation, we can just customize that, like change the fonts, adjust the charts location, all those things. So SAC follows some template. So according to the template, the dashboard will be created. If you don't like, you can just adjust, rearrange all those things, change the names and all those things can be done. But to create the dashboard from the scratch, it will definitely take maybe half day or 1 day. But if the client suggests that, okay, give me some 3 or 4 types of dashboards, how you can create. So we can use the smart discovery and quickly create the dashboard. The main purpose of creating the dashboard in that particular scenarios will definitely use the data sets rather than the data model. Suppose the data model is already created, we'll use the data model only. Okay. The major difference between the data set and the data model. So if you want to have for a simple or a quick and ad hoc data analysis, we'll definitely use the data sets, because the client will never say from the first call, how will my values will look in the future. He'll definitely wants to see how my data is being reflected till current date. So in those scenarios, we can use data sets only. So definitely after post creation of dashboard, he'll say that, okay, I want to use the planning scenarios, then data models can be created. For in that particular scenario, if the client requires for the fast thing, you should use the data set only. Suppose if you want to have some formal or governed data analysis, we'll use data models. So data set supports more cells or columns than models. So it supports suppose this model is only limited to 100 columns. So the max number of columns we can import in a model is called 100. Suppose the client has some 120 columns, we can't create a data model. Yes, there is an option that we can create a new model for the 20 columns and club that particular model. In a single model, we can't do that. So that is a drawback of model. But whereas in the data sets, it supports like 1,000 columns, I guess, 1,000 columns and cells, like there is no limit for data sets, n number of cells. Like if you have 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, whatever it is, it will try directly import. So whereas it can access live data only from a on-premise HANA, but whereas the data models can access many live data sources. Suppose if you want to create a data set and create a dashboard with live connections, it can be accessed only through HANA system, HANA database. Rest we can't do anything. Whereas it supports all the import connections. If you want to have import connection with the data set, all the import connections are being currently supported. Whereas in the data models, we can have n number of live data sources. We have already seen what are the live connections which are being supported for the SAC in the connection screens. So whereas the data sets, it doesn't support the planning scenarios or planning use cases, whereas the models, it is supported for planning use cases. So this is a major difference between the data sets as well as the data models. Okay, so I just written the use cases with the respect to data models, the planning models, as well as the analytical models. So the use case of the data sets is ad hoc analysis or BI smart prediction. We'll use the data sets. For the planning models, we use the planning scenarios. For analytical models, I think here it has to be analytical scenarios. We'll try to use that. So with respect to the data updates, so data sets can be only one time. So we can't update that particular data which we have already created. But whereas with respect to the planning models and analytical models, it can be scheduled. I mean, we don't need to delete the model. We can just update that particular data source. Those things can be done in the planning models as well as the analytical models. So here, global. So what is meant by global? Global variables. Suppose if you want to create a new variable, create a new dimension, create a new measure, it can be kept in the two ways. First one as a public, second one as a private. Suppose if you mark that as a global, or I can say public, both are the same. That particular dimension which you create, that can be used in different models in the same tenant. But when you keep it as a private, so that particular dimension can be only used in the same model. We can't use that particular dimension or measure in the different models. So that particular global scenarios are supported for data sets as well as the planning models as well as the analytical models. So according to the story specification, suppose we need some public dimensions here or we need some private dimensions here, we can still keep that according to our story or according to our requirement. Suppose there are n number of dimensions which is already created by SAC, so you no need to create like dimensions like date dimension, dimensions like account dimension, dimensions like timestamp. So all those things SAC is already ready-madely created for us, because date dimension can be expanded as hierarchy like year, quarter, month, date, time, hours, minutes, seconds. So user can use any particular perspective and then do it. Suppose with respect to some dashboard is being created for share business, so definitely the dashboard has to be updated every second, like because the share value will be changed every second. So in those scenarios we should use the seconds and hours and minutes column also. In some scenarios we need only days, in some scenarios we need only week, in some scenarios we need quarter, in some scenarios we need month, year, 6 months, 1 year, like that. All those scenarios we can use. So according to our specification, the dimensions can be created or customized. So with respect to the tables, so data set can have only one data table. With respect to planning and analytical models, we can have multiple dimensions as well as the data, whatever we have. Suppose if you have two tables, we can import all the two tables into the planning models as well as the analytical. If you have three, you can import all the three. If you have 4, 5, 6, 7, there is no limit. You can n number of tables you can import in a analytical as well as planning models. But whereas in the data set, you can only import only one data table. So here this is a live and import connections. So in datasets we can do only the import connections. Whereas in the planning model also, we can use only the import connections. Now we can have a good question here, like interview question. So whether the planning scenarios are supported to the live connections? No. For now, till date in SAC, planning models, I mean the live connections are not being supported to the planning models. Only live connections are supported for the analytical models. Or I can say in the simple definition called, if you want to use the planning features in your dashboard or in your model, we should definitely create a import connection. We can't create a direct live connection as well as a tunnel live connections. If you want to use the planning feature, we have to use the import model or the import connection and then create the planning scenarios. Whereas the analytical models, we can use the live as well as import. So the dimensions required is not applicable. There is no mandatory rule that we should definitely have a dimension, all those things. We can use, if we have, we can use. If we don't have, still the dashboard will be created for you. Here in the planning models, we need definitely the account dimensions, the category dimensions, as well as the time dimension. These are the three different dimensions. We need the planning models. So what is meant by account dimension? Account dimension is nothing but a group of measures. So we'll see when we try to create the model, what is meant by account dimension and this thing. So what is meant by category? So category is nothing but different planning versions, like planning, budget, forecast, rolling forecast, are different versions of planning which we try to create. As well as the time. What is meant by time? Time is nothing but the date dimension, like at which specific time I need to create the planning scenarios, we can use them. So in analytical models, we'll try to create only the account dimensions. So we can use all the pre-ready-made dimensions of SAC, or we can delete that particular dimension and create a new account dimensions according to our requirement. Then with respect to the public dimensions, so for data set is not applicable. For planning models, public and private are both are supported in the same way. For analytical models also, public and private is supported. What is the difference between public and private? So whenever the dimension which you create or the user creates and marks it as a public, then the dimension can be used in multiple models in the same tenant. But whereas it is marked as a private, then the dimension cannot be used in the other models, but it can be used in the same model. So that is called as a public dimension as well as a private dimension. So the features of SAC models are as follows, like transparency of data, reusable of data, data which can be enhanced, the data which is required for planning, data can be flexible. So what is meant by flexible? It can be used in various data integration scenarios. So integration is nothing but, so in SAC, SAC supports the combining of multiple data sources. Like suppose one data is from file server, one data is from some different data, like different database. Still the data can be clubbed and we can create a model and we can create a dashboard also. Okay. The transparency of the data. What is meant by transparency of data? So the data will be very clear. So whatever the data we try to import, the columns which you have created or the columns which is already being existed, it will be very clearly shown in the dashboard or in the model. On that particular, suppose if you have created some columns, you can just copy that particular formula and this thing, and it can be reused at anywhere, any part, at any step at that particular time. So it can be reused. So data can be enhanced. Suppose data, so data which is being loaded, that is called as a raw data, and we do some changes for it, like removing errors, removing some duplicated columns and all those things. So data can be enhanced. Enhanced is nothing but we try to filter, we try to clear that particular errors and all those things, so we can enhance that data. Suppose the data is required for planning, we'll do the changes accordingly. So whenever we create a model, there are two types of views here. So how to view that particular data in a model? First one is a structural view. Second one is a data foundation. Structure view is nothing but just like a diagrammatical way of showing that particular data. Like suppose if we have multiple columns like sales, profit, and in the dimensions we have sales and all. Sorry, in dimensions we have like order date, uh, region, city, country, all those things. We'll try to show it in the diagrammatical way. You can see here. So this is the data foundation. So these are all the versions, accounts, date dimension, product groups, the different types of regions, all those things in the, just like how you said the star schema or snowflake schema, it will be represented. Suppose when we see it in the data foundation view, just like how we see in the Excel sheet, rows and columns, it will be seen like this. The data foundation view will be like this. So there is a toggle button here, the view button you can see here. So you can switch between the structure view as well as the data foundation. So the data sizing limited. So for every model weight we create, there are some limitations. So these are the limitations. Suppose if we import from an Excel file, the maximum file is 200 MB. Suppose it is with CSV, that is called comma separated value files. The maximum file is 2 GB. So the Excel files in the cloud storage, the maximum file is 200 MB, whereas for CSV, it is for 2 GB. Okay. So these two things are the, import connection. This is from the cloud storage. So whereas this is the data acquisition with respect to row, column and cell limits. Suppose if you want to create a new data type that has non-SAP data center platform for SAP BW, SAP HANA, Google BigQuery and SQL data source only. So this is the limitations of cells. This is the limitations of columns. So for as CSV and Excel files, this is the limit of rows. This is the limit of columns. Suppose if you are importing the data from Google Sheets, it allows the maximum of 5 million cells. But whereas CSV and Excel files stored in the Google Drive, Google Sheets is a different scenario, Google Drive is a different scenario. Suppose if you save the CSV and Excel file in the Google Drive, this is your limit for your rows and this is the limit for your columns. Apart from these things, all the other data source, this is the limit of rows and this is the limit of columns. For data acquisition, data acquisition is nothing also called as a import connections. So for import connection, these are the limit. Suppose consider in the data source we have some maybe 1500 columns. What we can do is we can put 1000 columns here and we can create a new model with the other 500 columns, and then we can club those two models and create a model. That can be done. The limit in the sense, in a single model we can have only 1000 columns for this. Okay, so data acquisitions, this is a small repetition of it, but with a different scenario. Like if you have a BPC, the rows restriction doesn't apply when importing data from SAP BPC, like SAP Business Planning and Consolidation Cloud. There is no row restriction for it, but whereas with respect to the column, it is restricted to 1000 columns. These are all the repeated values. Suppose for SAP Universe, HANA, Google BigQuery, all the things are same. So we don't mind the limitations here. It will only prompt you that message, okay, this cannot be done. So you should definitely remove those columns and put it in a new model and can be clubbed. Okay, with respect to the data sets, here we have seen all with respect to data models. With respect to the data sets, the same thing, SAP BW, HANA, Google BigQuery, SQL data. We have some these cells and this many columns. For CSV and Excel files, 2 million rows as well as 1000 columns. For Google Sheets, it supports the maximum of 5 million sets, but as CSV and Excel files stored in the Google, this is the limit. Now what we'll do is we'll go into our tenant. So this will be your UI screen of SAC. Okay, so I have already explained all the concepts, what is the features here. Then we'll try to create a new model here. Okay, so to create a model, you need to expand the navigation bar according to your screen resolution. Suppose if your screen resolution is big, you can see the modeler here only. If not, you can go to the more options and see a modeler menu. You can click on that, and post that we see different options here, like model from a CSV or a Excel file or a live data model or from a data source. So these are the different ways we can create the model. Okay, the first one is the model, or I can say a blank model, where there won't be any dimensions, any measures, nothing will be there. You need to create manually everything. So that is the blank model. And if at all you import from a CSV or Excel file, we'll use the second option. Suppose your scenario is from a live data model, we'll use this particular scenario. Suppose if you have a data source stored in some, just like on-premise systems, you can select this cloud data source. From a data source, you can do that. Okay, these are the different ways we will use this particular scenario, this particular scenario, and this particular. The three ways we will do. Live data model, we'll try to get that SAP BW or SAP HANA. According to that, I'll try to show this live data model. Okay, so with respect to pages, we have here called 1, 2, 3, and 4. First one is the models. You can see these scenarios. in the public dimensions. So the dimensions what we create in this particular tenant, you can see here, it is made it as a public. So these dimensions can be used in your model. Okay, you can create your own dimensions and all can be stored it here. Suppose currency conversions. So what is meant by currency conversions? So currency conversions are mainly used in the dashboard or in the model to create some value. Suppose a dashboard is being created and that particular dashboard, the client or the end user is from India as well as from USA. Consider that. And the dashboard, whatever the values, the user, if he wants to US, he wants to see the converted value of Indian sales value into USD. So in those scenarios, we need currency conversion. The same way, the Indian client wants to see the sales value and this thing into USD values, then still he needs a currency conversion. So SAC gives some two ready-made tables for us. We can use that, or the client or the developer can maintain a data. I mean, he can create his own conversion table. According to the date, he can give his own conversion rates. Whenever I click here, you can see. So this is a currency table which is being given by the SAC only. Like this is a source currency, this is a target currency, is valid from exchange rate. So we can define our own exchange rates according to the source currency as well as the target currency, and there will be some valid from. So from which date we are putting that particular currency, and we can put a category for that. Category in the sense like which versions you want to do, you can do, or rate version we can edit it, or rate type like average, closing, all there are multiple options here. So according to our requirement, we'll try to use it. So we'll use this particular currency conversion in the planning scenarios. Then I'll try to explain more about how to create a currency table, what is meant by currency table, all those things in the planning. But just understand there is an option in modeler of currency conversions. Then with respect to the POI, that is called as a points of interest. So we can put some dimension or some measure. It has to be a mandatory that. So that is very important. You can't delete it. So for a just like how we do in the favorites menu, the same way in the model or in this thing, we can put some dimensions or this thing. So we can create a new shapefile, or you can do it from an existing model or from a CSV or Excel. We'll try to do it whenever we create a dashboard. Then we'll come back here and then put some POI interest for that particular dimension and measures. So these are the different pages in the model. Okay, so apart from this, we have these recent files. So these are the different files which is already being created in this particular tenant, where you can directly click on that particular model and see what is that model has and everything. Okay, so first we won't create a blank model. We'll use the CSV and Excel file. Then we'll come back and create a blank model. So in this particular data set, we do have 3 sheets. First one is orders, second one is returns, and third one is people. So in orders, we have multiple columns here, like row ID, order date, ship date, and multiple columns here. Like I think 17 to 18 columns we have. And in the returns page, we have 2 columns called returned as well as order number or order ID. So in the same way, for people, we have person and region. So accordingly, we'll try to pull all these 3 sheets here into our data model. What I'll do is from CSV or Excel file, I will select the source file. So import the data from a file. So I'm selecting, whenever I select this particular option, right? So we get multiple options here. Suppose if I select this second option, I need to import only the CSV or Excel file. Whenever I click a live data connections, there is no existing system. First, I need to create a connections. So how to create a connections? So in this connection screen, I will try to create a connection, and then I can use that particular live connection here. Then with respect to the data source, we'll have this scenario. So these are the different data sources we can create. So with respect to Google Drive, we'll try to do that. First, we'll try to do it with CSV and Excel file. Then we'll come back to Google Drive and do it. I'll try to use the second option. I'll try to select the source file. Second, go to that particular navigation wherever in our system, and go to Superstore data. I'll select this one, click open. So just like how we see in the Excel sheet, like 3 different tabs called orders, return, people. Even in SAC, we see the sheet, which sheet I want to import, either with the orders or with the returns or with the people. Now I'll select orders, the first sheet. Then we have a checkbox here called use first row as a column headers. So first row. So we'll use all the first row called row ID, order date. So all those things will be taken as a row headers. Okay, I want that. If I don't want that, I can uncheck that and click on import. In my scenario, I need this as a row as a column header. I'll check that and then click on import. It will take a couple of seconds. So what I told here, so all the data will be imported into, because this is an import connection which I am creating, all the data will be imported into SAC. All the data in the sense 10 to 20% of that particular sample data. So here how much data we have, like rows we have like 9,995. So in that we'll import some 2,000 or 3,000 rows, sample row. We'll try to import and do some changes here. So you can see a data sample here. Your data was successfully uploaded. Because there is a large number of rows in your data set, we have selected a sample for you to work with. Sample in the sense, whatever the data we have, not all the 9,998 rows will be imported here. Like sample row of 2,000 rows will be imported. Any work done on the sample will be applied to the full data set at the model creation. Once you are okay with all the changes here, so whatever the changes you do here, it will be applied to the rest of the data. Okay, so that is the scenario of data. Now you can have a question that, okay, suppose in this particular column, any column here, suppose I have second class and standard class, and this is the column, right? Yeah, so we have 9,994 rows, right? So consider 9,998 or 10,000 rows, that is 100%. So if I say 15 to 20% of the data, only 2,000 rows will be imported. So you can see here, sampled rows are 2,000. The unique values are 4. Suppose we have in this particular column, what column we have selected? Ship mode, right? Yeah, this one. So the E column, here ship mode we have second class, standard class, as well as some first class and second. I think 3 or 4 classes are there. So these are the 4 unique values. Suppose in my scenario, in the ship mode, you can see here. So in standard class, in the sample row, we have 1,203. The second class has 374. First class has 314. Same day has 109. In real-time scenarios, suppose if we have this particular case, suppose we have 9,994 rows, right? Now all the 9,994 rows are unique. Then what will be my sampled data? Now tell me what will be the answer.
I think it will take all the unique values.
Exactly. So all the 9,994 rows has to be imported. That is the rule of this particular SAC. Understood, right? Here now the
Yeah.
common rows are only 2,000. Now the sample rows is 2,000. Yes, it has taken the rows. But in some scenarios, the the unique values are 9,988, and still the columns, the highest columns is the same. But the SAC has a thumb rule, it will import all the rows here. If every row is unique, it has to import all the rows here. It won't happen for every time, because every row can't be unique, right? Definitely we have some ship mode or sales where everything can be repeated. So according to that, it will take. Suppose if we take this customer name. So now customer name is unique, right? Definitely it is unique. So in 10,000 rows, suppose if we take this as a customer name, because if you are developing a dashboard for customer name, so definitely the products today I can order, tomorrow you can order, day after tomorrow he can order. So once that is being ordered, it will definitely update, right? So when it updates, again the unique values again changes. You can see this particular guy has ordered 27 times. Mark Haben has ordered 6 times. Anna Haben has ordered 5 times. Suppose if you have 9,998 unique values, still all the unique values will be shown. Suppose if you have a segment, suppose if you have a country. So in the for the whole world, how many countries do we have? Like 196 countries or 197 countries. So all the 197 countries are here. So in this particular scenario, the data set of country, we have only United States. So there is only one unique value. So only 2000 rows is being taken. Suppose we have the maximum of customer name. So here also when you count all these scenarios, right, it will club 2000. 2000. Suppose if you have 3000 unique value, the sampled rows will be 3000. So it will try to consider which has the more unique values. Suppose in the ship mode we have more unique values called 2500 or 2000. It will take that as a sampled rows and it will show here. Okay, it won't consider, SAC won't be limited to only one column. Suppose customer name has the more unique values, it will take that as a base column and then pull the sampled rows for that particular scenario. Suppose the country has the more unique values, it will take country and then show the, pull the sampled rows accordingly. If the state has the number of unique values, it will take those many sampled rows and then pull the data accordingly. Understood, right?
Yeah, so suppose the primary key in a table will be having unique values, so it will take that amount of unique values, right?
Anything, any column. I don't mind what column you put as a key. Any column you put as a key, it will be taken accordingly and then pulled. The sample data will be pulled.
Okay, okay.
So here, exactly, luckily, it is a round figure. In real-time situation, it can be some odd number also. It can be some 1400, 1332. So anything can. Luckily here, the unique values are 2000. It's okay. Some column has a maximum of 2000 unique values. It is being imported as 2000. Okay, so whenever we take unique values, it is not considered with the measures. It is considered only with the dimensions. You can see the dimensions are being represented as a flower. So you can change the layout. I'll try to change here. You can see. So this flower is called a dimension. This ruler is called as a taken as a scale, or I can say the ruler or whatever it is. It can be taken in that. Whereas in the date, this is a date dimension. Here you can see 1/4/2014 and something. So that is taken as a calendar plus some dots in that. That is called as a calendar date dimension. So we have multiple data types here, like measure, generic, date, organization, account, version, timestamp. So here in our scenario, we have only the generic, the date and measure, and we have account also. We don't have organization, version and timestamp. Suppose if we have organization column, like suppose if you have multiple companies and if you want to mark that as a organization, you can put that. If you have like TCS, Microsoft, Google, different companies column in your data set, you can mark that as a organization. Version. Suppose if you have multiple planning versions, so you can create that particular column and use that particular data type as a version. The same way timestamp. So date is a different scenario, timestamp is a different scenario. Date is nothing but this will be your scenario like month, date and year. So these are the date dimensions. What is about the timestamp? Like hours, minutes and seconds. So if you have those type of columns, then we can put it that column as a timestamp. So these are the different data types what we can do. So whenever we go into the normal column, you can see the data uploaded is 9,994 rows. The sample size is 2000 rows. Any work done on the sample in the sense, any work you do in the 2000 rows, it will be applied to the full data during the model creations. So altogether we have 21 columns. We have 18 dimensions as well as 3 measures. So there is some issue here. We'll look into that. With respect to the model information, this is the model name that is called file. You can see the model options, the multiple of model options like enable planning. So whenever I try to enable this particular scenario, then that model is called as a planning model. When I disable this model is called as a analytical model. That's it. There is no additional things you need to do. When you check this checkbox and create a model here, then that model becomes a planning models. When you don't uncheck this and then still create a model, then that model is called as a analytical models. For now, I won't just enable that. When we go into the planning scenarios, we'll try to enable that, create a model. And there is a second checkbox, fill empty ID cells with hash value. So in any column, you can see, we have some empty rows here. Suppose if we have any empty rows, we can fill that particular ID cells with hash value. It will be renamed with replaced with hash. Rather than having an empty cell, you can put that as a hash value. And default currency, suppose if you want to use some currency conversion, the default currency can be put as USD or INR, whatever currency you need, you can put that and create a model. So there are two different options here, like create model as well as the validate data. So validate data is nothing but it will just check. So you can see full data validation cannot be performed because there are some issues or the quality issues for that particular column called order date. You can see whenever it is in completely in green, that is called there is no data quality or every error is good. Suppose if it is in red, you can see 61% of the values are in red, or I can say that everything is in wrong position. So we should adjust that particular scenario. And when you are okay with everything, we can create the model. First, it will try to validate and check any error in all the columns. So we have 21 columns here. It will check all the columns one by one. When there is no error in every column, then the model will be created for us. Okay. So we can change this. So there is an option called saving, and there is a option called undo and redo, because we didn't do any changes here. So both the options are disabled. So when we do some changes, we can undo and redo. So this will be completely disabled when you create the model. So once the model is being created, the changes which you have made here, you can't undo that. Okay, I'm repeating it again. So while the creation of model, if you change something and if you want to redo it, there is an option of undo and redo. But when you create the model successfully and when you come back here, there is no option of undo and redo. But whereas if you want to create some transformation menu on that row ID or any column here, that particular can be changed here. How can we change? There is a separate option here called transform block. We'll see when we create some transformation and we'll check into it. So that is called the undo and redo option here. Then with respect to the layout, we have this grid view as well as the card view. So grid view is nothing but with respect to all the columns, all the rows will be expanded. Okay, then with respect to the card view is nothing but all the column headers will be there, and you can see some unique values here. So you can see the 2000 unique values. So luckily this particular you can see 2000 is being the unique values. So it has been picked, I mean the sample row is 2000. Suppose in the row ID we have some 9000 unique values or some 2152 unique values, the sample size will be 2152 rows. This is the highest. So you can see wherever is like 1178 for not measures. So 17 unique values, 46 unique values, postal code as 378, region 4, product ID 1192. So it depends on the unique values in that particular columns. It will be imported accordingly. Okay, so here we can switch. So for every column you can change the data type. Suppose if you want this row ID to be changed as a measure, yes, you can do it. Okay, so if you want to change this as a different data type, you can do it. Suppose for now I'll just make it as a generic only. So for every this thing we have options here. Whenever I select this one, a dimension, we can add a dimension attribute. Suppose if we take for a sales, these are the measures. So you can see here this is being marked as a measure. You can change the number format here, like which number format you want, like you want a dot or you want to have commas here. So accordingly you can do it, or if you want to have a label for it, you can have. So if you want to have some scale, like these values has to be mentioned in thousands, millions, billions, or in percentage value, you can select accordingly. Then with respect to the decimal places, the minimum is 0, the maximum is 7. So you can put accordingly and then do all those scenarios. So this is the thing. Then with respect
What
to
is the
display,
label there? Like, what is the use of the label?
this one. Suppose if you want to
Yeah.
give some description label for it, if you want to, suppose for the sales, right? I want to give a label called sales data. Okay, so whenever I pull the data in the dashboard, so it will be taken as a sales data, but it will be mapped with the name called sales. The original value in the data, it will be called as sales, but whenever I create a dashboard, it will be called as a sales data in my dashboard. So you can do this in the model or you can do this in the story also. Both the things work. But the original name for this ID, it is called as sales only. but we are keeping this as a description called sales data. Whenever we try to create a dashboard for using this model, it will be named as a sales data. But when the data is being pulled or the data is being updated, it will take it as this. So this particular scenario, we can do it in the model and we can do it in the dashboard also. It's our this thing. Okay, then we'll try to see this particular display. So display is nothing but, so whatever columns we need. Suppose if you want to see only the sales column, we can see that. If you want to see only the order ID, order date, we can see those columns. If you want to ship date, so according to our requirement, we can select what columns to be shown, or we can directly search from here and then click on the checkbox where according to that columns will be shown. The same way, if you want to sort this particular thing by original order, alphabetical order, model structure, error count. Suppose say error count, so the first whatever the errors are there, it will be put at the first one. So those are the display options. Then with respect to actions, there are multiple actions we can create. So these are the different things which we can do in a model. First one is, if you want to hide and transform mark, I have not created any transformation, so it is being hidden. When you create a transformation, it will be shown. So you can see here, this is a transformation bar. Okay, you can hide it, unhide it. This is a transformation bar. So apart from this, we can create a geo enrichment, we can create a hierarchy, we can create a calculated column, we can combine the data, we can transpose the columns to rows, and we can remove the duplicated rows. So these are the different options which you can do in a model. Now first what I will do is I will remove this particular error of order date. So when I select the errored column here, you can see the date column, the date format, as well as the data quality. Here, whenever there is an error, you need to select that particular tile. You can see the issues here. Or whenever we are at the home screen, you can see the model requirements. There is one issue in the red. You can expand that. You can see. With respect to the model quality, mapping is already being complete. Then what is the error here? Calculation issues. There is no calculation related issues. And what is the issues? The following columns contain data quality issues. Which column? The column called order date. We can select on that. That column will be highlighted. Okay, let me go into that particular column. So you can see what is the issue called invalid date format. So whenever I select this particular value, you can see here when I expand it here. So as a logical guy, I mean, we have put the date format as date, month and year. So here date is okay 07, but when I see the second letter called here 21. So in a calendar year we have only till December, that is called 12. So 21 is not logically correct. So SAC is throwing an error that invalid date format. So what should be our date format? I mean 21 can be the date, right? But 21 cannot be the month. So yeah, DD and YYY. So there are different date formats here. So according to our requirement, we will try it. So our scenario matches this one, DD/YYYY. Okay, I'll select this one. We'll see. If you select this also, it's not mandatory that it has to be correct. So now in our scenario, it is being correct. So no problem. Suppose I'll tell you a scenario where a client, suppose a client called TCS, he is maintaining the database, and one guy was creating a data column in this particular data set, the order date. So he is maintaining DD and YY, and that guy has resigned today, and some new guy has come today and he has joined, and now he is updating the data without knowledge. He has done the data for DD, and YY, and when we import it into SAC, we'll have definitely two formats, right? The first 100 rows will be like DDYY, and other things will be in the DDYY. Then how will you do that? How will you rectify that error? Now that all the things are changed to DDYY, it's closed. The error is being done. But in real time scenario, some guy, actually that has not to be done, but if at all some rows are maintained in DDYY and some rows are maintained in mm.dd.yy. We forget about the hash also. It is being maintained as mm.dd.yy. Now how will you do rectify that error in SAC? Is there any process? Now I have not explained it, but this is the only thing which we can do. I mean, we can change the date format. The answer is no. we can't do any such thing. You need to request that particular client or the administrator to change from the source only, because that has to be maintained by the database only. So we can either change to any one format according to our column. We can't select that particular rows and change the format and again change that particular scenarios accordingly. Okay, we need to request that particular client or the administrator who is maintaining the database and check accordingly. Got it right?
Yes.
Yeah. So now order date error is being cleared. Now if I try to validate data, it will try to validate data and check whether if there is any errors in your data set. So you can see that validation is being complete. No new issues were added to your sampled data. So you can see there is no errors here. Mapping is complete. There is no data quality issues. There is no calculation related issues. So even though if it everything is in green, again we should check that whether there is an error or not. So can you identify any errors here? I'll try to switch the columns, or I can go into the card below. So do you find any errors here?
No.
Sure.
Yeah, because everything is green.
Everything is green is nothing but all are correct. There are
Yeah.
issues here. You should find out that. I mean, you can see the order date, it is being mapped correctly. The date dimension is correct. So you should find some empty values or whether the data type is mapped correctly. All those things you need to check.
Okay.
I'll just give 10 to 15 seconds. You can find out. Not, I'll let you.
Quantity is in dimension format.
So we need to change from dynamic, generic to
Measure.
measure. That's the answer. Okay, so quantity, even though if it is marked as a dimension, the SAC understand that okay, it is being taken as a dimension. Still, we can use the quantity as a measure. So as soon as we change here, I mean, in the earlier we had only 3 measures here, right? And 22 columns. Sorry, 18 dimensions. So now it is being changed to, if I want to, earlier it was like this thing. It was like dimension, right? So you can see 3 measures and 18 dimensions. Now when I change this particular scenario from generic to measure, you can see 4 measures and 17 dimensions. So rest everything are clear. So now we can directly validate the data and create the model. But we need to create some transformations. We will create all those transformations and then okay. So actions. So these are the different actions which we can do on this particular data. So here I can create the geo enrichment. So what is meant by geo enrichment?
Is it like country, region, places, something like
No,
states?
geo level, with respect to geo level. So whenever we want to use any chart, so normal charts are like bar chart, pie chart and this thing. Suppose if you want to show the same sales value or quantity values with respect to the country, state, region, you will use the geo enrichment. Suppose if just like a map in the childhood, we have used this map, right? North America, South America. So we are using accordingly, like shaded, all those things. According to the geo level, we'll try to do that. So with this geo enrichment, we can create by coordinates or by the area name. There are two options here. So either by coordinates or by area name. So whenever we try to create the coordinates, we need to have these two columns called latitude and longitude. So you know the coordinates, right? That particular place can be mentioned as, suppose in United States, every place is being called as a latitude and longitude. With that particular coordinates, they try to go and match that. So if we have those coordinates in our data set, we'll try to use this. So in our data set, we don't have latitude and longitude column. So whereas in the assignment, I'll try to give a data set where we have this coordinates column called latitude and longitude. I'll say just select it. You can see, you can give a name, whatever you need. You can give a column called latitude as well as longitude and select create options. So the
geo enrichment will be created. Now we will see how the geo enrichment is being we can create by area name. Okay, so we have these two options. I'll select this area name. So we can give whatever name we need, like area or what name you want. Apart from this country or region, we have these two options: select column as well as select country by region. So when we'll select column, suppose if we have multiple countries, so column, suppose in this particular scenario we have where we have the country column here, right? What I'll do is here. Yeah, in our scenario we have only United States. Suppose in in a data set, real-time data set, we do have multiple countries, then we'll select that whole column. So you can see in the drop down, you can directly select that country column and then create the geo enrichment. So in our scenario we have only one country, right? So we can select the second option called select country or region. So here in this drop down we can select any specific country we want. You can select accordingly. Suppose in our scenario we have USA or United States, I can write that and select it. So with respect to the region, so I'll select whatever column I need. So you can see a state column. If we have, we can select the state column. So here we have state column called Georgia. This is the column here, state. We can select the state. So we don't have any sub-region column. I'm not selecting anything. In the lab assignment, we do have a sub-region column. We'll select accordingly and then create a geo enrichment. So there are some limitations by creating the geo enrichment. There are only few regions or few countries where we can create geo enrichment. You can see what are the supported countries where we can create the geo enrichment. You can see locations and regions and sub-regions for it. A Excel sheet will be downloaded. So you can see all the things which SAC is being supported. So note, just ash means there are no supported locations for the particular region of this thing. So we have almost like 77,000, 7 lakhs, 77,200 rows. So those are the different things. SAC tries to support. You can just look into that, what is being supported and what are not supported. So I'll just try to create here. You can see location is being successfully validated. Suppose if we have an errors, we don't have errors here, right? So you can see that column is being created for us. Okay, suppose I'll try to create a new area name. I'll select the same thing called United States. Okay, instead of state, I'll select some other thing called maybe city. I'll try to select and then create. Let's see what is an issue. There is a unique, you should give a unique name. This area one. Try to create. So here you can see in USA it is definitely Ilias. In USA we have California. In USA we have this thing. But whereas in area one you can see in USA we don't have Napa Valley. Okay. So it says that's invalid geolocation because we don't have. Okay. So we can see all those values. So it will be marked as a red. Only a few things, which is the green one. I don't know. It will be mentioned at the top. Somewhere in the middle, it is being right. So in those scenarios, we can just remove that particular column. So whenever we don't want that particular column, select that column, duplicate. If you want to duplicate that column, delete the column, hide the selecting column, or if you want to delete some rows, you can delete it. Because if you want to duplicate that per column, you can see a column will be duplicated for you. Okay, now you can see a area has been duplicated. So this is the same column and this is a duplicated column called area 2. So this is a transformation which you have applied or created a new transformation. So if you want to see, suppose if you have created the model and if you want to come back here, you can come back here. And if you want to see maybe 1 year later, if you want to see what are the transformations are applied in this model, you can go to this menu called transform log. What it does is whatever the transformations are being applied in this model, we can check there. Okay, you can see duplicate area. So this particular column is called as a duplicated of area column. So if you don't want that, you can just click on the into, the transformation will be undone. So the transformation will be gone. You can see delete area is also a transformations. Okay, that column will be deleted. You can check whenever you want what are the transformations in that particular model. Suppose a developer has created a model and dashboard and he has resigned, and instead of him you have been replaced with that particular developer. So the client says that okay, so I need this particular area column and I want to duplicate it or do some changes in that. First you should check it directly. You should not jump over to the transformations and create some column, calculator column, whatever it is. First you should check what are the transformations are being applied to that particular column. Now we don't have any transformations on that, so we don't have. Suppose if we have that, first we should check. Okay, dependencies is very important here. Suppose the area, by using this column we can change some transformations according to this column. So whenever you change this, even this column will get affected. So you should be very careful when you are creating in a real-time scenario. You should not directly do. So first you should select that column. You should see any transformations are being used by this particular column. If there is no, you can proceed. If yes, you should first clear that particular transformation and then do something, and accordingly you can create the other columns. So that is the geo enrichment. Okay. Post that we can create a hierarchy. So what is meant by hierarchy? So hierarchy is nothing but a step by thing. We can do like, we can put, suppose if I want to create a hierarchy and put hierarchy called country, city, region, state, all those things in a single hierarchy. So what is the main purpose of hierarchy here?
So it can be level based.
Yeah, it can be, hierarchy is a level based only. So there is a different hierarchy we can do that we'll discuss later. But what is the main purpose of hierarchy? So hierarchy is nothing but whenever the hierarchy is being pulled, all the dimensions in that particular hierarchy will be shown in the data. Suppose in the story level, but all you pull that particular hierarchy. Suppose if we have country, state, city, and maybe region also. So whenever this particular hierarchy is being pulled called location, all these dimensions will be pulled at a time. And in the chart level, you can filter according to the region, filter according to the city, filter according to the state as well as country. So there is no necessary that you need to create a new chart showing sales by region, sales by city, sales by state, or sales by country. Instead of putting a hierarchy in that, where a user wants to see sales by region, he can select that particular hierarchy called level 1. So you can select, if he wants to see according to the city, you can select sales by city as level 2. Then if he wants to see by sales by state, it can be made as level 3. Suppose if he wants to see as level 4, he can see by country. So logical order, I'll first put as a country, then with the region, then with state, and then with city. Is a logical order correct, right? So you can see the unique values here. 1 unique value, 4 unique values, state 46 unique values, and city we have 304 unique values. When I am okay with it, I can click on OK, hierarchy will be created. So whenever we create a hierarchy, right, once the hierarchy is being created, you can't change the name of the hierarchy. If you want to change the name of the hierarchy, you need to delete the old hierarchy and then create the new hierarchy. Suppose if I am okay with it, I'll try to create a hierarchy. So whenever I create it, you can see a message called country will become the property of city, region will become the property of city, and state will become the property of city. When I'm okay with it, I'll try to click on OK. Now hierarchy is already being created. You can see. Okay, you can see a hierarchy is being created. So when you go to the layout, so earlier we had this data types, right? The fan or flower as a dimension, this as a date, and this as a measure. Now you can see some minus or asterisk, or I can say underscore, whatever you can name it as. So these particular columns are being used in a hierarchy: state, region, country, and what the other thing? City. Country, city, region, and state. So these 4 things are used in hierarchy. Then it will be named it as a hash. Okay. So whenever we create a model, that hierarchy will be shown there. You can see a separate column is being created. All these things like with respect to the region,
city, state, all those things will be created. Now, if you want to create some transformation, suppose, for example, so take any column. Suppose if I take category, okay, consider my category as a column. Suppose client says that I need to change all the furniture into furniture supplies. Consider, so furniture I need to change it into furniture supply. So here I can create a transformation. To create a transformation, I can use this one, smart transformation, or I can select that particular column header. I can click on the transformations. So here we have 5 transformations which we can do. First one is concatenate, second one is the split, third one is the extract, fourth one is replace, fifth one is change. So what is meant by concatenate? What is the main function of concatenate? Maybe in Excel and Word also we use concatenate functions. What is meant by
Joining,
that?
combining.
Right. Exactly. So if you want to combine 2 columns, then we will use concatenate. So whenever I click on the concatenate, you can see concatenate what category column and what column you want to combine. Suppose if I want to combine the ship mode column, using which value, or I'll try to use, I don't want to use the ship mode, maybe by product ID, or any something or subcategory is there, right? I can use that. So by using paper, so I can match that value paper. Okay, you can see the concatenated column here. So as in when I type here, you can, the column you can see, it will be wherever the paper is there, it will try to combine that. If you are okay with it, you can click on enter, the transformations will be applied. If not, you can click somewhere or click on cancel. Okay, that is called concatenate. Then what is meant by split?
Dividing into two terms if we have
Yeah, a
one.
single column, if you want to divide that, you can divide it. So what we are doing is split category column on what delimiter you want. So if you want to divide with O, so you can see according to the O it will be divided. Or I can say if I want to do it by space, office and supplies. Wherever the space is being used, so office and supplies, every 2 words will be repeated on one. Or maybe if you have 3 different words, you can do it as 2. If you have like office supplies furniture, so it will be divided into 3 columns. If you want by 3 columns will be created. So according to our wish. So we'll have these multiple scenarios and challenges in our assignment where you can do that. Okay, you understood now split, right? I don't want to do that. Then with respect to extract, what is meant by extract?
If we want to just extract one particular
Yeah,
thing, how
yeah, yes. In that particular column, if you want to extract something, so from category column I have selected. Suppose if you want to extract a word, a number, or everything. Suppose if I want to extract a word, consider. So after, before, between, containing, or equal to. Suppose if I want to extract, here you can see office is being extracted. I want after. So what it will do is of supplies, or the first, if I say last, supplies will be extracted. Okay. So this between supplies, all the last words will be extracted. Suppose if we have only one word, that word will be extracted. So from whatever, if you want in specific, suppose supplies is there, according to that we will try to do that. And apart from this, we have a include value. If you want to use this as well as the include value, any specific, like if you have only FUR NITURE, only then it has to perform extract functions. So you can use all those scenarios here. Okay, so that is the extract function. And replace function, replace, we have 3 different options. So replace with respect to the cell, replace with respect to the content, replace with respect to the all values. So what is meant by content? So content is try to match. So content, if you use this particular scenario called replace content in category column matching. So wherever the office supply, suppose if I write this, okay, I'll write furniture. So I'm writing furniture here with what, as soon as I write, right, it will try to change here. You can see like FUR NITURE with supplies. So wherever furniture is there, it will be replaced with furniture supplies. that is called content. Okay, now if I use the cell, what will, when I am okay with this thing, I can click on enter. So you can see wherever furniture is there, it will be replaced with furniture supplies, and that you can see in the transform block. You can see replace furniture with furniture supplies in category column. When you are not okay with this, you can click on it. Now I'll leave that. I'll create some 4 or 5 transformation where you can undo accordingly. Here I can use the other function called, we have used content, right? What is meant by cell?
In any particular one cell, maybe.
Yeah, one particular cell, it will try to match. So exact value. Now we have multiple common values. So if you have some unique values, we'll try to use the cell. So matching according to that with whatever what you want, you can change that accordingly. If you want to change any specific cell, you can change that. That is called cell. So what is meant by all values? All the values
Whole
will be changed, whole column. So whatever you write here, like if I write my name, it will be changed with that particular column. Suppose if I am okay with it, I click on enter. So in that category column, all the rows will be changed into Rahul. Suppose by mistake it has been done. Now I can undo it here. Okay, now I have an option. But when I create the model and save that model, so how will I do that? I'll come back to this particular model and then click on this. Replace all values with Rahul in category. I'll just click on. So it will be replaced. I mean, with Rahul, it will be replaced with the original. And if you click on this, the whatever the things which you have done, like I think we have done on furniture supplies. So it will be replaced with furniture again.
And cell can be used only when we have all unique values in that particular column, right?
Yes, that should be the right format. If you want to use this in category also, you can still use it. Replace cell in category, matching furniture with furniture values.
Yeah.
You can see it will be replaced. Both will work. But actually, the main definition for cell is, if at all you have some unique values and want to change only that particular cell, that will be replaced. So these are the different 4 transformations. Change is nothing but, I mean, if you want all the things as a capital letters, you can do that. Everything will be in the capital. Or if you want only or everything in the lower case, you can do it. Whereas in Excel sheet, I don't know if we can do it or not. But whereas only title case, in the sense the first letter of the first word and the second letter, it will be title. Only O and S will be capital. Remaining everything will be small. So you no need to edit the rows and do manually everything. There is in SAC that we can do according. Everything in the lower case, everything in the upper case. Only the first letter of the words will be in capital. So that will look nice when we create a dashboard, right? Not that thing. There's the customization. That's it. So those are the different transformations which we can create. Okay, so whenever I use this transformation, right, suppose I can you go from select that particular column and click on the transformations, or I can click here and you can see some predefined suggestions. Suppose we have used the split here, right? So it will give on the split only. Suppose consider if you are using something, it will give, I can click on the transformation also. I can see all both the functions are the same. We can do the same. Suppose if we are using this replace function, right? Matching the content maybe by furniture. Okay, I'm replacing it with furniture supplies. Okay, this is a thing which we already did. So apart from this, we have this where function. You can see here with the data called where I need to change in this category column matching furniture with furniture supplies, where the subcategory, I can use the second dimension also here. Subcategory is paper. Okay, now what it will do is, wherever the paper is there, only it will be renamed it as a office supplies. We can use the second column as a where condition and do that. The same way we can use whatever column we need. So accordingly we can do. Wherever it matches, like furniture, it will be replaced with furniture to furniture supplies whenever the subcategory is paper. Here it has to be in the subcategory we need to have a paper, and here we need to have a furniture. Only then it will be replaced with the furniture supplies. So in those scenarios only, it will try to map. Okay, do we have those scenarios? Or I can say here we have this, right? Furnishings. What I'll do, I'll write up furnishings so I can see it very clear. Furni. So the spellings has to be correct. So you can see furnishings I have written here, right? It is being replaced with furniture supplies. Understood, right? The where condition.
Yes.
Those are the transformations which we can do. Then post it calculated columns. We have seen the hierarchy, we have seen the G enrichment. Now we'll try to see the calculated columns. So what is meant by calculated columns?
Where we can do some calculation, but it will be added as a columns.
Exactly. So a new column will be added in your data set. So for which column we can create a calculated columns?
Measures.
Only for the measures. So whenever we try to create a calculated columns, we can use only the measure column. So in our scenario, we have sales, quantity, discount, and profit. I'll try to create a calculated column. So we can give name whatever you need. So we'll give a name later. You can write a formula here. Like we have different functions here. So we can use the functions, we can use the conditions, or we can use the operators. So in the functions we have if, substring, trim, concat, replace, and many other functions. Length, lowercase, uppercase, date difference, date add. So these are all the functions which we can use. So apart from the functions, if you want to use condition operators like and, or, greater than, less than, greater than or equal to, less than or equal to, not equal to, all those things you can. Then with respect to the operators, like the basic things, plus, minus, into, division can be used. So here I'll start with the basic things. So first what we will do is divide the sales. As soon as we write something, right? Suppose if you want to use this particular function, SAC gives a suggestion that if you want to use is null, what it will do? Returns true if the specific value expression evaluates to null. The syntax also, the example also. Suppose if I use is null of 8, the returns it false. Suppose if I want the square root, so square root returns the square root of a value. Syntax is square root of any number. Suppose if I write sqrt of 81, the output will be the 9. Suppose if I write square root of whatever number I can use the sales value also. So according to the sales column, it will be shown the square root value. Okay. Suppose in my scenario, I wanted to use sales. So I can use sales. If I want to divide it, I can use divided by profit. So I can use the profit also. So when it is okay, if there is an error, it will show an error. If you want to see the format, it shows that valid formula. And you can see the preview also here. This is my sales column, this is my profit column, and this is my resulted column. Here the sample size is taken as 10 lines. You can see 10 sample columns. In the 50th row ID, 10.56 is my sales value and the profit value is 4.752. When I divide all those things, my value is this. So it's not that you should use only sales by profit. You can write profit into 100. You can see it will be doing like that. Or I can say profit plus 100. Still, it will try to add and show. The same way you can do whatever. You can use if functions and all those things. You can do it. Okay. Now I'll just write sales divided by some profit. Okay. I'll give this calculated column as sales by profit. Okay. I'm okay with it. I'll try to click on OK. So a separate column. So whatever you create a calculated column, it will be created at the end. You can see here the calculated column will be created at the end. This is our calculated column. You want to edit something here, you can edit here. Sales by column. Sorry, go to the details menu. You can change the number format, change the scale. So you can see a number of this thing. Suppose decimal spaces are 2. So your settings for your scale aren't applied in the current view. You will see that when they are used in the visualizations though. Here we can't see this thing, but you are specifying as 2. Whenever we use this particular column in the dashboard, only the 2 decimal places will be applied.
There also you can customize. Not that if you define here two, only two values can be done. So if you keep none specified, and you can change that in the story level also. The same way you can create multiple calculated columns. So there are multiple exercises. You can use those calculated columns and create it. The way is this thing: create on the calculated columns, give a name, write a formula, use whatever the functions which you need, create on the format, see the preview, and click on OK. Okay, suppose if you want to create a calculated by some if function. Okay, so what I will do is, now I'll write I. So you can see whenever I want to use the if function, so first I should write the condition, then value if true or value if false. So what I'll do is I'll use the if function. So I'll say that sales, display my sales if sales sales is greater than maybe 50. What I need to do is sales plus 20, sorry, sales plus 20. If not, sales minus 20. Okay, whenever my sales value, wherever it is greater than 50, my sales value it has to do plus 20. If not, sales minus 20. I'll check valid formula. I'll see the preview. So you can see here, sales is definitely greater than 50. Then it has been, what it does is, it is added plus 20. Then this particular value won't execute. Suppose if I write sales is greater than 100. So if it is greater than 100, it will do plus 20. If it is less than 100, it will do minus 20. When I click on OK, a separate column will be created. Oh, I didn't write the name. Then read it whenever you want. A separate column will be created here. Okay, so a calculator column completely depends on the client. So if he wants to create something, and if you want to view, and we can, so now we have 5 measures. When you go here, 6, sorry, so 4 plus 2 calculated measure we have created. You can rename that whenever you want. You can change this as a if sales by 20, or whatever you want, you can give that. The same way you can change for any column you want. Suppose if you want to change this customer, what is the column name? Customer name into only with the customer, it will be renamed as a customer rather than customer. So all those customizations you can do. But whatever the things which you do here, right? Now we have changed this into customer name to customer. So whenever the database, when you try to fetch or refresh the data, it is renamed as customer name only, because in the database it is named as customer name. So what SAC does is, the ID will be the customer name only in SAC, but the description will be changed to customer. Whenever the customer column is being changed, it will be mapped with the customer name. That is the difference. Understood, right?
Yes. Based on the
Yeah.
ID, it will map, right?
Yeah, based on the ID it will map, based on the description it will be called.
Got
Suppose if we don't change any name, it will use the description column only, because now this is my own data set. I have given good proper names here, like row ID, order ID. But whereas in the database, how it will do, like some odd number, like 10 or 15, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, like that it will be there. So it will be saved as row ID, because it is system generated. The ID will be like encrypted or all those things. Here I wanted a clear view, so I was naming this as a row ID. But in the database scenario, it will be like 16 digit value or 16 digit number. There is a alphanumeric, everything will be there. So there the description will be different. We can create our own here. I have used a customer, right? Maybe in the story I want to again rename it as some name of the customer. So in model it can be a different, in story the viewing angle can be different, and in the ID of the database that can be different. In 3 scenarios, we can give 3 different names. So it will try to map accordingly and then change the values. There is no limitations for it. Okay. So whatever transformations you do is, you can check the transform log and see what are the transformations which you do. So what are the changes which you do here? You can see here a undo option here, we can do it. But once you save this thing, I mean create the model. Suppose if I am okay, I'll try to validate the data. Right, it's almost time. The rest of the options in the model we'll try to discuss tomorrow. Okay, let me create the model. So now you can see the validation is being complete. No new issues were added to your sample data. So here you can only 2000 rows. Now I'll try to create the model. Now what SAC will do is, so have you finished your mapping and editing your data? Okay, I'm done with it. Now all the data like 9994 rows will be imported into SAC. I'll try to create a new folder. You can give your own name, or I'll write demo. Now you have your access to the tenant, right? You try to create in your own folder and then you can paste all your files over there. So you can see model is being created. Data successfully imported, model is being created successfully. You can see in the notification also there, you can see model creation is in progress, model created successfully. So these are the different scenarios. Suppose if you want to again re-edit that model, you can open that model and do it. So these menus, what are the options here, I'll try to discuss in the tomorrow session. Suppose if you want to go back to the same menu where you wanted to edit and everything, you can go to the model structure. In workspace we have 3 menus called model structure, calculation and data management. So we can go to the model structure. In edit we have this option called rebuild model. When I click on that, click understand and click OK, it will redirect you to that transformation menu bar where you can edit the model what you have done. It will take you the same menu. You make some changes here and then again rebuild the model. The model will be created for you. Okay, you can do the same things. Whatever changes you do, you can click on OK and then the changes will be applied. Okay with it, I'm okay. Build the model. So in the model structure, I mean, you now know the what is meant by data management. What we do in the data management, what we do, we just import the data, confirm the data from the DAF sources, and then if at all you want to export, we'll do that. So how will you export? The same way. How you do the import, you do the export model as file, create a new schedule or managing existing schedule. Suppose if I want to create a new schedule, you can click on that, whichever folder, what folder you want to export, you can select accordingly. Expanded. Select that particular folder, data to be exported, maximum rows of file, select the data, whatever you want, all the dimensions, scheduling, export now, or if you want to schedule occurrence, like if you want to schedule it hourly, daily, weekly, monthly, you can export that. For now, I want to export right away. I'll try to export. Don't think so it will export. What happened? Some issue. Export details. Okay, there is some error. So when I click on export, right, it will be exported as a CSV file here. Okay, so the Excel sheet how we did. So all the data, whatever you select, suppose if you want to restrict something, if you want only account the dimension or ROID, you can select everything, and then when I click export, it will be downloaded as a Excel file or CSV file. It will be extracted. I mean exported. We can do that. You can manage the existing schedules. So you can create multiple schedules. Maybe at every day at 9 a.m. you can create your own schedule where it will be exported or whatever it is being imported. So the current data source, whenever you can see the status here, you can see all the import jobs as well as the export jobs here. So you can see the October 30th 2023 at that concerned time. So this many rows are being imported. This is your draft sources. When you have multiple data sources here, like multiple import jobs, so there is no limit that you can only have one. So you can have 5, 10, 15, 20. There is no limit. You can have n number of import jobs. So here we have only one, because the data what we are taking is only from one data set. But in real time, we can have 5, 6 or 7 data sets where we are trying to club and then show it in our model structure. So then we will have 5 or 6 data sources. So accordingly, we'll do that. Suppose in a real-time scenario, we have already created a model now. Now you have already created, consider you have already done a dashboard and given it to the end user. Everything is being done. The dashboard is also being live, everything. Then post maybe 6 months or 7 months, client again comes to you that says that Chetna, so I have a new column in my database. I want that particular column to be added in my dashboard or in the model. How will you do that? The database is already being updated, but they want that particular column in your data model in SAC. How can you do that?
Add dimension.
Yes, exactly. Add dimension. Then what we will do here? Suppose the dimension name, I mean, they have created a measure called budget. So they have created a new column called budget, and they wanted to use that measure in that scenario. Now, how will you add that particular measure? And those measure values, whatever the values in there in the database, it has to be reflected in the model level or in the story level also. Now we have not discussed about a story. Now we are concerned with only the model. Now, how will you make sure that model gets that particular value?
After adding the dimension, we have to go to the data management again, import the model.
Then that particular column will come. Sure.
I think so. Yeah.
No, think so. I mean, you should be very sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that is the right procedure. So if at all if a new dimension is being added, you will add a new dimension with the same name. Everything has to be correct. Suppose even the country column is being added, you should write exactly C as a capital and this thing. It will directly map with the new data sources. How will you do that? So earlier when the data management, right? So we directly uploaded, we have mapped and then do it. So when you have a new dimension or a measure, there in the section called unmapped only, when you click on unmapped, so that particular column will be unmapped or it will be like a unmapped. You should just pull that particular data or the dimension and map it then, and then you need to click on finish map. Okay, you do one thing, post this particular session, right? When we are done, when you get time before tomorrow's session, you create a new column in the data set. Suppose you are implementing, I mean importing from here, we have 4 measures, right? You try to create a new column called budget. Okay, just copy the values. I don't mind what values you have here. You just create a new column called budget. Okay, and I have some all values here, and then try to import it here. Okay, if you do it directly, that budget column won't be visible. Here you need, in the model structure, you need to create the measure. That is the first case. Now I'll tell you the second case in the real-time scenario. Suppose now in the country column, this is considered, this is the database, the master data. Now they have changed this customer name into some another name called maybe any example. Okay, order ID. So order ID, it has been changed to order identification number in the database only.
Now, how will you map that in the current data source? How will you make
In the
changes?
model structure, we have to go for that order ID and delete facts.
Exactly. Perfect. Then,
After that, again go to the data management, and
okay.
in import jobs we have to delete the present data source. Again, then we have to re-import the
Yeah.
file.
Yeah, that is the right procedure, but a small tweak in that. So whenever you try to delete the facts, right, that particular dimension, you can select the dimension and directly delete it, right? Both the things will work. You don't need to go to the delete facts. You can
Okay.
rather directly click on the dimension, directly delete. Why you want to delete the facts? Both the things work, right? Directly, suppose order ID, right? Click on that,
Mhm.
delete the dimension. Gone. Everything is done. Now you try to create a new dimension with that particular name, whatever that order identification device or number, whatever it is. You try to create a new dimension and then go to the data management and then re-upload it. Okay. Now,
And then
when
we
will you
can import only that column, right? Like the change order
can do that?
identification.
Exactly. That was my next scenario. So you can import only that particular column and only that particular data. How will you do that? In the last time you did just click finish mapping, you are already done. But apart from that, we have these options called update, append, all those options here. When you go into the data management, you got these options. So you try to do that. If not, tomorrow we'll try to see all those scenarios. Okay. So in the
Okay.
data management, suppose, so when will you use the delete facts option rather than directly delete the dimensions? Suppose in our example, instead of order ID, we had this order identification number. You can directly delete it here, create a new dimension called order identification number, go to the data management, the same procedure how we follow, we do it. But when will we use the delete facts?
When
Why
the
is
values
it
in a column is updated.
why will you use delete facts then? You can directly go to the data management and update the values. The new rows will be automatically added, right? There is an option of
No, I
update
think
and
okay.
update. When we will use the delete facts option and why we should especially use that. Yeah, what you told is correct. I mean, if you want to change that instead of delete, you can go to the delete facts and again re-import it. Suppose in your scenario, it is like 1000 million cells, like 1 lakh cells. So it will take little time, right? So to avoid that, if you are very concerned with only one dimension and in that dimension, if you want to delete only a respective data, you can delete it. Suppose if you click on that, suppose if you want to delete with respect to account only with the sales, you can delete only that. You are not deleting any other values. Okay. In the account dimension, if I click on that, I can directly delete all the measures here. The same way, if I click on order date, I can delete all the dates here. If I want anything in specific, I'll use the delete facts. Suppose in the order date, right? Suppose consider the order date. Where is the order date? Yeah, in order date, if I want to delete only 2014 values, I can do that. Or again, if I want to, in 2017, if I have this particular in quarter one, maybe in quarter four, in December, at that particular value only, at that particular date, I can only delete that. So only order date 21st sales value, or I can say select the quantity value here. Suppose here I have selected. Now I'll go to the account. In that I'll just select sales. So here what it will do, in account sales value of 2017 or 16 latest year, December 21st, the quarter four of only that particular date sales value will be deleted. Rest everything will be same. If you want to update that, then we will use the delete facts. Suppose a new row, suppose this is my data set. Here in my data set, we have 9,994 rows. Tomorrow, definitely 10 more rows will be added, right? Like some 10 new rows with 2 new order IDs, new order date. So then how will you get those rows into my data model? How will you get that? Then which function to be used?
Update.
No, update is only
delete.
already defined data if you want to update. Okay, you
Delete.
try that. Okay. No, delete. You won't delete it now. So you are using the same data set. You are using the same data set with the same column name. Nothing will be changed. Suppose if I add a new rows here, a single row. Suppose 995 rows is already being there, and 9995 row is being added. I want this particular row to be shown in the data model. How will you do that?
Append.
Append. What is? How will you get that append option here?
In the data management tab.
Yeah. Suppose this is my row, right? Copy and paste it here. I'll change this United States into Bangalore. Okay. I just want to change this. I'll change the order date also here. Save this. Let this be saved. So I'll upload. What is the issue here? Oh, again this returned. Okay. Let's quickly remove this. You understood the combine model, right? Now, if you want to combine third sheet, how will you do that? Same procedure how we did. The other people also will combine the orders as well as the people. Can we combine the return sheet and people?
No.
No. Why? Because we don't have a common column as well as the common values in that particular column. We can't combine that. Okay, I think return is done. Okay. So you can see, so last time we directly click on finish mapping. So you can see import view all options. First option is the model requirements. If at all there is an error, it will try to show. If not, there is no errors. It will show that data quality, there is no issues with that. Then we have other two options called mapping options as well as the import method. So in the mapping options, you can select on view all options, update the dimensions with new values. So what is meant by new values? A new row here will be updated. Suppose we have already updated a new row here in the orders called 9995 with that particular. So here in the country column, apart from the United States, I should have the Bangalore also, and that is a unique column. The other thing, I should have this particular order ID. We'll search accordingly. But the best case is it is easy to identify Bangalore in the country column. So here I am trying to update the dimension with the new values. Convert value symbol by account type. I don't want to do that. And fill empty ID cells with hash values. So wherever the empty is there, I'm trying to click on that. So here you can see a number of empty cells. So when I click on that empty hash, it will be replaced. I'm clicking on OK. So now I'm done with the mapping options. New values will be added. If at all you have any new values, it will be added. Suppose if I uncheck this here, you can see new values will not be added. So you should make sure that this particular checkbox is added. Then what is the issue? So then with respect to import method, so we have four options here: update, append, clean and replace selected version data, clean and replace subset data. So what is meant by update? What update does is, so update, what the operation does is, it compares your existing data with your import data. What it will do is, already you have a draft source there. So it will try to compare with the whatever the data you're trying to import. So it will try to compare with that. If needed, the existing entries are updated with the imported data and new entries are added to the model. Then what does append does? So it tries to combine the imported data with your existing data. Whatever you're trying to import, it will try to combine with your existing data. That can be, we can do append also. Then what does the third option do? Clean and replace the selected version data. So we have not gone into the planning scenarios. So in planning, we create multiple versions. What are the different versions we create? The planning, the budget, the forecast, and rolling forecast. So these are the four planning versions we create. So according to the versions, we can select clean and replace selected version data and then do it. So that is the thing. And what is the fourth option here? Clean and replace a subset of data. What is meant by subset of data? Just now you told, right? Delete facts. How it works? Any
A
part,
part.
any part of data, if you want to replace it, clean and replace. I mean, first it will try to clear and then it will replace with the new subset of data. It replaces your existing data with the imported data, but with a defined scope of version and dimensions only. New entries are added to the model. So now which scenario we should use? Update, append, the third one or the fourth one. So whenever I
Update.
click on the update, what does update does again?
Compares your existing data with your import data, and it updates the new entries.
Okay. So when I try to click on update, right, on the existing version or the new version, I can select. Suppose if I want a new version, I can select on it and a version has to be created. You can give a name, but I want to change the existing version. So I'll select this one. Zoom out, I don't know some. Okay, done. We click on mapping, everything is being mapped, right? Okay. So first, order ID is not being mapped. Order ID is mapped. Okay. Validate the data. So now will the new row come? The whatever row which we added here, right? This row, our scenario is this has to come. So will that particular row come? The segment supplies
Yeah.
also I added. You can see total 9995 lines. This is the one, right? New row is being added. So I can check that. How can I check that? I can see two import jobs here. Country. So in country, I should find Karnataka also. So sorry, Bangalore. I added Bangalore. So I can say apart from United States, I got Bangalore. Understood, right? Now what will append do?
It will add to the exit. It won't create one more job, I think. So when we do append.
Now I won't create it. I'll just tell you what will happen directly. Again, I need to create combined data. Dot. You can see two import jobs are created at 1937 as well as 23. Okay, combine data. Let me quickly combine the data. So one data draft source is from your system, because the first data source is from your system and second was from my system. Still it is trying to import and the data is still updated because the values in that concerned column are the same. Instead of row ID, you can put some other name. Still the values will be changed. Okay, you can try those scenarios and then click. Okay, and one more question you should get. So here we have this, we have matched this particular symbol, right?
Yeah.
We have matched order ID and order IDs. So here we have a small icon here. What is that icon? Have you tried that?
No.
Have you clicked that? So we have these two options. First one is all primary data and second one is intersecting data. What is meant by that?
Is it like inner join and full
Exactly.
outer join?
This is the inner join. So you can see the first data source is being highlighted. So all the data from here, we can see all the data is being pulled as well as the intersecting data. So this is the intersecting data. This is being pulled. Now when I select the intersecting data, what will be my values here? How many these rows are there? Only here also 800 rows will be there. Now if I select that, you can see only 800 here and 800 here. Understood, right? And then I am trying to combine. So when I combine, what will happen here? Now,
Only the
if I click
common
on
value.
combine here, now I am using exactly only those columns. Rest what will happen? Boom namas, everything will be gone. So whenever you create these scenarios, you should be very careful that what you are doing with. So apart from this all primary data and intersecting data, we have another option. So we will deal that particular option in story. So we'll learn all these three scenarios in the story level very clearly, because here we have only this option. So in story level, we have in detailed options while combining data. We'll learn all those things. Suppose if you want to learn something here, you can see here a help document here. You can click on that. And here also we have this all primary, both works as the same scenario. All primary data as intersecting data. Now I'll try to combine here. Now what will happen to, sorry, what will happen to combine the imported data with your existing data. Suppose just like delete facts, how did you do? If at all you have some new column with a name, you can directly combine that imported data with your existing data. You can do this one also. Instead of creating a new column, new dimension and this thing, you can use this particular scenario called append, where it will work the same thing. If you have a new column in your data set here, just like the budget, you can use the append option also, where it will work with the same thing. Then what will the third option do? Clean and replace the selected version data. What it will do?
It
So
will
replaces your yeah, it will replace that particular version, whatever version you have created, right? It will replace that, only is that single version. And the fourth option is clean that replace of subset of what data. So here you can existing version and you can add multiple scope. So with what dimension you want to replace. Suppose here we added order ID, right? Suppose if you want to change only that, you can add order ID. And if you want to add two more dimensions, you can add accordingly. Okay, if you want to change the customer name, you can add in number of dimensions you can add category. So 3 dimensions you can finish mapping and then it will replace only those things.
So existing version, it will be named as actuals, right?
Yeah, existing version is actuals. New version in the sense existing values version will be like that only, and whatever changes you do, right, it will create a new version. If you give name something called a new version called Rahul, it will be saved with that particular version name called Rahul, and then if at all you call that particular version, those updated values will be shown only in the Rahul version, not in the actual version. So when will we use this one? I mean the different version types. Suppose if you want to compare, so when the version is being used is, we will discuss more in the planning scenarios, but just for a knowledge purpose. So if you want to compare some data, suppose if you are comparing sales by that particular calendar date year, and you are comparing with the new version, suppose if you are increase some profit percentage of 10% or 15%, and you want to compare the two different versions simultaneously in a single chart or in a single table chart, whatever it is, what chart you create, if you want to do that, then you will update these values. Okay, by creating a version with whatever dimension you want, you will try to update them. Suppose if you put an existing version, definitely the actual values will be done. I mean, it will be replaced with that concerned thing.
I have a doubt. Like when we use this update, append, clean, all these options, along with the existing import jobs, these will be added, right?
Exactly.
New jobs will be added. Okay.
New jobs will be added in your import jobs. There is no limit. There is no necessary that you should delete. So because the end user will never see how many import jobs you have created, how many data sources are there in the draft source. He wants the dashboard to be created in the proper way. You can use n number of data draft sources, but you should remember which data source is the updated one. So you can give a name for that. So you can know how to give a name, right? Just let me finish the mapping. So you can rename this one. So you can see the updated one is October 30. This is the updated one. You can see this as final. You can sorry. You can rename this as second version. First data version. Now it will be very clear. So I mean, anyone who uses the model, right, he can easily identify, okay, this is the final one. So you can directly click on that and edit whatever scene. Final is being imported successfully at which date. But in the real time, how this will be identified as final imported successfully, the time and date, who has imported. Suppose in the same tenant, this particular user, here it will be listed as SAC trainer SAC has imported that file at that particular date, time and seconds. The additional line will be there because this is a trial tenant, that particular line is not being mentioned. In the real time scenario, the SAC will be have additional, because in a tenant we can have multiple users who has updated the model, with which login they have updated, everything will be mentioned here. There is only difference. The rest everything are the same thing. Okay. So any other things which you want to learn? In general, this has been, I will explain this now. Apart from this, if you want to share this model, how will you share the model? You can copy this particular link and give that particular link in the Gmail or whatever in it. You can copy that link. If not,
If you have any users here, so you can type that particular user. User name is this one, SAC trainer USC. We don't have any users. If you have any user, you can write that particular username here, and you can give view rights, edit rights, full control rights, or custom rights. So custom in view you can give read, copy, view comment, add comment. In edit, if you can give update rights, the maintain rights, and full control like delete comment, and share. So all those, if you want, you can give and then do it. And if you want to email that particular new recipients, you can email that and click on share. It will be shared. With respect to SAC only, it will be shared, and that particular person will get a notification that this file has been shared by that particular user. If you are sharing by this particular link, you can copy this link, just normal how we do. Go to your Gmail and put that in the particular scenario, and then you can do that. Both the things will work. And the other
And
option is
user
called
should have the access then on, I mean, he should be added to this tenant, then only he'll be able to open this link, right?
exactly. So
And the
in this
users will
particular
be added by the admin itself. Like the
admin only,
backend admin should.
exactly. Yeah, only the admin can add the users as well as the teams. Not the developer can add. Only the admin of that particular tenant can add n number of users and n number of teams to that particular tenant. So we can share this particular files only inside that particular tab. Suppose a user has a different tenant, we can't share that particular user. In this particular tenant, what are the users are there, only to them I can share. I can't share to the users with the different tenant. In the same tenant, you can share. If you want to share this particular tenant outside of it, there is only one option called transport. You can export this and it will be saved into some file. Then you can export that particular file into and put some Gmail. You can put that as a draft, and he can import that in his own tenant. So in this trial tenant, we can't do that. So if you can export that, you can do in the normal private tenant, you will do that. If you want to share the file in the same tenant, this option, share model. The same way we can do it for story, the same way we can do for analytical application, all the corresponding. Same tenant we can share. So in this particular tenant, we can have maximum of 5 users. Okay, you can check this here. I think in the account, gone. So you can have 5 users here. So we have already used 3 users here. We can request for other 2 users and share that particular content. Let me go to the same menu. Yes. Great. So the maximum of 5 users can be done into the particular trial tenant. Okay. Yeah, the other feature is called publish to catalog. What is meant by catalog? We have seen this catalog feature, right? The same way you can also give add teams, grant access. If you are okay with it, you can click. So we have any users here, all the users. Okay, grant read access, publish. Where will you see the catalog here? You can see here catalog. You can see 13 guys has been 13 views are been there. You can bookmark that. When you bookmark that, you can see in the favorites also. Got it, right? Catalog. Catalog is nothing but a thumbnail. You can put a thumbnail, something like that, and do it. Add, you can search accordingly, filter, refresh in the catalog. Give a description, whatever you need. Recommended the description and add image. Can add some image also. Sales model. You can see just small cropped image, but it's okay. You can add an image. You can see 13 views here. Sales demo, you can put open. The same way you can multiple can be published as a catalog. Okay, all those options you can do here. Then apart from it, you can add a new dimension as well as the add existing dimension. New dimension you will try to create. Add existing dimensions, nothing but you, whatever the dimensions is being created, you are just adding those dimensions. So you can see what are the public dimensions here. So you can add all these dimensions here. Suppose if you want SAP all company code, you can go here, add a new existing dimension and search that SAP all company code. SAP all company code. I don't know where it is. Right, company code instead of that. SAP underscore all. Okay, I don't want to waste time here. We will find that public dimensions here. We can search from that and add it, that public dimensions here in our data model. So rebuild model you already know. If you want to delete something, you can delete it. So this is the migrate to new model type. So what is meant by new model type is a new feature of model. We have already discussed that. If you want to migrate that, you can migrate to the new model type. But there is a limitation that once you are migrate, you can't come back to the classic model. So you should be very careful when you migrate. So this will try to creation of variables, use of variables. We'll try to discuss in the planning scenarios. Then this is the data locking. So we'll try to learn when we see the model preferences here. Then delete facts we already seen. Then in view we have this toggle structure view. If you want to toggle with the different structure with respect to data foundation, or if you want to see only this one, you can remove that and see in the, then zoom in, zoom out, all those options are available. So if you want to have a validation rules, for now we have not created any validation rules. Even these two options are being enabled only when it is being planning features are enabled. You can have these options enabled. Now we don't have that. We'll exclude that from our scenario. And now we'll see the model preferences, the last option in the model. So whenever we click on that, so whenever we have in the model, it is being called as model preferences. When we have a story, it is called as a story preferences. The same way analytical application, we have analytical application preferences. So we have different menus here, like general settings, access and privacy, date settings, planning, currency, structure priority, and data and performance. So in general settings, you can see our model information called model type called analytic. So why it is called analytic? What is another type of model which we can create in SAC? So another type is called planning. Exactly. So when the planning feature is not being enabled while the creation of model, then that model is called a analytical models. So the model layout is account. The name, you can change the name from here also. The name will be changed here. So if you want to give a description, you can give a description and click on OK, it will be saved. Then with respect to the access and privacy, so you can restrict. Now the data is being already imported into SAC. Now the data security should be provided by SAC, not from the vendor who is the data is being imported. Now with respect to the security, you can have the read privileges, execute, update, maintain, and delete. So these are the different privileges which you can give with respect to the dimensions and measures you have done. So security, data audit. Suppose if it is being enabled, the data changes will be tracked. The log can be accessed via security and data changes. So if at all you enable this particular scenario, the admin can easily perform a log, like who has changed that particular data, at which time, which user has been updated. So if at all you click on that, there will be a separate log will be maintained with respect to the data. Then validation rules. So we will not enable the validation rules here because we have not created any validation rules. When we create, we will try to create in the planning scenarios. You can see it is only available for the planning models. When you enable that, you can see the validation will be enabled for us. If enable data locking, if you want to enable that, this also will be for the planning. But if you want to
unlock or restrict with respect to any single dimension, you scroll down, you can see all the available options. So data access control, you can restrict that. No other users can change or update apart from you. Suppose you have logged in with your own credentials. If you enable all the restrictions here, if any other user tries to log in with their user credentials, they can't update the dimensions with apart from your ID. Only logging with your ID only, they can change all the dimensions. So if you can restrict according to what dimension you can select. These are the different dimensions in our model. So then apart from this, we have search to inside model. Search to inside. Suppose if you don't want that particular model to be searched in the search menu, you can keep it disabled. When you enable this particular option, your model which you have created, it will be accessible and searchable in the search box. Okay, you can see switch on this option to index the model. All the dimension members of the model will then be searchable in the search to inside. So if you want to restricted export, you can restrict that. You can't export it to CSV file or export or Excel or export this particular API. So when you don't disable that, you can export that. Same way, the data access. So model level privacy you can enable for the whole model. Now you can't model level. I mean, you can't share the data. Nothing can be done. So if you want to, you can see grant access in the security roles and can access the facts of that particular model. What is meant by facts? The dimensions which you have created is the facts for it. So if you want to restrict with all the dimensions, you can click on this. Suppose if you want to restrict only few dimensions, you can select whatever dimension you want. That is the access and privacy. Then with respect to the date settings, the fiscal year. So every country will have their own fiscal year. Suppose if you are in India, our fiscal year is, that is financial year, starts from March. Whereas when you take it as USA, it starts with, they start their financial year on January. So you can change accordingly whatever you want. So you can denote the fiscal year by the name labels, the preview accordingly. So you can take the fiscal year as order date as well as the ship date. So currently everything are disabled because we will use all those scenarios only in the planning scenario. When we go there, we'll see all the settings here. The same way planning. So even this we can't enable because we already disabled that. When you enable that, we can see all the different versions. If you create all the options here, when we see that. When you go into the planning scenarios, we'll come back the same model preferences and learn all the other options. Then with respect to the currency, you can create the currency conversion or cross calculations. You can enable the default currency, dimension with currency property enabled. So we'll learn everything in the planning scenarios. The planning, the currency, the date settings we'll see in the planning scenarios. Then with respect to the structure priority, so you can categorize according to the account. Here we have only one dimension called account. So maybe in scenarios we can have 2 or 3 account dimensions, or 10 or 15 measures we can pull that in that particular account dimension. You can restrict them accordingly. Custom priority for that particular calculations. So if you create some calculated columns, or you create some restricted measure, so if you create some cross calculations, you can prioritize according to the account dimension what you have created. Here we have only one account dimension, so we can't enable anything. If we have 2 or 3, we can select from the drop down and restrict that. Then with respect to the data and performance, you can optimize the story building experience performance. So when you click on that, right, so it will boost up your performance of your data model. Okay, we'll try to see in the story also, we can do that. So it will just increase your performance of your data model or data dashboard. Then optimize the recommended planning area. You want to enable that. So when planning model is being enabled, you will get this particular option. So this you can enable or toggle off. So comments. So if you want to have this comments option, you can and do that. If you want to have a log object, view comment statistics. Then maintenance. So everything will be done by the admin guy only. If you want to enable the legacy support, you can enable that, disable that. So what is meant by legacy is export. Switch on this option to enable the exports to whatever, like SAP BPC, all the SAP systems you can see. SAP integrated business planning or OData services. So if you want to do that, you can enable that. If you don't want, you can disable it. Use the optimized scenario composer of analytical engine. Suppose if you use this particular model in analytical application also, you can enable that and improve that particular performance and this thing. So if you want that, you can enable it. If not, you can disable it. So if you want to redeploy that model, so what is meant by redeploy model? Save the changes and again refresh that particular model. If you do that, you can redeploy that particular model. Those are the multiple settings here. You can use all those and you can save it. Okay, I hope I have covered all the features. Apart from the planning scenarios, I think I have covered all the planning, model options in the SAC. So any queries you can let me know.
Yeah, and in SAC, like, do we have this row level security kind of thing?
Which one? Sorry.
Row level
Uh,
security, like people from the north region will be able to see only the data from north, not
mhm.
apart others
Yeah,
region.
in the dimension and in that you want to restrict it. So that can be done in the story level. You can do that.
Story level.
Not in
Okay.
the model level. You can do that in
Mm-hmm.
the story level. You can restrict that. Put a dynamic filter. You can create all those filters in the dynamic way in the story level. So note this
Okay.
particular point. Whenever we move into the story level, right, we'll definitely deal with it because we have a separate exercise for it, creating a dynamic filters, creating a story filters, restricting them, all those things. We'll try to see
Okay.
it. Any other queries? So main thing, what is meant by model? Why do we use a data model? We deal only with the data, importing of data, exporting of data, changing of that data. Only three things we need to learn here. So how to create a new dimension, how to create a new calculated measure, how to update that particular measure, all those things can be, you should know very clearly. Now we have seen one issue here. Suppose if you have created the geo enrichment, if you have created the hierarchy, and what was the other thing which you have created? If you create any calculated columns, the first step, first what you should do is remove that particular scenarios and then you can update the data. Suppose if you have that in the scenario, while updation data, definitely the mapping issue will definitely cause. Suppose, so if you are concerned with any database in SAP, suppose a database example called SAP BW, in SAP BW also we can create hierarchies, right? In the database also we can create hierarchies. Suppose SAP S4 HANA we create CDS views, just like in SAC how we create a data model, the same way in S4 HANA system of SAP we create a view called CDS view. So what view is this? This is a data structure view of a model in SAC. The same way in S4 HANA we ready-madely create a view called CDS view. So just like how we see here, all the account dimensions, all the normal dimensions here, all the calculations in this particular scenario, in S4 HANA system, we create a view called CDS view. So we can directly import the CDS view from S4 HANA system into HAC and then create the dashboard. We no need to create a model separately and then create a story. Understood, right?
Yeah. So if we use that S4, no need to do the modeling and all in SAC. So we can directly import
If
that. All the
create
calculation can be done in S4 itself.
Yes, we can do in S4 system also. We can do in the model also. If in both the places are not done, still we can do in the story also. There is no restriction that if at all model, if we don't do, we can't do in story. We can do the same calculation in model. We can do the same calculation in the database. We can do the same calculation in the story level also. The only difference is, suppose if we do in the database, the data storage will be occupied. Yes, right? So definitely a
Yes.
separate column will be created and the values will be stored in that. So the data storage will increase. So that is a negative because as a company, so as a profit, but I don't want to put more pressure on the database. So that I will never do that.
Yeah, basic calculator columns will definitely need, but some calculations like average, minimum, maximum, all those things, I don't want to use those spaces in database. Rather than I will try to use some complex queries like some average of 10, average of 5, dividing some if and using those operations, I'll try to do it in database. But having this simple calculation like sales minus profit, all those things, no client will try to create the those type of calculations in the database. He will tell the developer to create the calculations in SAC, either in the model or in the story. So what is the best suggestion given by SAC is, whatever calculation you do it in the model. We can do in the story, but try to do it in the model. Why? Because the data will already being loaded in the model. It is very easy for SAC to show the data. When you do the calculation in the story, some charts will be loaded fast because some values are not showing the calculated column, but the charts where you use the calculated columns created in the story, it will take a couple of seconds, like 2 or 3 seconds more time to load that particular chart than the normal chart. So the client won't like that particular lag of 2 to 3 seconds between the charts. So if at all any calculation is being done, make sure that the calculation is created in the model itself only. Yes, we can do it in story level also, but suggestion is you do it in the model. So I have skipped this particular scenario, right, of this variables. I told I'll try to show those variables whenever we try to create a live connection. So what is the use of this particular option? Variable. So what is meant by variable? A small, I mean, okay. Variable is nothing but where we store a data. That is called as a variable. Variable, object, array, query, and something. Suppose if you are pulling the data from any database. So with respect to SAC, when you pull the data from that, so here we have not created any variable. Suppose I create a variable by giving some name called, any view called Rahul. Suppose that is a variable. So I am trying to put that as a number or account, whatever it is. Suppose I am taking as an account. So in account, if I take it as ID, okay. So when I create it, default value, let me make it as sales. Click OK. Now if I click on OK, right? So now a variable is being created here called Rahul with the value domain called account ID, and the default value is sales. Suppose if I want some numerical value, I can directly write as 0 or a new calculator measure, whatever I need. So now whenever I try to create a story here using this particular model, I can bring basis on this particular dimensions, whatever. So I can create a new variable here also, give some other new called new this thing, and here I can put whatever like order ID or ship date. So I can select any particular thing and then pull the data in the database. Okay, now I'll show how the screen looks. Not here, here I guess. Okay, so when you can see here, there is a CDS view of or I can say SAP BW. This is a PEX query. Is my screen still visible? Yeah. You can select the dimensions and measures whatever you want. You can select that, post that, you can import that into modeler. Okay. You can select whatever the measures as well as the dimensions according to the table level. This is for the BX query is nothing but SAP BW. The same way, if you import the data from SAP S4HANA, it will be like CDS view. It is called as CDS view. The same thing. We'll try to select the measures, select the dimensions, a view will be imported. Now, what is the disadvantage of live connection is, now post importing this will look like this. So these are all the accounts. So account is nothing but the different measures, and here we'll have the other option called dimensions, where we can see all the dimensions here. So now what is the disadvantage here in the live connections? So whatever the things which we do here, like the transformations, 5 transformations, combining the data, creating a hierarchy, creating a geo enrichment, all those options is not available in a live connections. You can just import the model or import the data source into the story. Apart from that, you can't do anything. You can't create a calculation. Nothing can be done in a live connections. So whatever you want to do, it should be done only in the database with respect to the model. But when you go into the story, right, there's a third section called story. So when you import, create the story by using the model which you have created here, you can see SAP BW. I'm trying to import the data. You can see, I can see all the measures, all the dimensions with respect to that. Here, I can select any individual chart, go to the designer menu and create a calculated column. So whatever the column, calculated functions or the calculated columns I create, that particular columns will be in a dynamic way. What is meant by dynamic way? So whenever the dashboard is being loaded, only then the calculations are performed. Until then, there won't be any usage of database storage, either in the database or in the SAC. Until unless the dashboard is being loaded, until then the calculations are not being created, shown in the charts. When it is being loaded or the refreshed, then it will be shown in the dashboard. Until then, it won't be like that. Okay, so this is a SAP BW query where you select the data. This is an SAC model where you see all the models and dimensions. With respect to the data exploration, you can see. So this you will understand when you when we move into the story scenarios, you can understand. Then with respect to the BI, or you can create all the visualizations according to that. Only difference is we have n number of options only when we create a import model, not in a live connection. In a live connection, when we create a model, we can just import the data. You can't create any transformations. You can't create any calculated measure. You can't do anything. Just import, save the model in your tenant. That's all you can do in a live connection. So if you want to do anything, it has to be done only in the database, not in SAC. But if you want to use the planning scenarios and all those things, you need to create the import connections. Data can be the same. The way of importing data is different. The same data can be imported as a live connection. The same data can be imported as a import connection. So how will you do that in an import connection? Suppose this particular data, right, which I am showing here. So I am trying to create a live connection by same SAP BW. Now I want this same data from the same database as a import connections. How will you do that? How will that particular data source will act as in an import connections? Yeah. Will it be as a cloud or will it be as a on-premise? How will it will act as? So cloud, we can import that as a data. Now next step, we'll try to do as a Google Drive. We'll try to see how the data is being updated. But before that, just for a confirmation, will it take it as a cloud model or it will take as a on-premise model?
If it is organization, like within the organization, it takes us on premise.
No. So what is meant by cloud model? Live model you understood, right? So this is a live model where we are trying to import everything. Post creation of data, then we have this option. So in the model you can see this particular option called variables. Okay, just like how we do in the dimensions, right? So combine data. So we combine the data. When we combine the data, what UI will see the two different models. We select the common dimensions and then hit on the combined model where the models are being combined. Same way in variables also we see the same option. So we select the particular query what we have created. So post that we see this. So you can see select the variables by that sales column. So I have created a sales query by that query. So you can put a filter. So setting variables is nothing but a restricting some dimensions, like with respect to the calendar year, with respect to the region, with respect to the sales organization. We have multiple options here. Like this is a square bracket. Square bracket is nothing but and, like both this particular member and this member. So we have, when you go into the drop down, we have another option called equal to. What is meant by equal to? So only that when that particular member is being matched, only then the query will be executed. If not, it won't get executed. If you want 2 or 3 queries, you can create accordingly. So we can create, if you want another member, you can click on plus, another member will be added. Same way you can add n number of.
So with respect to the country, you can select any member, or there is an option called select all, where you can do all the things. The same way distribution channel, you have unit of measures, so you can select all the members, create new members, then click on set. So when you click on this, all the queries whatever you have done, it will be imported into your SAC tenant accordingly. So with respect to the hierarchies, with respect to the characteristic values, if you have any nodes inside that, text values, formula elements, everything will be imported into the scenario. You can see a query. So whenever the data dashboard is being reloaded again, you can select the query. We can create 4, 5, 6 queries, whatever it is. When you click on that query, according to that, the view will be changed. So we have an option in import model also. We'll try to see those options when we go into the story. So it's not that we can do only in the live connection. There is other option called bookmarks. We'll try to see how to create multiple views. So according to what view we need, we'll try to show according to those views. So we'll select the which variant you want. Everything we'll try to click on that. So select which member, like agent, internet, retail. Select on that. When you click on apply, it will be shown, the dashboard will be shown accordingly. So whatever the calculations which we create, so everything will be on the dynamic. Once the dashboard is being loaded, only then the calculations will be performed and shown in the table chart or whatever chart you create in the scenario. Okay, we will have multiple options. We'll see when we go into the story level how to create calculations on this. Variable is nothing but a query where in which database you are reporting. I can, a simple word I can say, a filter. You are restricting some data and then pulling the data. What is the main purpose of variable is, if you don't want some data, suppose in import connections, you can't do anything. All the data you need to load and then you need to show everything. If your data is 10 TB, whole 10 TB has to be loaded and shown. But in a live connections, if at all we no need some data. Suppose in our scenario, we are not using row ID at all. That column is never being used in our dashboard. Then why to import that particular data? Why to use that usage in SAC? We'll never import row ID. Whatever columns or dimensions we need, we'll select all those dimensions and then import only those things according to the dashboards we'll try to create. That is the main purpose of variables.
Okay. And when we import this BW also, even then we can't use the variables, right? Like we can't restrict even then.
In a
Only
live
in
connection, yes, only in a live.
Okay.
Okay, suppose you want to do it in a import connections, so I told you, right, you can create your own thing and accordingly. So this model is being saved right now. I'll try to save this and we'll try to use this particular model in the story level also. So according to that also we can use. It's not that it is confined to only live connections. We can do it only in import connection also. But what is the purpose is, so when the model is being created, all the data is already being imported. But when you create some views in the story, we can use that particular scenario. Like ID is our wish, so only the account ID. Suppose if you are using some, suppose I need in city, I wanted only the ID. So only the city dimension will only be imported. Rest, suppose if you have any common any dimension is being used in multiple charts, those data won't be get imported. Only the city will be imported. Rest everything. Suppose if even though if you use that particular scenario, it won't be loaded. Suppose in city, I need only California. Can I search? I do have California. Spelling is wrong. I don't have California.
Maybe I would have been replaced like on that day.
Okay,
California
anything.
which
Suppose or Cambridge. Okay. So in city, only Cambridge will be imported in your story. Rest nothing will be imported. If you select that particular this thing, you can do that. We'll use this particular. In the same way, you can create n number of variables. So according to the variable, you can pull those data. We'll try to use that in the story level. Okay.
So we are trying to explore the data by using the Smart Assist. So Smart Assist is nothing but the AI feature of SAC, like search to insight. There are multiple features. We'll see all those features in the coming module. Then here we'll try to learn what is meant by predictive forecast, which we already done, but theoretically we'll try to cover. Then we'll see what is meant by smart discovery, what is meant by smart insights, and what is meant by smart prediction. So we'll see all the features in this particular module. So here SAP Analytics Cloud, what are the supportive predictive features? So there are some predictive features like a time series forecasting, search to insight, smart grouping, smart insights, smart predict, smart discovery. There are multiple features. We'll try to use accordingly. So we already know that there are two types of connections or two types of data sources. What are the two types? Acquired data is nothing but import connection. Live data is nothing but a live connections. So these are the supported AI features of SAC for the acquired data, and these are the supported AI features for live data. So in acquired data, we have this time series forecasting, search to insight, smart grouping, smart insights, smart predict, and smart discovery. We have the same thing, but only difference between live and acquired is we don't have smart discovery in the live connections. There is only the difference between these two things. So here, when we will use the time series forecasting, we'll try to train the data set. Yesterday, we have done the training that particular data set, right? We have created a data set and then loaded that in the smart prediction scenario where you have three types. What are the three types? First one was linear, second one was regression, and third one was using time series forecasting. So these are the three things. So according to our scenario, we'll try to use that. Time series forecasting is nothing but we'll try to load that, train that particular data and load it in our dashboard. We'll try to compare the original value of our excess to superstore data, that we'll try to load it, and then in the linked model we'll try to load the predictive scenarios which we have created. Then we'll try to compare between the first data source and the second data source. We have multiple things like predicted value, predicted reasons, whatever the menu you want, you can select it accordingly. You can change the name, change the data label, or change the measure and show it in the time series forecasting in that particular chart. So what are the steps for it is train the model based on the data file, apply the model to the target prospects. We have seen first with respect to the model, then we have seen with respect to the data set. Data model is simple. We directly use that model and just add that particular features or the predictive scenarios to that model. So whenever we try to add a new data source and then train it, that is called data set. We can do a new train a data model or a data set. Because we have done the data model, I didn't do that. So you can also train, I mean, with respect to the model also, you can create a new model and then train according to the data model also. We can do it for the data set also. So we have done for the data set. So based on the particular data file, it can be from the your file server, or in the sense your own on-premise system, or from the cloud storage also it can do. The same scenario we can do it. Just pulling the data from the cloud. That is only the difference. So apply the model to the target prospects. So even though if you take for acquired system or for a live system, we need to put a target. So we can put a target for only for a measures, not for dimensions. In the smart prediction feature, we can do it only for the measure. But whereas the smart discovery, the last option in acquired data, here we can put either a dimension or a measure. So we'll deal with the smart discovery in this particular session, and we'll see put a target as a measure, put a target as a dimension. Only one, either a dimension or a measure, or only one measure or one dimension. So you can put that and train the data and see the smart prediction feature of SAC. We'll see that one also. Okay, make some adjustments in the needed, write the planning model. Then we can try to predict according to the values. Then comes search to insight. So what is meant by search to insight? If you load that tenant, right, at the top right, you can see a bulb icon there, or in the home screen you can see a search box, right? So when you click on that and search something, that is called search to insight. So apart from the search, we have this icon called search also. Normal search, where you want to search the model, story, analytical application, or directly manually search. Apart from this, if you want to search according to the insights, like in the model, if you want to show the graph like sales by cities, you can directly converse in the normal manner, like show sales by cities. So for that, if you want to want that particular model to be searched, you need to go to the model preferences and go to the settings and then select search to index model to be enabled. and then you can search it. We'll see in the practicals for now, search to insights. Okay, then comes smart grouping. So what is meant by grouping? First, leave about the smart grouping in the sense you are trying to group. We can group a dimension, we can group a measure. What we can group together? Can we group a dimension together? I'm not talking about hierarchy. Yes, in hierarchy we can group a dimensions, but smart grouping is mainly applicable only for the measure. Suppose if I'm showing a area chart here, consider this is a axis, and here I'm showing different values of measures, and here I'm putting a dimensions called one dimension called region. Here I'm trying to put some axis values here, like from sales called 0 to 100. Maybe in this axis, the Z axis, I'm trying to put some other axis, like maybe with respect to the profit measure. According to that, I'm trying to create the axis. This is X, this is Y, and this is Z. So accordingly, I try to add 2 or 3 measures over there and try to show it with respect to 2 axes. So then what we'll do is just very difficult, because we are trying 2 or 3 measures in the graph, and which measure refers which axis we don't know. So in those scenarios, we use the option called smart grouping, where I can group all the measures with respect to that in a single group, and with respect to Z axis, I can group it in a single group. That is called smart grouping. So smart grouping is applicable only to 2 different charts, scatter plot chart and bubble chart. So we can create a smart grouping to 2 charts in SAC. First one is scatter plot chart and the bubble chart. We'll see that in the practice. We are not used till now bubble chart and scatter plot chart. Now we'll try to use those charts. Then comes smart insights. So what is meant by smart insights? It's just information about that particular chart. Just like how we get create a chart, right? Suppose I am showing in the normal story, I'm trying to show a chart where I'm showing region by sales. So here, instead of showing it in a graphical manner, I want to write in 2 or 3 sentences with respect to that particular chart. So we have this option of examine. I'll try to show the option of examine as well as these charts also in the practicals. So what is the advantage of here is the same chart where the region sales is higher, it will try to show it in a 2 descriptive manner. Like in this particular region, this is higher, the sales is higher, and in this particular region, the sales is lower. Why it is lower? How it is compared with the previous year? Suppose if you have 4 or 5 years of data, in the previous year, how my data was there? How much difference between the earlier data, earlier year and this year? What is the difference? So what is the average sales? Everything detailed information we'll try to get. Gist information will be shown here. When you click on show more, a separate window in the designer panel it will load, and then the information will be shown out there. So that is for smart insights. So we'll try to cover that particular scenario in the lab Excel. So we can do it on the normal story also. It's not that I need to do in the smart prediction also. In the normal story, you can click on the chart, mode this thing, and then load the data. Here we will try to cover smart insights, linked analysis, as well as the examined data. So all those comes under the smart insights. So nothing but a same information with respect to in detailed manner. Suppose I'm showing the chart here, but still I need more information. I don't want to see the and learn the information according to the graphical manner. Instead, I want to learn with some sentences. It will try to analyze. Suppose if I change the measure, according to the measure, it will try to analyze and show the different sentences. If I change the dimension, according to the dimension, it will try to change and show the same information. According to city, according to whatever you put in that particular dimension, I can do it. Top 5 it will show. Bottom 5, it will show that. Whatever you want, it will try to analyze accordingly and dynamically change. It's not that you need to change every time. As soon as you change, it will take couple of seconds, 2 to 3 seconds, the data will be loaded. So we'll see that in the practicals. That is called smart insights. Then comes smart predict. So what do you remember smart predict? So in the time series forecasting we have done, right? So time series forecasting, we do it manually. Like what are the 3 algorithms? Linear regression, triple exponential smoothing, and linear inputs. So these are the 3 algorithms which we try to use in a normal time series forecasting. But if you want to use the smart prediction, there is also other option called automatic forecast. So when you click on that, in that particular time series chart, it will automatically analyze the data and show it according to the values. We very clearly know in the time series chart, we have a granularity. Because why? We are trying to load a dimension of only the date. In our scenario called Superstore, what are the date dimensions we have? the order date and ship date, whatever dimension we load, according to that, with respect to year, with respect to 3 months, with respect to 6 months, with respect to year, or YTD, year to day dimension. So we'll select that particular granularity. Accordingly, the data will be loaded and the predictive values also will be loaded. Like suppose if you select 1 month, plus 1 month of predictive data will be loaded. If you select the granularity of 3 months, first the actual data 3 months will be loaded, and then 3 months of predicted values will be loaded. The same way for 6 months, 6 months will be loaded. Plus 1 year, according to the year it will be loaded. The maximum here we can use in the time series forecasting is plus 1 calendar year. That's it. Like suppose if we have the values till 2023, November 1st, so we can predict the values till November 1st, 2024. That's it. We can't predict for the future. After November 2nd, 2024 also we can't predict. So that is a limitation here by using the AI feature of SAC. Even though if you have 50 years, even though if you have 100 years also, still we can do it for the 1 year. Maybe in the coming SAC updates, they can do. This can be also asked as an interview question. In a normal planning model, can we predict the values for the plus 10 years, plus 20 years, irrespective of historical data? The answer should be yes. The prediction meter will go less, but we can still predict the planning values manually. But whereas in the automatic feature or AI feature of SAC, that is called augmented analytics or predictive analytics. So there, even though if you have the 50 years, can we predict for the coming 2 years? No, the answer is clear no. We can do it for only 1 year maximum. From the date of whatever the latest date in our data source, from that date to plus 1 year of calendar date. If we have November 15, 2023, we can predict till November 15, 2024. That's it. We can't do for November 16, 2024 also. We can't do it. But we can predict any values in between that range. From the data source date to plus calendar day, any date you want, any month, any quarter, you can apply that and then show it in our smart prediction. So that is the advantage of smart predict. And then comes the last feature in acquired data, smart discovery, which we don't have in the live connection. So what is meant by smart discovery? If you remember the stories, right, we had 4 options of creating the story or the dashboard. First one was the responsive page, second one was the canvas page, third one was the grid, and fourth one was the smart discovery. So the 3 first options called responsive, canvas and grid were the manual way of creating dashboard. But here the smart discovery is the AI way of creating dashboard. Here, just like how we do it in the what we do it in a time series forecast or regression, right? We put a target as a measure. But here in the smart discovery option, we have an option of keeping dimension as also a target. And in entities, your wish. You can keep one dimension, you can keep all the dimensions. That is according to your requirement. So it will take around 30 to 40 seconds to load the data into SAC. Once it is being loaded, a dashboard will be created ready-madely for you. So this smart discovery feature is mainly used in whenever the client suddenly asks you to create a dashboard within very less stipulated time. Like maybe by half an hour or 1 hour, he says that you try to create a dashboard by using this particular data source and let me know how your dashboard will look, how you try to develop it. So we can show that all the features, all the tabs, all the charts will be automatically loaded. Yes, we have additional feature that you can re-edit that story or the dashboard. Like if at all you want to add new charts, that can be added. You want to edit the existing charts, you can add it. So there is advantage of here also. We can use the planning scenarios in the smart discovery also. A separate page will be created for you called simulation tab. The purpose of simulation tab is it will try to, we can simulate whatever we want in the sense. So how my values will change, just like how we did in the predictive scenarios, there we did manually, like which we want to put a target. Here there is no restriction for you. You can do whatever you want. You want to change the dimension, you can change it. You want to change the measure, you can change it. So suppose if you have profit of some thousand rupees for that particular calendar date, I want to change when my profit values increases from 10 to 15%, how will affect my overall sales. You can see with respect to exact value and with respect to the percentage, like plus 2%, plus 15%, how much it is increasing. We can see the difference of values over there also. The same way you can do for all the measures. Here, whenever we try to create the predictive scenarios, there was a limitation that we can do for only one measure. Either we can keep for sales or we can keep for any one measure. And you want to add another scenario, you need to create 4 or 5. Suppose if you have 5 measures, I need to create 5 predictive scenarios and add it in the linked models. But in the smart discovery, I can add all the measures, all the dimensions as per my requirement. Target will be 1, but I can compare the sales to all the measures. Compare the sales with all the dimensions. Suppose if I load a dimension called region, I'll compare the region dimension with all the sales and all the measures. So it's according to my use case requirement. That is called smart discovery. Even this we'll try to cover today. Now in the same way, for the live data, the same time series forecasting. So what is the difference between acquired and live data? Acquired data is from your own on-premise or from the cloud storage, and live data is completely cloud storage. And what is the difference is we are not pulling the data into SAC or storing the data in SAC. It will be in the customer's landscape only or in the database only. We are just viewing the data in SAC tool. But here in the acquired data, even if the scenario is a cloud, but still we are pulling the data from the data source to database to SAC tenant. There is a difference between acquired and this thing. So according to the requirement, what we will do first? First we'll try to create a connection, establish a connection, then create a model. Only that step is extra for a live data. Rest all the features are the same. We'll do for the same as a time series. Here also we'll do the same. Train the data set and then apply according to our scenarios. Okay, but here when I say that, what is the thumb rule of live data till date? We can't use the manual way of planning, but though you can use the AI features. So these are all the AI features. Yeah, here I am not configuring anything. I am not creating anything. I am already using the existing features of SAC. I won't configure the time series forecasting. I won't configure search to insight. I won't configure smart grouping. I won't configure smart insights. I won't configure smart predict. I am just using that existing feature. Okay, but you can see these are all the here also I can do planning. So because time series forecasting, what is that? I'm trying to predict the forecast. Forecast is nothing but I am trying to predict the future values. So you can ask me a question that the interviewer or the wherever you try to apply, right? They'll ask you, can planning scenarios be applicable for a live data? So your answer should be yes and no. When yes, in a AI way, or when I try to use the predictive features, yes, I can predict. But when I say in the manual way, what is the manual way? By creating the versions. So there are multiple versions which we can create in the planning. What are the 5 versions? How many versions are we can create in planning? 5. First one is actual, second one is planning version, third one is budget, fourth one is forecast, fifth one is rolling forecast. So these are the 5 planning versions which we can create by manual way. All those 5 versions are not supported in a live connection. But rest, what are the other 5 which we can create? Time series forecasting, search to insight, smart grouping, smart insights, and smart predict. Here, where we try to use the planning scenarios only in the 2 features, time series forecasting as well as smart predict. So these are normal features. Search to insight is nothing but we are trying to search according to the model which you have created. It can be with the acquired data, it can be with the live data. Smart grouping is also the same. Like we are just using it in the chart. Okay, we'll try to use smart grouping can be done only in the 2 charts, scatter plot chart and the bubble chart, either in the acquired or in the live. So here this is not with respect to planning. Even this is not with respect to planning. So smart insights is also not respect to the planning. This is a just feature in story, additional feature, like where you can still do. So in live data, we can do it for 2, time series forecasting and smart prediction. Here we can plan. It's not that completely planning, a way of using the planning feature in live connections. Okay. Yeah, next comes search to insight. Search to insight is nothing but we are searching according to the index model. So we'll try to see what is search to insight, what is meant by smart grouping, the same scenarios. Smart grouping, you can see the scatter plot chart, enable smart grouping. automatically it tries to create clusters using regression. We'll see that particular scenario in the dashboard which you have created. Then comes smart insights. So what do you mean by smart insight? We are showing some gist information about that chart. We'll also see this how to do that. So smart insight for a live data only supported for. Now there may be another question. So is the smart insight supported to all the live connections? No. The answer is very clearly no. It supports only for S4 HANA on-premise systems. Only it supports. Rest all the live connections is not being supported. If you want to use the smart insights for the live connection, it is supported only for the S4 HANA systems, and in S4 HANA not for the cloud, only for the on-premise. Smart insights can be used in the live connections, yes, but in which? Only in S4 HANA. And in which scenarios? Either in the on-premise or cloud? No, we can't use it on the cloud scenario. We can do only on the S4 HANA, only in on-premise scenarios. Then comes the smart predict. So you can run that particular CAN program to project out months. Suppose if you want to do that, you can do it. So you can do it on the time series chart as well as the table chart. So smart prediction can be done on how many charts? Actually 3 charts. I listed only 2 here. So what are the 3 charts we can use? Smart prediction, time series chart, line chart as well as the table chart. So you can use the smart prediction feature on this thing. So time series chart we already seen. The same way we can use it on the line chart also, and in the same way we can use it on the table chart also. So how to do it? This is an option. Add more options, add forecast, choose either automatic or advanced option. So automatic forecast is first option, and the other 3 algorithms. What are the 3 algorithms? Linear regression, triple exponential smoothing, and the third one is some third option. The third algorithm will be there. The same if you want to go for table, you can go for the more options, predictive forecast to publish it in the planning model. Okay, smart predict on the live data is only supported for SAP HANA on-premise. So here smart insights is S4 HANA. S4 HANA is different, SAP HANA is different. SAP HANA is the first version. Then SAP S4 HANA is advanced version. SAP S4 HANA, that is a re-advanced version. There are multiple versions of HANA database only. Now another question for you. Suppose SAC is developed on which database? On which platform? What is your answer? SAC, SAP Analytics Cloud is developed on which platform? Answer is HANA based platform. Okay, suppose if you say Windows, right? Operating system called Windows. We use Windows 7, 8, 10, 11, right? On which programming language or on which platform it has been developed? General question. C. You know the C language, right? So all the operating system with respect to Windows are being developed by the programming language called C. The same way, C and Python, advanced features of Python is also being used in the Windows development platform. But mainly we try to use the C language, C programming language. The same way, SAP Analytics Cloud or the SAC tool is developed on the platform of HANA, not S4 HANA platform. HANA is a different, S4 HANA is a different, and SAP HANA is a different. So predictive forecasting uses the historical data to predict future possibilities. Okay. So why predictive forecast we try to use? It tries to use the historical data to predict the future. It will, if you want to predict for the future, it tries to use the historical data which you feed to SAC system. The simple thumb rule is the more the historical data, the more accurate your prediction will be. So next, the predictive forecasting takes on different values into account. Account is nothing but the measures which we try to put into the SAC tenant. And also it looks on the trends, cycles and fluctuations in your data. Just like we had an example in the past, right? Like suppose from the month of January to March, if that is a summer season, the sales of sweater will very low. So, and in the rainy season, the sales of the raincoat and umbrella will be little higher. And in the summer season, raincoat will be higher. I mean, raincoat will be lower. Sweater will also be the lower, but umbrella will be little higher. Compared to rainy season, it will low. but compared to winter season, it will be little higher. So according to the facts of that particular data, like from the calendar year, calendar month starting from January to December, it will try to analyze, predict, and then show the values, and whatever the values are being predicted, right, it will be backed up with the information saying that suppose if it is high, why it is high, suppose if it is low, why it is low. It will try to compare with the previous year's data. Suppose in the month of March, suppose it is a summer season, definitely the sweater sales will go low. Why it is low? It will try to say that in the last year also it is been low. So for the coming year also, it will try to sales of the sweater, the product called sweater, it will be very low. So it will try to show all those approaches. So this data driven approaches optimizes your planning process as it is based on facts, not on the feelings. So whatever the facts are which you are loaded into the system, it will try to predict according to the facts or the historical data. It doesn't give you the values according to your human feelings or some human biased feelings or human intuitions. It doesn't take into the consideration. It tries to predict the values according to the facts on the data which you are loaded in SAC. So some of the key features of predictive forecast are as follows. It is easy to use. There is no pre-setup required. You can use the smart predict for more advanced requirement. Select from the existing algorithms. What are the algorithms? Like automatic, linear regression, triple exponential smoothing, as well as the additional input. This is the first feature, and the three algorithms are these things: linear regression, triple exponential smoothing, and additional inputs. So you can see these forecasting options. So till here, the actual values are there, and the predicted values will be in the shaded region. You can select according to the granularity and change the values. So you can just toggle between the ranges also here. You can just scroll between left, right accordingly, whichever month, exact month you need. So accordingly, the forecasting values as well as the actual values will get adjusted accordingly. So smart data discovery is a next generation data discovery capability that provides the business users or the citizen data scientist with insights from advanced analytics. And BI analytic leaders should plan for adoption of capabilities mature. So every day it is trying to evolve. So in the maybe 2 or 3 years earlier, we didn't have so many features. Now they are trying to update. Maybe in the future, they will completely remove the manual way of creating the dashboard. Everything will be in the AI way. So they are trying to adapt everything. They are trying to train the model automatically the same way according. So here we can add only one measure. Maybe in the future they can add according to the measures we need, like 2 or 3 measures at a time, 2 or 3 dimensions at a time. Maybe a dimension as well as a measure we can put as a target. That is the scenario. Then what are the key features of smart discoveries? It is auto generated and fully populated. There is no manual intervention there. Whenever you try to put a target as well as the entities, when you click on the button, it will be automatically generated. You are not doing anything. You are not configuring the algorithm. You are not changing the flow chart. So everything will be auto generated. Multi-tab stories with overview. So if at all you keep some target and this thing, there are some pre-ready-made tabs which is already created for you for smart discovery. The pages like overview, key influencers, unexpected values, and simulation tabs. So overview is nothing but the overview of whatever you put in the target. Suppose if you put a target called sales, so according to the sales, all the dimensions, all the measures, how it is being impacting, it will try to show it in the overview. Then with respect to key influencers, who plays the major role, like which measure plays the major role according to the profit, how much it is impacting to that particular measure, the other measures and the other dimensions will try to show that. Then unexpected values. So unexpected values is nothing but what is the original value, what is the predicted value, what is the lower bound, upper bound, all those values it will try to show here. And the best part in smart discovery is the simulation tab. So simulation tab where we can manually change the profit, budget, what are the different measures as well as the according to the dimension. So you can select all the dimensions, you can select a specific dimension, or you can select a single measure and do the simulation accordingly and then check the overall sales value, overall profit value, overall whatever you put as a target, right? Accordingly we can measure that particular value.
So we'll try to see that in the practicals. So we can predict the future outcomes with an interactive simulations. So whatever you try to do, what is the scenario of what is the end use case of smart discovery? You are trying to simulate those values, and then we can create some interact. Like you can interact with the dashboard. It's not that we are just viewing it by and interacting just by input filter, story filter. So what is the advantage of simulation tab is you can change the profit value. Suppose if this is 10%, in the analytical application, how I show from the slider, I want to change from 10 to 15, 20 to 15. The same way, here also we can do it. Instead of manually writing that, you can write it by input. We can give an input that if I want a specific like 13%, 14%, 15%, 80%, 90%, accordingly, how much does it impact my overall sales? How much with respect to numerical value, with respect to percentage also, I can see it in the simulation tab. We'll see in the practicals very clearly. So you can see multiple tabs here. So accordingly, you can create new smart discovery page. And what is the advantage of smart discovery is, so we create a story just like how we do in the normal way. We just create a story, and the best part is you can add more charts also. The same smart discovery also, just like how we do in the story, right? Create input filter, create a thresholds, all the things which you do in a normal story. All the things can also be done in the smart discovery. Add linked models, use the designer, use the styling page, use the builder page, all the things which you do in a normal thing. You can create multiple responsive pages, grid pages apart from these tabs which you have. You can delete if you don't want these tabs. You can delete that particular tabs also. So that is the advantage of smart discovery. Okay, so there are multiple things you can, just like here you can see, you can edit it here accordingly how it tries to impact my overall sales value. So all those things can be done in the smart discovery. So with the dynamic text token, the chart footers, you can supplement the visualizations with smart textual explanations on the contributors behind your data. So SAC runs on SAP HANA database. So the core predictive features of SAP HANA are clearly available because it tries SAP is developed on the SAP Analytics Cloud is developed on the HANA database. So the features of HANA is already available. You can use the automated predictive library that is called APL and predictive analysis library that is called PIL in our smart discovery also. You don't need to configure that. You are just using it and then in our smart discovery and then try to run that. So this is the smart insights. We can use the smart insight also with respect to that chart or with respect to any member in that particular chart. So accordingly, a separate member in the designer you can see. So who is the top member? What is the average sale? According to 1 year, suppose if you have 4 or 5 years, according to 1 year, last previous year, how much it has increased with respect to percent, with respect to the exact value. It will try to show that. And with respect to chart also, it will try to show. And when you like, the best part in smart discovery, if you like that chart, you copy and paste it over there. So that is the best thing in smart discovery. So we'll try to see all those scenarios in the when we try to create a dashboard. We'll try to, I think we have already created a dashboard, right? By using the planning model, we use the same model and then show all the features there. Then a small description of smart insights. Smart insights allows you to quickly develop a clear understanding of intricate aspects of your business data. Consider you are interested in analyzing the total annual salary spent in North America. You can do that. No, I am not interested in North America. Any specific city, according to the city you select, the city will be adjusted and shown there. The smart insights will be shown. You can see that particular company which has the employees situated in any countries. Suppose here I am trying to show enterprise. According to the enterprise I select, it will try to show. Now I want according to the SMB, it will try to show. According to the Fortune 500, it will try to show. No, I am not interested with the dimensions. I want to go with some other like filter or drill down. And when I select that particular city, according to that, it will try to show the smart insight and the chart will get adjusted accordingly. And best thing is, if you like this particular chart, right, you can copy this and paste it in our dashboard also. Just like how we do in the data and view tab, right here, data and story tab. When you go into the data tab, according to the model, you can see 2 tabs here, story and data. When we go into the data tab, we select the measure and the dimensions over there. A chart will be prepared and we'll try to copy it here, right? The same way here also, when I use the smart insights, when I like this particular view, I can copy it and paste it, and I can replace this original chart. All those customizations we can do. Okay. Then you can run the smart insights or the annual salaries in the years. You can do it in the pie chart. You can this is a donut chart. You can do it. So right click on that, more options, smart insights. That will be shown accordingly. The same way for table chart also you can do it. Any chart you can do basically. Then comes the smart predict. So smart prediction options or the smart prediction feature helps you to answer a business questions that need predictions or predictive forecast to plan for future business evolution. So it automatically learns from your historical data. How it tries to analyze? It will try to learn according to your historical data and finds the best relationships or patterns of the behavior to easily generate the predictions for future events, future values, as well as the future trends. So additionally, you can get easy to understand the KPIs. So whatever KPI you try to put, suppose here while to use the smart insights or the smart discovery, we put something as a target. It can be a measure. So suppose if I put as a sales as a measure, no, I put as the region dimension as a KPI. So according to the KPI, first it will show. No, I am not interested in the KPI. I want to see the other dimensions. Still, you can change the dimensions also at any point of time. Okay, that is the best part of smart prediction. And visualize that, evaluate the predictions accuracy. You can then leverage those predictions and predictive forecast with confidence to augment your planning model and stories. So according to our use cases, we change the charts, we change this thing. So at any point, first thing what you should do before you develop a dashboard is collect the requirements from the client. So what he wants to get from the dashboard, what he wants to achieve, whether if he wants to see overall sales or he wants to see what will be my future sales of that particular city, state, country, region, whatever it is he wants to predict. So get that particular aspect what he needs in crisp one line sentence. So accordingly you should develop the dashboard. You should not develop your dashboard according to view. Suppose if you have 15 measures and some 30 dimensions, you can't show all the values in the dashboard, right? You'll definitely get confused. So instead you could have used the table chart and shown all the values. So when you have 15 measures and 15 dimensions, so can we show all the charts there? Definitely if you have a probability, it will take you till 30 to 40 charts to show all the values in the chart. I mean in the dashboard. Definitely any person, as a human being, for the first time I see a dashboard, I'll get confused. So you should show only the data what the client requires. Rest of the data should be omitted or ignored. You cannot show all the data at a time in a single dashboard because you will definitely get it. So instead what you can do is you create multiple pages. Suppose if you have 15 measures, try to create 15 pages. And in one page, if you have 15 dimensions, only show the 15 charts in that one page. And if at all you need some comparison between a dimension and measure, you create a separate chart, separate page. In that page, you create a big chart, and left side you try to show all the measures, and right side you show all the dimensions, just like how we did in the measure input control and the dimension input control. So where you can switch toggle between that. And in every page, you try to put a hyperlink option. So whenever he wants to compare, click on that particular page, it will be redirected to the specific page, and then he can compare between the dimensions and the measure. That's the best part in SAC. So additionally, we can get easy to understand the KPIs, that is key performance indicators, and visualizations that helps you to evaluate the predictions accuracy. You can then leverage those predictions and predictive forecast with confidence to augment your plan and model and stories. So as a SAC developer, you know why you are trying to put that chart. But as an end user, he is not concerned because he don't know to develop the dashboard. As a developer, he will ask you, why you have used only the bar chart? Can we not use the pie chart? So you should have some good answer for it, good explanation. Definitely client will say, why you are using the bar chart? Instead you could have shown in the pie chart, right, where I can view the values in the percentage. So what is the advantage of using pie chart and donut chart? All the values will be automatically converted into percentage. When you see the pie chart and donut chart, right, if you have observed very clearly, the values will be showing in the percentage, not with the exact values. Suppose if you have the measures in the value form,
still it will try to convert with respect to 100%. Suppose if you have overall 4 or 5 measure values with respect to any dimension, it will be converted according to the percentage, because pie chart or donut chart is a circle. Circle, it will try to figure out, like the whole circle is 360. So it will try to have that converted into 100%. Like if at all we have 20 in the whole 100 value, it will shown as 20%. Suppose if we have 30, it is will shown as 30%. If you have some 35 out of 100, it will show it as 35%. The same way it will be converted according to the percentage. The whole biggest percentage is 100. It will show from 0 to 100. And what is the disadvantage of using the pie chart and donut chart? Suppose if one dimension has the highest value, maybe like 99, like overall is 100 and one measure is 99 and other measure is 1. So what is the disadvantage here in pie chart is, so the 99 will be showing the whole, it will be occupying the whole area of the pie chart, but the rest 1% you can't see that 1% also. The best thing is you try to show it in the bar chart. In those scenarios, you need to show that in the bar chart. You can explain them. I mean, explain the client that, so some of the measures, right, the values are very low. So when the values are very low, because the pie chart shows according to the percentage, so when I select that particular chart and filter accordingly, the bigger values will be shown with a greater area. Suppose if it have 99%, I can't show that, because the rest 1%, if you want to see, either you need to zoom in or you need to go to the filter and then select. That is a disadvantage of pie chart. And so accordingly, you can say that when I select the bar chart, it's very clearly visible. I can see all the bars. What I can do is I can change the orientation from vertical to horizontal, which I already done in the chart. So all those things can be done in the story. So whatever you do, it should be backed up, because client don't know. He only knows he will get an alternative solution. Why you are using a bar chart? Why can't we use a pie chart? So if at all you show some charts, so yesterday we have created, right, one with the bar charts and all other bar charts. So you should maintain uniformity. Suppose if the first chart is showing by thousands, all the charts in the dashboard has to be shown in the thousands. One chart with thousands, second chart with millions, third chart with billions. That is not the right way of creating dashboard. If at all you load the values according to thousands, all the charts in that page or in the dashboard should be in thousands only. You should maintain the uniformity. If the first rows, if it have, maintain all the bar charts. So one with bar chart, one with a line chart, one with area chart. As a looking perspective, it will not attract the client. Okay, make as less as possible to avoid many combination of charts, one with bar, one with line chart. So avoid all those things. Suppose if you want 2 or 3 measures in a single chart, what is the chart we use? Suppose consider, forget about 3. Suppose if I want to use 2 measures in a single chart, what is the best chart I can use? Is it a bar chart? No, there is a another way of showing that. Sorry?
Stacked bar chart.
No, stacked bar chart. When we will use the stacked bar chart?
When we have two
When you are
measures
trying to
or
compare,
two dimensions.
one measure and 2 dimensions, we'll use the stacked bar chart. When we have 2 measures and 1 dimension, what is the best way to show? Combination of line and bar chart. There is option. I'll try to show it in the practical. So these are the 3 classifications. The same thing: time series, recursion, and classification. So we already discussed this one. So the same description, classification, regression, and time series. When I need to use a small example of it. So first thing what I'll do is I'll open the story which I already done. Okay. Then we'll try to use a smart discovery. We'll try to learn it tomorrow. Okay. This is model, which is a story. I think this is the story. This is a planning story, right?
Yes, I think there was one new story.
No, I don't want this one. Let me. Which one? This one, right?
New story.
New story.
Yeah.
We'll try to use them. Go into the edit options here. So let me remove this story filters. Okay. I think overview we have multiple charts, right? Yeah. Let me show it here. So here what I'm showing here, 2 measures. Actually, this is not the right chart to show. suppose what I'm showing here, what is the issue here? Blending values cause some values to be duplicated. Did I use the two data models here? Yeah, superstore data set. Let me remove this one. Let it keep like this. Do we have a chart where I use two measures? Okay, I don't want to waste time. Let me create a new page. Add a new chart here. Let me make it little bigger. So Google Drive model. It's okay, right? Google Drive model is still existing or you have deleted? Do you have that?
I didn't delete any model actually.
Okay, then it will be. What is it? A, B, C. I forgot what did we use there. Okay, let me show sales and quantity. Now quantity is very low, right? Let me show profit. Profit is little bigger. Okay. Then in the dimension, let me show by a region. Same standard one. So here I am trying to do with vertical. So actually this is not the right chart. We can show that. We can show sales by chart, and here I am trying to show use the layered bars. I can show it. But the best chart here is I am trying to use the combination of column and line. So what when I try to use this, right? So one chart will be taken as a bar, one measure will be taken as a bar, second measure will be taken as a line. So this will be axis, column axis. Let me put profit as a second axis. You can see profit will be like this. Understood, right? So this is the combination of column and line. Okay.
Yeah.
So what is meant by waterfall chart? When we'll use the waterfall chart?
Maybe when we'll show the increase or decrease between two measures, like how it is being increased or decreased.
No. No, what is the thumb rule? Forget about measures, dimensions. Why? When we will, at which scenario we will use the waterfall chart? Okay, let me tell you the answer. So waterfall chart is nothing. You can see in the diagram also the total values. Whatever measure I add here, suppose if I add the measure called sales, so it will try to show the overall sales. This is my overall sales. So according to the dimension which I add, so what is the overall? 2297. But here also I am showing the same thing. So you understood the scenario, right? Using of combination of column line. Let me do this one. Now here, let me remove the sales here. I'm showing region here. So you can see the same chart, sales per region. I'm trying to show it. So here the value is 501. This is 678. This is 391. This is 725. 725K, 391K, 678K, and this is 501K. Here I'm showing the same sales value. Now I'll try to add the dimension called region, the same dimension. I will understand the difference when I should use the, it will show the total values and the distribution with that also. Let me show it in the vertical, you will understand. You can see this one. It is increasing, it is decreasing, it is again increasing. So this is useful of waterfall chart. Understood, right? Here I can show that. But when I have a small difference, suppose if I have instead of 501, if I have 677, 780.24, in those scenarios, the best use case is this one. You can clearly say that this is increasing, this is decreasing, this is the total value. When you want to total value, what is the total value? If you want, you can show the overall total value. So let me add some other thing. Let me add another dimension. This is category of time version. Yes, I think let me add some other small maybe ship mode. Let me add the ship mode here. Ship mode. It will be much clearer. Now instead of vertical, can I use horizontal? Okay. Now you can see here, according to the central region, these are the different ship modes. This is the total value 501.24, and how this 501.2 according to the classes you can see. When you try to club all these things, right, it will come up to 501.24. And when I try to club all these things, it will try to club with 678. When I add club these things, accordingly it will be classified. But here when I try to add another dimension, I can't say that. I mean, I can't show the total value and according to the classification. Even if I add the second dimension, right, how it will show is, it will just club another things. When I am trying to add another dimension, the same dimension I will try to use the shift mode. Now all the values will be shown here. Let me go with horizontal. It will show like this. The first class, this is the value, same class. But here, have an additional step. The total values and how it is classified into sub-levels. This 501.24 for the first class is 54.84. The same day is 22.91. And the second class is 13.2. And standard class is this thing. When you try to add, that is this thing. So you can see this, when it is this one, this color, it is increasing. And when this is little darker, it is decreasing. You can see above this value and this is below this value. So total is this one, darker one. So you can analyze in a single chart. You don't need to create a separate chart to analyze that data. Okay, that is the use of water plot chart. And the another chart, let me add another chart. There are some bugs here, but still I will try to show that. So what is the other chart we have not discussed yet? So have we discussed the numeric point chart?
Yeah, card.
Only the exact values. Suppose if you want to show overall the values of it, you can show that numeric chart. So pie chart we have discussed, pie donut chart. What are the other charts? Stacked line. What is meant by stacked area chart? What is ABC? What here? What I did for it? Okay. Something we have done there. Sales. And let me add a dimension. I'll go with region again. So you can see. If I use a line chart, the shaded region won't be there. Okay. Now if I go with line chart, right, I'll see only the line. And if I use a stacked area, the area which is being used, it will be filled with some solid color. There is a difference between that. And time series, you already know. We use the time series for. We need another dimension here. So instead of putting that color, let me transfer this. We need a separate dimension here. Order it. So accordingly, it will show. Now I can remove the color also. Default color. Okay. That is the time series chart. Now if I want to use the correlation called bubble, clustered and scatter plot chart, let me use the bubble chart. So in x-axis I put sales, in y-axis maybe other measure by profit, and in the with respect to size, let me add the according to quantity. Show that. Okay. Then in the dimensions, with respect to date, let me filter with respect to year. So for 4 years we have. So for this thing we have. Now instead of years, at all I want something like, what is the next granularity? I think quarter. So we have 4 years, 4 into 4, 16 quarters we have. And then if you want with respect to months, how many months we have? Accordingly we can have. Okay, 2017 quarter 4. And you want every order date is a different color, separate color, you can put that one. Everything will have a different colors. If you don't want, if you need those scenarios, you can. So when can we have order date as a color? The best thing when we try to show it in the years. So here is the best thing. 2014 this year, 2015 this year, 2016 this one year, 2017 is this year. And you want to change that years also, you can have your own palette. I think 4 colors we have already have created. You try to use this. So green with 2014, red with 2015, yellow some 2016, and this I don't know which color, brown or lightish golden color with 2017. We can do all those scenarios in the bubble chart. And when you scroll little down, you have additional option called smart grouping. So what do you mean by smart grouping? What the smart grouping does, it tries to analyze the data points on your chart and groups based on some similar properties. You can enable. Let me enable this one. So you can see a groups. Let me, can I increase that one? Maybe by 3. Smart grouping loading. You see how it loads. There is no manual intervention there. It tries to automatically do it. So you can give a label. So at that particular label, it will try to load that. Okay. You can see group 1 2014. I can select this one. So now if I reduce here, like drill down to order date, so only with that particular values will be loaded. Like in that value, quarter 1, quarter, rest everything will be hidden. Quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4. Still I want to drill down, you can drill down according. Let the smart groups load. Then according to with respect to that, if I want to do that, again I can drill down. Only with respect to group 1. If I change back again, suppose I want 4 groups, can change. So you can add a tooltip also. You know the tooltip option, right? You can enable the tooltip measures in grouping also. The same way you can do the procedure for different groups. Group 1 quarter 4, group 2 quarter 3, group 3 quarter 2, and group 4 quarter 1. So so red is identified as group 3, and in group 3 what do we have as order date? 2014 quarter 2. The sales value, the profit value, and the quantity value. If you want include tooltip measures in grouping, you can include. If not, I can remove it. So only the one value will be shown out there, not being loaded. It will try to show whatever group. Suppose if you drill down much more, maybe level 4, it will be confusing. It's okay. It will be like this. Very difficult to understand. Okay. Still you can do it. I mean, the things which you can do by smart grouping, you can do it. So in the same way, you can drill down for other levels. You can see all the groups here. So if you want to go with only group for May, you can click on that. That will be filtered. You want only that will be filtered. Okay. If that is your scenario, you can do it. If not, you can leave that scenario. So that is the smart grouping option. Smart grouping option can be done on the bubble as well as the scatter plot chart also. Now let me add the scatter plot. In the same way I put order date, right? Let me put order date here, the dimensions. The same way just we do in the bubble chart here with respect to scatter plot. Bubble chart is nothing but only dots. But whereas the scatter plot chart is with respect to some points, it will be like only dots. I can see the values being loaded. Only one value. What is the issue here? Smart grouping error. Smart grouping cannot run on any group biased on the data points on this chart. Okay. 2. So there will be some recommended comparisons also. So you can see the bulb icon, 5 comparisons, previous period, order date, previous year order date. Let me do this one. You can see some suggestions. Accordingly, you can show the values. Let it load. Yes. This is smart grouping. Group 2, the sales value, previous year, that is the value, profit for, we have added 2 measures, right? Profit and sales. According to those values, it will try to show. Previous year, the sales is 138, the current sales is 609. Earlier, the profit value is 81,795. Previous year, it was like 20,176. So all those group 1, group 2. Suppose we, why is not increasing when I increase the groups here? 3.
Why can't I have 3 groups? So we have created palette of 4 this thing, right? I can have the maximum of 4. Yeah, we can have 3 also. We can have 4 also. Because we added 4 colors here. Green is done, red is done, yellow is done. I think brown will come now. So the maximum is 6. So the maximum number of groups you can do it. Here is 6. Group 4 you can see it is being added. So what is the group 4? This one. What it has taken, group 4, the sales value for 2017, this for 2016, this for 2015, this is for 2014. And how many groups we have? The maximum 6. We have only 6 according to that we can do. We want to give a label for it. Instead of group, I want to give like sales, not sales, grouping, something like that. Grouping by my own. Something like that. So according to grouping by own, 1, 2, 3, 4 versions will be there. So you can add accordingly and then use it. So that is the scatter plot chart. And what is the other thing which I wanted to show? Yep. So let me show the smart insights. So we already created a few charts, right? Let me show that on that one. Budget, we have the pages. Don't have enough charts for it. Yeah, I can show this on. Copy page 3. Let me paste it here. So I have copied this chart called, here what I am showing, profit by region. Okay. So here when I want to use the smart insights option, the same chart, let me save it before I control S. It's not saving, manually save story. Okay, now select that particular chart, go to more options. You can see the add smart insights. So this is the additional icon. Click on that. Now you can see the small data loading insights for that particular chart. Okay, let me put this somewhere below so then compare the values. You can see here I have shown the regions. West has the highest profit. So you can see West is the highest value, showing a 51% deviation from the average. So this is the average line. How much it is being increased? 51%. The total so far for 2018 is 306.0909. The total for 2017 was, the last year it was for 2017 is 43,218, an increase of 73%. That is how much it has increased from here, plus 18,242. Compared to 2016 it was 24,977. So in 2016 the sales was much higher than in 2017 it was increased to 43, and it has increased to 73%, that is 18,240. This is the gist information of this particular chart according to the regions as well as the measure. Now I need more information. I can click view more here. A separate window will be opened here. You can see here smart insights with the profit in West. Okay, now I am showing only with respect to West region. So you can see how has this changed. The total so far for 2008 is this one. The total for 2017 is this much. An increase of 73% with respect to year. Now I want to see with respect to quarter. So I can see with respect to quarter. So this is my original chart. This is my difference. Like in quarter 1 2017, it has increased plus 3,746. And in quarter 2, it has decreased. How much it has decreased? 10,605. And in quarter 3, it has increased the ship date with 15,000 something, 735 I guess, 135 or 785, 735. It has increased plus 12,000. The same way I can do it for month and according to date also. And the best part is, whenever I see with respect to month, I like this particular view. There is an option called copy. Copy to whatever page. So this is page 3, right? I can copy this one. You can see that chart is being copied.
It's simple like that. You can use the chart and replace this chart here. Simple, right? And if you want, you can edit this chart also. Go to designer. Now I want to go according to the different level. Now he is showing level 4. I want level 3. I can go with level 3. I can do here also. I can do here also. With level 2, level 2 is with respect to year 17 and 18. I think there is a filter here with respect to smart insights day trend. Now if I remove this region, you can see all the years from 1900 to 2197 which are loaded in the model. We have only data here, but I can see all the values here. This is only for west. I don't want west. I can remove the west. All the regions. It will be 296 nulls. We have all the values here. So accordingly, you can see that. Now let me edit the variance here. Current period. No. The order date. Ship date. And ship date we have, right? I'm showing the difference over there. Now in the measure called profit, let me add sales. Okay. And here in the filters, let me go with order date member. Let me select all. Let me filter. So only those years which we have will be shown over there. We have put according to filter, right? What is the filter which he has put here? View more. Respect to month. Copy to page 3. What is the filter did he add? Smart insights data range. So there is a filter. So according to whatever the range we put with respect to ship date, so it will be added over there. So this is the smart. No, I want with respect to cities. Consider, let me change here. So it will get adjusted accordingly. You don't need to change the smart insight. Now I don't want according to region. I want to do with respect to city. Okay. Now you can see with respect to city. Now New York City is the highest. So it will show according to the New York City. Let me click more here. You can see profit in New York cities. So you can scroll down. Who are the top contributors? 2624 is the top row ID contributor. The top 10 values contribute 18,805. So this is a product ID which is highest contributor. In the product name, this particular product has highest, like Canon image class 2200 advanced copier as highest, and order ID is highest, customer ID is highest. No, I don't want the chart according this one. If you want the chart according to the customer ID, you can expand this one and see the chart according, and you can copy this chart. Now I want according to the order ID, you can expand this according to the order ID. A chart will be prepared. Now I want according to the product ID, a chart will be according to the proper ID, product ID. I want according to the row ID, chart according to the row ID. You can copy whatever chart you want. You like this chart, you copy. You like that chart, you copy. Paste it in our list. Now instead of New York, you want some other cities. So the best part is, suppose you click on more here and put a rank here and city top 5. Okay, I am adding now top 5. Now instead of, I want according to the Los Angeles, how Los Angeles is contributing to the overall sales. If I want to do that, what I'll do is create a new filter here, dimensions, then with respect to city. Now I'll try to add all members here. Click on OK. Now I want Los Angeles. What I'll do is click on the filter. Now click on all. Let me add Los Angeles here. Okay. I can see, and I click on Los Angeles, right? The chart will be definitely filtered because this story filter, the thumb rule is it will be filtered accordingly. And the smart insights also will get adjusted accordingly with Los Angeles. Adjusting. Money part. Save. Still showing New York City. It's taking time. I put a filter. Refresh the page. Page 3. Why it is not filtering? Let me put a chart filter here. Oh, chart filter is applying. So did I link this model? Okay. Am I linking this model? No, right? I have not linked anything. Okay. Okay. Now according to the Los Angeles, I can see the model. I mean this one. Let me click on view more. I can see the data according to the profit in Los Angeles. Whatever city I try to select, so accordingly it will be shown. So there is a filter here and which is applied to other models also, because we have added 3 different models, right? It is trying to filter according to Excel store, Superstore dataset file as well as the Google Drive model. Because the city is showing in all the other 2 models, it is not filtered over there. So this I need to put on Google Drive. And here, let me remove the filter this one. It will be filtered to Los Angeles. No, it is not filtering only. Still showing all members only. All the members.
Though we have linked many dimensions, but we can use the story filter, right?
No, not about the linking Chetna. I am telling, so you can see this is the access to supported model. I am creating the story filter, but I want the story filter on the model called Google Drive.
Okay.
Let me remove this one. So those models are different, right? Let me do it on the Google Drive. Now Google Drive model is being selected. Let me select the dimension. In this, I am selecting the city and I am selecting the Los Angeles, which I wanted. Now it will get filtered. So whichever the model which is being used as the Google Drive model, only that will be filtered. Los Angeles. Now I can edit another city. Suppose I want some other city, maybe Aberdeen. I can select that. Now Los Angeles plus Aberdeen. Wherever this model is being used, all the models, all the charts, whichever this model is being, it will be filtered. Now I want it for a different thing. Consider I want to do it for access to model. Now I loaded this and here I'm adding the city here. Suppose if I do for Akron and some other cities, now it won't get filtered. I'll try to show the same thing. Okay. So here in this particular filter, this is the filter of Google Drive model and this is the filter of XS2 model. Wherever the XS2 is there, it will get filtered to this one. So where I have tried to use this thing, I think here I have used the XS2, right? Now it will be filtered only to these values, to these 2 cities. And when I select here, right? So instead of this thing, maybe like Allen, this thing, or let me go somewhere down. Beverly, let me add. Maybe other region will also add. Still it's showing east and west. I don't know. You know, any region, any city which is this thing, let me put all. So here I'm putting all here, so I can see all the regions. But when I change this filter with respect to Google Drive, Instead of all, if I click Los Angeles, right, that won't change. That will be the same thing, all the regions. But when I go to the page 3, where is the page 3? So here it will be filtered. There was a chart, yeah, only Los Angeles. This is the filter of Google Drive model, same city, and this is the filter of XIS2 data with the city. The same way you can filter accordingly and show it. You can edit this filter and change the name also. Edit filter, can you change the name of the filter? No. You can't change the name. That is the issue. Okay. So understood this concept, right? Smart Insights option. So according to the profit per city, I can show the values. Let me click on more. Profit in Los Angeles. And you like this chart with respect to date, month, quarter, year. So same thing, you copy, paste there, and you can see the what are the top contributors. Logitech, and according to product ID, according to row ID, customer ID, and customer. See and pull that data. You want this chart according to customer name, you can copy this chart. Okay, copy to page 3. That chart will be copied there. Same chart. Okay, this is called Smart Insights.